morning. We're here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the round 3 action of the West Indies Championship. We're here with West Indies Academy captain Teddy Bishop and the Guyana Rangers captain Tevin Imlak, as well as the match referee Rian King. Teddy, how's it going? Okay, get Paul. And it's ahead. Behind his move. Back foot. Tevin, you want to touch the baton? What's the reason for that?
It looks a pretty bright pitch. I think it might deteriorate as the game goes on. Some cracks in it. So we like to get the best part of it.
You're coming off a loss in the last game. Was something that you and your team need to do differently to get a victory over the academy?
Just when we get started, build on them as batters. And as bowlers, try to remain patient as possible. And I think once we do that, we'll get a success.
And in terms of changes from the last game, and changes to look?
Yeah, myself and Moti is back in. Good luck to you.
Teddy, you lost it, so what would you have done if you were?
We had a bowl. There seems to be some rain around yesterday and this morning, so hopefully there is some moisture in the wicket and our bowlers can exploit it early this morning.
You guys also suffered a loss last game. How do you guys have to bounce back in this one?
Yeah, I think everyone is in good shape. We had a good practice session yesterday and we're looking forward to this game.
What is any changes from the last one?
We have 2 changes. Skip and Naima is out side. Pittman comes in for him and Jordan Johnson comes in for Kadim Ali. Good luck to you.
So you heard it here first. The West Indies Academy have lost the toss and they've been sent into the field.
Kelvin Pittman gets his first game for the season wearing number 9. Akeem Ogis, he's due for some major runs. And Mbiki Joseph, I like the look of him so far. And Rashan Worrell. So there's no Kadim Alin in this lineup. Rivaldo Clark doesn't get a look in also. And Naim Young might be injured.
Yes, a few changes there for the West Indies Academy. As you mentioned, a couple for this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Tevin Imlak will captain. Tejnaran Chandapal at the top of the innings. Matthew Nandu as well. Raymond Perez, Kevlon Anderson, vice skipper here today. Kamal Savory will be the wicket keeper. Kevin Sinclair slated to come in at number 7. Gudakish Moti, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed at 9. Vesami Pamal, Isaiah Thorne will round out this team, and the 2 players out are Anthony Adams and Neeland Cadogan.
Yeah, so we're all set to go in this very, very important series that is taking place right here at the home of Cricket West Indies. And there's some other matches which are also taking place. At Sabina Park, we have Jamaica Scorpions taking on Barbados Pride. That's going to be a big game. Windward Island Volcanoes, who are leading, will clash with the combined campuses and colleges at Chedwin Park in Kensington. Leeward Islands are at home to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That is going to be a super game.
Yeah, not quite a top of the table clash, but a mouth-watering clash between the Leewards and Trinidad. Leewards bouncing back quite well after that opening defeat to the West Indies Academy. West Indies Academy here looking to bounce back from their defeat to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Umpires are in place. And talking about the centuries in each innings of the West Indies first-class cricket competition, and this would have started way, way back in 1967 by the late Roy Fredericks out of Guyana. He really, at that point in time, Guyana versus Barbados, 127, 115 at the old-time days border. You'll call it first, Mali. We're starting with you on lane from the CIU end.
Yeah, and when we've seen him here in the past, he's tend to bowl from the commentary box, the media center end. Change for him here today. He starts just innocuous delivery just on leg stump. Shanda Paul is away. Harper Eagles, 1 run on the board. It'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays, Vernon. We've probably been doing games here for the last 3 years or so, and especially on day 3, day 4, we see the spinners really coming to the match. But there's something for the fast bowlers, especially in the first innings, with that new ball in hand. Bit of green as well. You see a tinge of green. The outfield looks absolutely lovely, doesn't it?
It does. No Naim Young today, so it's new leadership. Wish the young man all of the best. I just like the look of Ewan Lane. I think if he gets into the proper hands of someone, he can explode. And he's still growing.
Yeah, and he just looks like he's improving incrementally every time you see him. Just seems to have put on a little yard or 2 from when he was here last. He's really attacking the crease with that run up as well. That one just a bit wayward.
Luckily, if we were playing a Super 50 game, it might have been opted to be called a wide. Macho Nandu and Tej Chandapal. The Guyana team will have to rebound quickly. These two will have to lead from the front and get Guyana Happy Eagles off to an excellent start.
Just a bit of movement again there from Lane. Good leave from Nandu. An important innings this for Nandu. Probably wouldn't have made the start that he would have liked in this tournament so far. He's gotten a couple starts, but hasn't really gone on and just seemed to struggle a bit for fluency at the crease. He's batted time, but just at times just struggled to pick the gaps. Good batting conditions. Still a bit of moisture around. Here, Vernon mentioned the overnight showers this morning as well, and the job the ground staff would have done to get this pitch and outfield ready for play here.
A tinge of green just down the center of the track, which is always encouraging for a fast bowler. And I like that Lane has started over the wicket. First boundary of the morning Took a long time to get to him, Mali. Nandu, he was looking for more pace. It was sort of slow delivery down the leg side, but got enough onto it. Pittman racing around, couldn't stop it. And Nandu is off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, and
Look
that's
at the replay.
Yeah, that's that moisture just coming into effect there. Not quite having that pace on that delivery from lane. A bit too paced, really. Nandu doing well enough to make contact. Went quite fine. So his first boundary.
Would you have batted first?
Yeah, probably would have as well.
Okay.
Obviously, I'd take into account the overnight moisture, but I think after it dries out a little bit, I think conditions here at CCG will be absolutely perfect for batting if we don't have any more weather here today. It's the end of that first over, though. 5 without loss.
So, over number 1 completed. Nando is on 4. Tej Chandapal, the test player, is on 1. And he'll be due for some runs. He'll be looking to try to make a statement. Everyone, the expectation is so high. Everyone would have come back from the Australian trip. All eyes are on those players. There's a tour coming up to England. And some folks would want to write their names on those tickets pretty early.
Yeah, and you mentioned Mikael Louis not that long ago as well. The way he started this season, probably think that the Open is in possession of that West Indies, of those West Indies slots, would be feeling the pressure slightly. That's what you want as a West Indian cricket fan, Vernon.
So we have Joshua James, Mali, who will start from the media centre end. And already we could just feel the nerves and the tension. Lane started with some lovely outswingers. Let's see if James will up the ante here.
So slightly different attack than we've grown accustomed to seeing here, especially in the red ball format for the West Indies Academy. Josh James taking the new ball from this media centre end. Probably grown accustomed to see McKenny Clark in the last couple of years leading the charge with this new ball. But Josh James, he's come into this 4-day setup here in the West Indies Academy, and he's made some valuable contributions so far, especially this season. Squares up Tej Chandapal there. That's something you see quite a lot, but he survives.
I think early in his innings, Mali, you've got to get back on across, and he needs to stay side on, more or less, to the delivery. That one, it was turned right around, something that I feel that he's going to have to work on. If you look at the transition of his dad to him, Dad always got his left foot in line with the ball, with the stumps all the time. You always saw that movement getting back and across. It's going to be interesting period of time here. James has looked good so far. He's on the money. Another good delivery there again from James to Chandapal. More or less stabbing, not quite sure what to do. 3 slips. A lot of chatter going on. 5 without loss. In fact, they're strengthening the slip cordon, man.
Adding another one here.
Yeah, so they must have seen something that we have not seen.
Yeah, there's a bit of cloud cover. It's just gotten a bit darker as well here. Ideal seam bowling conditions. Probably just starting that one a bit too far outside that leg stump. But you see what he's aiming at here. Just trying to get square Chandapal up. He's got 4 slips and a gully. Also today, word just comes to us here, Vernon, that it's Joshua James' birthday here today. Yes, his 23rd birthday. Let's say happy birthday to the young man.
Happy birthday, Joshua. Wow.
So he'll be looking to put in a performance here.
You'd first maybe want to get Tej Chandapal on his birthday.
Good conditions for it.
He's a big, strong guy. Is this another Joel Garner in the making?
Bit of swing there
Late swing too.
from the young man. You mentioned Joe Garner, but he's showing some batting ability as well as Joshua James. Think back to match 1 versus the Leeward Islands. He would have come in with a few runs still left on the board for his team to get that win.
Played a belter.
An absolute belter, 41 from 21 deliveries, 2 fours and 5 massive sixes.
He did go after the captain, Raheem Jimbo Cornwall.
Oh, that's an absolute peach.
Ooh.
Just touching down, just going away slightly, beats the outside edge. End of a very good first over that from Josh James. Guyana Harpy Eagles 5 without loss.
Yeah, so the lineup here for the West Indies Academy, we'll see Lane, James, Pittman. Pittman most likely will be used in the middle overs. But as you rightly said, Mali, I tend to love to see you and Lane, so there will be maybe something interesting as to why he started from the CIU end today and not from the media center end. But it's a long game, it's a long day. 90 overs to go in the first day.
Yeah, and we've seen in the last couple seasons here, especially from this media center end, the ball tends to bounce a little bit more. You think back to Naeem Young, this is his end of choice as well. And as the game wears on, you see that more inconsistent bounce. The balls tend to scuttle through a lot lower than expected. But it's going to be Lane from around the wicket now.
And this time around, Mali, they have a leg slip in Joseph for Nando, who tends to more or less just nudge the ball around on the leg side area. So they'll look as if they'll be attacking middle and leg. And Lane coming around the wicket would be looking to get some steep bounce on Machu Nando.
Yeah, number 46, and Becky Joseph, new addition to this West Indies Academy team. Both Anderson and Kevin Wickham almost graduating to their territories now. And Becky Joseph, one of the newcomers in this West Indies Academy batting lineup.
Looking forward to see Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, another one.
What a prospect.
We saw him in the series versus Ireland, didn't we? Here in the Caribbean. In December. That was prior to the World Cup in South Africa, on the 19 World Cup. This one's pulled down short, but it hasn't been middled. But Nandu should come back for 2 here. He's onto that quite quickly, just showing that lack of pace again in this pitch probably. It's probably a bit early through that one.
I think the overnight moisture too will tend to slow up. So this is something that Nando will have to bat through this period. The home team, the West Indies Academy, they would know that once the sun bakes out, that it's going to get quicker.
You can tell the coloration of the pitch. It's just a little dark at this point in time. Tells us there's a bit of moisture in it still. This one's straighter, but just missing from our vantage point here. He went full on that occasion to Matthew Nandu, just trying to mix up lengths here, Johan Lane. Keep the batsman guessing. He's really attacking the crease here. A run-up in particular. He's definitely made a change in terms of that intensity. Now he's looking to attack the crease. Probably now just growing into his body, the young man. Looks to just be filling out a bit more as well. This one's timed sweetly, though, from Nandu. That clip off the hip. Very comfortable for him in that region. Comes back for another 2.
9 without loss. Early days yet. I mean, only into over number 3. For the folks who've just tuned in to look at the West Indies YouTube channel. Play started at 10:30 because overnight showers. But we're in and ready to go here. And the West Indies Academy will be looking to get early wickets.
It's gone short again. Nandu just stands tall and rides that one. The end of that lane over.
So the bowling lineup for the West Indies Academy, Mali, you know they've got two Ned and Joshua Bishop left arm spinners that they're really concentrating on. Still would like to see them, Mali, get either a wrist spinner or off spinner in the combination, in the mechanism of going forward. Want to see West Indies develop, some wrist spinners. We have a lot of leg spinners around. Like to get somebody doing something else.
Well, have you seen young Matara for the CCC, 17-year-old?
I glimpsed him. Didn't seem enough, really. So that's another name that I'll take a note of. There's been some talk about the young man.
But I'm not actually sure how that works. Like 17, makes his debut in first-class cricket. What about age group? Surely he could have been a member of that West Indies under-19 team to the World Cup, no? Not sure whether he's engaged in studies or what's actually the story with the young man. But 17 to make your first-class debut, and that's when you burst onto the scene. It's quite interesting, really.
It is. Not a good delivery there.
Well, we saw Mansing a couple seasons ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Debut for Jamaica as well. Having Mansing, leg spinning all-rounder. We've got Hayden Walsh, Yannick Correa. I'm guessing you're thinking you'd love to see a Chinaman in there somewhere, something a bit more unorthodox.
Yes, we have to. And even the regular spinners, Mali, the leg spinners and the off spinners, I want to see them really rip the ball more, just more conservative. I looked at Sinclair in the game against the Leeward Islands, and he just didn't look himself. So it'd be interesting to see how well he bowls here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, because all eyes will be on him as well too.
Yeah, for sure.
Just having previously made his test debut against Australia, the expectation is so high.
It's a creditable debut as well. He performed quite admirably alongside his countrymen.
He looked as if he had belonged.
It's James again, just touching down outside that off stump. Absolute beauty. Just going away slightly. Matthew Nandu did play at that one. He may say differently. But just going past that outside edge. Josh James, the last year, probably had a few problems with injuries. But he's worked quite hard, and he's come back here in this red ball season. He's looking strong. Bit of bounce again, but just on the hips. Not sure that took the bat. Umpire signals 4 leg byes. So every now and again, both Lane and James just angle the ball slightly down that leg side, Vernon, causing an easier scoring option for the batters.
For bowlers, it's a sort of tricky situation sometimes bowling to left-handers, because they're similar in styles. You want to land that ball in the 2-4 meter area, flicked away nicely to square leg for 4. Lovely shot. Okay, that good balance there, Mali, and it was as we would say, meet and greet.
Yeah, fabulous balance there from Matthew Nandu, showing that fluency that you would like to see from the young man. Drifting onto the pads once again was Josh James. And Nandu showed strong wrists to flick that with a bit of flair and panache as well past that square leg, in the square leg region for his first boundary, actually second boundary here this morning. This one gets a bit square, but gets tall again. It's not the tallest man, is he, Vern? Rides that one. The end of that James over. 18 without loss.
18 without loss. And once the ball is pitched anywhere around middle and off, Mally, both batsmen tend to stab at the ball and not really look to punch the ball or look to hit the ball square of the wicket. They more or less look to stab, and I think there's something that Chanderpaul and Nandu will have to work on, because bowlers are going to bowl on that consistent hard length, and you have to, at some point in time, rather than stabbing, you got to be look to come up with an aggressive shot, either to hit the ball square. It's something which seems to have gone out of the game for West Indian batsmen.
Well, for all opening batters, but these two in particular, the leave is a very important stroke. How they leave the ball tells you, gives a good indication as to how well they're playing. Their judgment outside that off stump. Just at times, both Chanderpaul and Nandu can be lured into playing a bit wide outside that off stump.
Switch from lane back to over.
That's a leave there from Chanderpaul. You may think he was beaten, but that's a leave in the Chanderpaul book.
That delivery almost sort of died on Callum Boyne Tuckett.
Scuttled through, but no real bounce. The bounce that we've grown accustomed to see from Johan Lane as well. No extravagant movement as well on show so far, Vern, in these conditions.
Slightly overcast, no sun. Ooh, now that had some. That landed in the 2 meter area. Did get that steep bounce to get up there. Colin took it nicely.
Still a little tennis bally though. You could tell just when that delivery touched down, it just bounced slightly.
Sun trying to peep through. I think once the sun hits this track here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, we're gonna be in for an exciting time. Now that's the delivery, Mally, that Chanderpaul has to put away. That was like a half volley, and he was like caught on the crease. You get a delivery like that, you gotta hit that through cover.
He's not a player with a big stride, is he, Tejaran? Chanderpaul tends to play from the crease more often than not, but you're right, Vernon, there. That one fuller in length should really be meat and drink for a left-hander of Chanderpaul's class. That's a beautiful delivery. He's played at that one, though. He's committed to that one. Just touched down on that off stump once again from Johan Lane. You see, just going away, beating that outside edge. That's something you see quite a lot of with Tejaran Chanderpaul, but he's not bothered in that sense. Very similar to his dad in being a mentally strong player. You can just wipe that out of the mind and we'll be on to the next delivery here.
When talking about his dad, I could tell you, if you bowl short to his daddy, he's going to put it away. Half volleys, he's going to also put them away.
Oh, just got a bit too far across there. Was Chanderpaul exposing that leg stump. That's what we were speaking about previously. The fact that he just gets dragged across that off stump, gets lured into playing balls a bit too wide. And they're just overcommitting, exposing that leg stump.
It's about the balance, Mally. He has to be balanced at the crease. Don't find he's balanced enough. Again, it was what you're talking about. He's again looking to leave, so he's more or less confused there because that was doing something.
Yeah, he got very square on that one. Almost turned all the way round. Could see the number 5 on his back. The end of another testing lane over. So both these West Indies Academy bowlers have been asking questions with this new ball, Vern. Still yet to pick up that first wicket, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be happy from that perspective. Nandu on 12. Tej Chandapal on 2. 18 without loss.
Message might have come out. I don't see any change of gloves, but Chandapal did grab some water. 5 overs bowled, 18 without loss. And the West Indies Academy, as the sun begins to bake out here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Academy searching for early wickets. They're out there, Captain 9 Young. Well, we have a new captain today in Teddy Bishop. And for Guyana, Tevin Imla.
James just a bit wide on that one. Just pushing that delivery.
And it's about being patient and landing the ball in the right areas. You got one delivery at a time. You can't be thinking, I've got a bowler off cutter, I've got a bowler outswinger. You got a new ball, you got to make the batsman play. I think he has to recap how he bowled the first over. He was on the money, attacking the stumps.
This one just drifts onto that leg stump again. Flicked away by Nandu. And Nandu showed good positive intent here this morning. And he's looked to rotate strike when the ball's been in his areas. He's looked to be positive. He's transferred that weight onto that front foot positively as well. I think that's a part of the game. I think young Chandapal could definitely improve his rotation of strike, especially with these attacking fields here on show. Massive gap at cover.
Yeah, mid on and mid off, very close to.
Very close as well.
You gotta send a statement. Gotta look up the V for a longer period. Now, Mali, Bishop just needs to have a word with James and get both batsmen to drive the ball to cover them, which means that he can come and bowl a fuller length and force them to come onto the front foot. He's got 3 slips and a gully. They're strong anywhere middle and leg. If the ball comes into that area, especially Nando, he's going to score. So force them to drive the ball to the offside.
Yeah, he's gone around the wicket now as James.
So he's trying to bowl a hard length rather than bowl a fuller length, and induce the slips into the conversation, because both batsmen don't tend to hit the ball to the V or to cover consistently enough.
Just watching Chandapal there and on that last offensive stroke, got very square once again. I was watching him do some throwdowns this morning as well, and he was almost practicing to square up, which I found quite interesting. Because if you think the ball isn't swinging very much in when you're doing your TDs, you're really just looking for fullies to hit. He was at the same time still practicing to turn those hips.
And in the process, Mali, your hands have to be real good so you can get at least even a single on the left side of the umpire. If you get into that position,
big space, massive space there.
Gotta get a single. See the difference, Mali, in terms of when he bowled right on the stump. Again, it squared up Chandapal, but Chandapal wasn't looking to hit the ball to cover. He's just looking to defend and block. End of over number 6.
Yeah, just struggling for his line slightly in that over was Josh James. I actually prefer him over the wicket. It seems a bit more threatening, especially seems to really get a bit more on those deliveries as well. But obviously just a bit worried with his consistency to the left-handers here. Probably just thinking he's a bit too straight. It's been picked off a couple of times by Nandu.
And he will have to understand, as a fast bowler, you have to be patient. Gotta come and put the ball, put it on the money. So you can't start over, and then when it doesn't work, then you switch around. You have to be patient and make it work for you.
And that's the thing. A lot of these young guys in this West Indies Academy team would have played a lot more white ball format. especially at the list A level. Josh James, you think back to a couple of seasons of him playing regional Super 50. Those white ball skills and red ball skills, vastly different. Kelvin Pittman into the attack now. Once again on the hips. That's comfortable for Matthew Nandu. His third boundary here today. So not the best start for Kelvin Pittman. Meat and drink for Matthew Nandu.
They're strong on their legs. Got to bowl the ball anywhere on the line of the off stump. Lane is beckoning to Kelvin Pittman and saying, you got to bowl the ball just middle and off, anywhere down that line. He tried to bowl a hard length delivery, but Nandu is strong in those areas. Anything around his hips, he's going to score. That's his third boundary of the day and his second of the morning from that particular end. Squared him up. That's a much better delivery from Kelvin Pittman. Lane is clapping away and saying, big effort there.
Well played as well from Matthew Nandu. Played that one with soft hands. That one not carrying through to...
I think it was O'Geese.
O'Geese there at second slip.
Yeah. It's always a trick, Mally, in terms of how close you get. There's some little slight adjustment. Again, it's a wait-and-see game.
The first slip's looking very wide there from our vantage point, isn't there? There's a bit of a gap between Tuckett and it looks like Worrell.
He does.
Yeah, Nandu disappointed to miss out there. He's been itching for anything full on that off stump. You can tell he takes a walk to square leg. Very disappointed to miss out. But he's still there. He's looking quite good here. And he's looking quite similar to how he looked in the previous match. Match 2 versus the Leewards. Came out, started quite well. Looked very fluent, positive. Had that positive intent. But as the innings wore on, just struggled for fluency. And ended up getting himself out.
Slip cordon being strengthened now for Kelvin Pittman.
Not sure why they've gone up. If that's clipped the pad.
They've appealed for a leg before. Can get Vinner to show us that replay because that was pretty close and they were confident, especially Colin Tuckett.
No shot offered by Matthew Nandu on that one. Just a bit of shape back in, bit of swing back into the left-hander from Kelvin Pittman. Yes. Good leave in the end.
Certainly was. Good decision by the umpire. And now the slip cordon, they've stepped up. Again,
making adjustments
bounces.
here, yeah.
Yes.
This pitch is struggling for a bit of pace here in this first hour.
Down the onside again. Battle line delivery again by Pittman. Just trying to bowl just too fast first up. Just got to relax and take it in strides.
Yeah, the 20-year-old from Bethesda playing his third first-class match here at the CCG.
Missed out in the first 2 games in St. Kitts and Nevis. But he has an opportunity here now to get some wickets.
This one just coming back again. Maybe Nandu just looking to hit that a bit too square. But it's the end of Pittman's first over. Harpy Eagles 23 without loss.
Yeah, some 7 overs bowled in the process. Nandu 17 from 23. Tej Chandapal 2 from 19. 7 overs bowled.
So, from a West Indies Academy perspective here, they probably would have liked to see a wicket or 2 in that wicket column. James and Lane at times have really threatened. But so far, no real alarms in the Harpy Eagles batting lineup. Chandapal just looking to grow into his innings and Nandu doing the bulk of the scoring as I'm joined by Liam Mancham.
Good morning to all our viewers. This time nicely driven down the ground from Nandu, and it's going to run close to the boundary and into the boundary now for 4.
Yeah, just a fully from Joshua James on that occasion. Just missing his length completely. And Shandapur good enough to capitalize. Vernon was mentioning down the ground on that occasion. Dead straight. His first boundary.
Yeah, James switching to around the wicket now, just to create that different angle against Chanderpaul.
This one he gets square. But just manages to get some bat on that one. Squeezes it down to square leg. Man at fine leg comes up, does the fielding.
I think the Harp Eagles would be happy with this start thus far. Just want to keep building on it. Nandu and Chanderpaul both have been short of big scores in these first 2 or 3, well, the first 2 rounds. They'll be looking to get going here. Nandu's look good, 17 of 23. Doesn't seem to be troubled out there.
Once again, as 4 misses out though. It's been very severe on anything in that region. Joshua James here, since going around the wicket, just seems to have lost his length in particular. That's the second massive full toss we've seen in this over so far. Lucky to get away with that one though.
Yeah, and feel the at short mid wicket MBK Joseph came to him in a flash.
Beauty. You could see that from the hand here from our vantage point in the media center. Beautiful delivery, just great wrist, strong wrist behind that one. Bit of shape back in, late movement as well. Matthew Nandu not sure whether to play or leave. Caught in 2 minds, lucky to survive, actually going through the gap there.
Yeah, I think that's what we've seen from James this morning. A lot of late movement. He's been working away at that area outside the off stump. So he just tends to be a bit too straight sometimes, but this one too wide.
Yeah, it's just that consistency, isn't it, Liam? Just struggling to hone in on the adequate line here to the left-handers.
I think that's been the problem for all 3 of the fast bowlers that we've seen so far, as you were saying earlier. Just a bit inconsistent, and I think the beauty of long format cricket, 40 cricket and test cricket is the ability to be disciplined and be patient in your lines and lengths.
Over and over and over again. Almost being boring, that 4th stump line. Right there, and this one's aerial, but not quite to hand. Looks like Johan Lane at mid-on. Looking to come around. Nandu not finding the middle. In a half of the bat. He manages to survive though. The end of that James over. 28 without loss.
Yeah, I don't think there was much in that one. Lane was up in the circle, pretty close to the umpire, so not much on it for him, but a loose shot from Nandu. Not something that we've seen from him so far. It's going to be Pittman to continue.
I think what we're seeing from Matthew Nandu here, Liam, is just trying to show that positive intent, especially based on what you've been saying, how his season started. He spent a bit of time at the crease, but he hasn't gotten the runs that he would have liked. And just here, just looking to be a bit more positive, especially on anything just slightly full, offline.
Yeah, we see it again with that one. This leaning on it nicely, pushing it down the ground, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. A 4th boundary for Nandu now, and Pittman just too full this time and punished by Nandu.
Yeah, the balance on this on drive was so much better to that in that previous over. This one, he just waited for the ball to come in, played it quite late. Head was still, and that balance. It's looking quite good here is Matthew Nandu.
It's good to see that he's been a bit more positive, as you mentioned. He's been spending a lot of time out there, but hasn't been getting the runs that he would have liked. This time worked away nicely down to James at fine leg.
Yeah, we were here in December as well, and the Ireland Academy toured and played against the West Indies Academy here in Antigua, and he was a member of that West Indies Academy red ball squad as well. And as you were saying, just spent a bit of time, but definitely didn't score the runs that, you know, he would have wanted. He's obviously gone away. He's worked hard in the next couple of months, and he's come back out here. And yes, he hasn't had the results, but things are looking up for the young man. And that's what you want to see, incremental improvements from these young West Indian players.
Yeah, this time short from Pittman. Chanapur looking to pull, but straight to that fielder at square leg. That's Ned.
Timed quite nicely, wasn't it? He was quick onto that one. Was Shandopal. Just the one man, well, actually two, fine leg and just actually three. These posts are doing me here, Liam. Got mid on, mid wicket and fine leg.
Driven nicely again from Chanapur straight to Johan Lindo. So it's a dot ball, but you know, usually we see Naim Young with the new ball for this academy team. He's out with a side strain. Not sure the extent of it or how long he'd be out. So we saw James getting the opportunity with the new ball. Usually would come in second or third change.
Yep. So a change of role for him here. This one's driven sweetly again. The second on drive of the over here. This time it's Shandopal. So he's growing into his innings quite nicely now. His second boundary.
Yeah,
once again, long half volley, wasn't it?
Yeah, too full from Pittman, and that's been his issue so far. He's been a bit too full, a bit too short on occasions as well. He's not been able to find that sweet spot just yet. Just into his second over, though.
Yeah, real mixed bag from the young Antiguan. Two lengths, either really full or really short. And for batters of this level, it's not the most challenging prospect. This one's hammered again down to fine leg. No real movement for Pittman just yet as well. The end of his over, quite an expensive one. 34 without loss.
A real positive start from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's going to be Lane though. Lane is going to come back to replace Joshua James from the media center, and Lane does tend to move the ball away from the left-handers, but he's gonna have some issues with the strong breeze across the ground. Might help him to get just one or two to come back into Chanapur and Nandu, both left-handers.
When we've seen him actually bowl here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the last couple of seasons, he's actually tended to bowl from this media centre end more often than not. It's the end where he tends to get the most bounce. And being a tall guy, being able to bowl that fuller length and get the ball to bounce, he proves to be quite a difficult proposition.
Yes, you could see a bit of extra bounce already on that one. Chanapur just fending away at it. No danger in it in that line for him.
I think it was April 2022, the best of the 2023 actually, the Headley Weeks Tri-Series here. Johan Lane would have picked up his maiden 5-wicket haul, bowling predominantly from this media centre end.
and could carry on this one. Just a bit too wide though, not bothering Chanapur whatsoever. Yeah, Lane would have been one of the standouts. He would have also scored his first half century
As well,
in
yep.
that series.
Yep.
And he's continued to grow from strength to strength. It's good to see him. Hopefully soon he'd want to get into that Barbados senior team as well. A lot of good fast bowlers coming out of there, so it's
For sure.
a good headache for their selectors to have.
Well, we've seen a couple of the batters almost graduate from the academy and to their territories. Kevin Anderson being one here. Kevin Wickham as well, Barbados. They were the mainstays, per se, alongside Mackenzie as well. Kirk Mackenzie in this West Indies Academy batting lineup in the last couple seasons. So opportunities for other youngsters to put their hands up. And Becky Joseph comes to mind.
And Becky Joseph has been good so far. He's got a couple really good looking 30s and 40s. You want to get into those big scores now. Speaking to him earlier on at the toss, and he was saying that he really wants to get a big score today. The wicket looks a good one.
It does.
Not much moisture in it or anything, but the academy team are in the field. It's good to see though. It's good to see that these youngsters are getting the opportunities at this level and graduating. There's also the CCC team that they've been producing some good players for the last few years. First time they're featuring in the 4-day championship though.
Yep, tend to feature mainly in the regional Super 50. Young Johnson there does the fielding at cover. He's another player who very interested to see how he goes about it here in the longer format of the game. Almost known more of being a shotgun, especially in the limited overs.
He is very aggressive. Would have played against Jordan quite a
bit
in the age group cricket. And he's one of those guys that he's going to come at you from ball one and get going early. Very confident young player.
It's the end of that lane over though. Good comeback from the young man. It's going to be drinks. So we've had the first hour. It's been quite sedate stuff to begin with, but as the Harpy Eagles have gone on, they've just become a bit more positive. Run scoring has proven to be a little easier now. It's 39 without loss.
Yeah, I think the lack of consistency from the academy bowlers has made it a lot easier for the Harpy Eagles. Not really seen much issues out there so far. So we're going to take a short break for drinks and we'll be right back.
So we just run it half an hour.
What time we start?
Oh,
10,
yeah, true. 10:30. 11:30. Okay.
12 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's take it to lunch here and
Okay, make a batch.
What going on in Jamaica? Birthday game start already?
Oh yeah.
20 minutes. I'm surprised they dropped Kadima and they playing Rashan Warren still. Who? They dropped Kadima in. And they playing Rashan Warren, and first two games Rashan and scored runs yet. He feel against Trinidad, but he scored in the first game. Rashan hasn't scored yet, but I guess they want to give him an opportunity. Let's see, a little bit more solid than Karim. Karim is a you go at it. It's going to be Pittman to continue. It's 2 overs for 14 so far. He's been a bit too full, a bit too short at times as well. So he's just going to want to get into his areas and just be a bit more consistent. Would have had a much needed drinks break just for the academy bowlers to recuperate.
Big appeal there. Looks like you're probably just missing that leg stump. But as you mentioned, Liam, yeah, it's been a struggle for young Kelvin Pittman so far. Something we've probably just grown accustomed to see from him, especially early into a spell. It takes him a bit of time. As he gets older, he'll realize that he's not afforded that time and luxury. He's got to be hitting the straps from ball one, testing these batters, especially with still got a hard new rock in hand. I'm not sure why they would have gone up there.
Yeah, I think it was another instance where the ball just clipped the pad on the way through, but way outside the line of the off stump. No real danger in that. Chanderpaul would not be phased. It's one thing we've seen with T.H. Chanderpaul, not much phases him.
Yeah, for sure. That's the area that Pittman's got to be in more often than not. Looking to lure Chanderpaul, bring him onto that front foot as well. But lure him into playing something just a bit too far away from his body. Slips in place. Right there. So a better start since the better stuff actually from Kelvin Pittman since that drinks break. A bit more consistent. 3 deliveries in this over so far.
Chanderpaul would have had a duck in the last game as well as a long fighting 47 from 173 deliveries. So he'll look to be a bit quicker than that, a bit more aggressive than that. And in terms of Nandu, he got 19 of 60 deliveries and 2. So he's already bettered his runs from the last game against Leeward Islands. But a lot of expected, especially of Chanderpaul being one of the main guys in that West Indies test team. Needs to come down to the regional level and dominate.
And to be fair, I think he's under a bit of pressure really for his place. Not saying that he's gonna be dropped, but with what we're seeing from around the region, we mentioned Mikhail Louis, those 200s in the previous match against Guyana. He's put his hand up as well. He's announced himself to the region.
Yeah, I think it's good to see though that
there's competition for places again in a West Indies team.
Bodes well.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of hundreds we've seen so far. Obviously, Jason Mohammed, one of the older guys around, got his 12th first class 100 for Trinidad and Tobago. Jit Gully, one of the young guns, is into the runs now. He got 100 in the last game against the academy.
Yo, guys, the veterans have really stepped up, haven't they? Jonathan Carter, big 100. Chadwick Walton as well. So just showing that there's still a bit of room for the elder statesmen, especially here in the Caribbean. Still got a lot to offer, not just on the field of play, but with their experience and tutelage to these young players.
Yeah, I think it's important as well, especially in this West Indies team that we saw that went to Australia. There was a real lack of experience, maybe other than Craig Brathwaite, but what they did well is that they showed fight on purpose, and I think if you could find that perfect mix of
that blend, you're right.
I think because Craig Brathwaite, obviously Kemar Roach was there as well. A lot of good young fast bowlers coming up as well. We've seen an abundance of fast bowling talent in recent times.
Isaiah Thorne, he comes to mind on show here today. Johan Lane, McKenny Clark, who's not playing in this game, but definitely.
Yeah, we also saw Nathan Edward in the World Cup, on the 19 World Cup just recently.
Young man from St. Martin. Yeah. He's actually looked to have grown so much as a cricketer all round. His batting as well has really come on leaps and bounds. Played in his second under-19 World Cup. Not too many players do that, playing multiple World Cups. He was there as a youngster on his first.
Yeah, he scored a half century, I remember, against the UAE at the Queen's Park Oval. Came in as a replacement, I believe it was, for one of those guys that got COVID, and he really made his mark. Isaiah Thorne would have been part of that World Cup as well. He's one of the others to play
multiple,
2 World Cups.
Yeah. It's good to see these guys graduate to the higher level.
Tend to lose a lot of players from that age, 19 to around 23, 24.
Crucial period.
Good stuff from Lane. Just getting Nandu a week here. There's a leg slip in place, as well as that man at mid-wicket, that's Joshua James.
It's really improved his intensity in his run-up as Johan Lane. He used to just amble in. And now he's really attacking the crease. You could see it on that delivery. Charged in, really tested out the middle of the pitch. Well played by Nandu in the end. Good cricket all round.
Nandu not happy with that one. I felt like he missed out a bit. Be interesting to see the leadership of Teddy Bishop. We've not seen too much of him with the captain's armband. With Naim Young out injured today, they've opted for Teddy. Just coming back from Australia, as you guys mentioned earlier, making his one-day international debut.
Oh, bit of bounce there. That bounce that we were talking about earlier. Just a bit uncomfortable for Nandu. Ended up shouldering arms, but Lane now just hitting those straps, pace and bounce. Probably just seeing this pitch starting to dry out after that overnight and early morning rain.
Yeah, seems to be working into a good rhythm though, Lane, since he's come back into the attack from the media centre, and change of ends seems to have done him some good. I think Nandu would be pretty comfortable playing him, knows a lot about him. So that's going to bring us to the end of over number 12. We're going to take a short break, and when we'll be back, We'll hear from Vernon Springer as he replaces Mally Richards.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I say thanks to Mal Richards. And it's an honor for me to be sitting next to Liam. Good afternoon. Morning, Liam.
Morning, Mr. Springer.
How is everything going?
Good so far. That's a beauty from Kelvin Pittman.
Found his groove now.
Yeah, definitely. I think after the drinks break, he seems to settle in quite nicely in that last over and starts this over quite well as well. And
Coach Ryan Griffith was on top and sent a message out. And I heard him, I was outside, and he said to Kello, as they call him, you have to attack the stumps a little bit more consistently. He's certainly running in now with some more purpose.
Yeah, and you can see his pace has definitely gone up after those first two overs. This time a good delivery, angled him back into Chandapal.
I want to pique your interest. There was an appeal for a leg before against Chandapal. That was pretty close, right? That had to be
it seemed
height.
pretty close to me. I think maybe it was outside the line of the off stump. Chandapal got quite far outside the off stump and the ball just clipped the pad on the way through. Probably looked a bit closer in real time, but not much in that one. There was one with Nandu though earlier on that looked pretty close.
Yeah. Thing about it is that the fielders, they're going to have to be patient. They're going to have to support the bowlers here this morning. 40 without loss. Anything in that area, Nando is going to score. Yeah, I would just like to see, Liam, the bowlers forcing Chandapal and Nando to drive through cover. More of that fuller length, get them to come onto the front foot. What you tend to happening is that I see that Kelvin Pittman is trying to bowl a hard length, so to his lane. But just to relax, just to be a little patient and get them to you got two slips, you got a gully, you got to bring them into play. How many balls have gone down in that area for the day?
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. Another one too short, but there's a man out there at deep square, that's Ashmead Ned. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that they've been aggressive enough in their lengths. I think you're in that hard length region. You've seen Nandu look pretty comfortable, and Chandapal as well. They've been pulling the ball quite easily. Not much pace in the middle of the wicket we've seen so far. So I think they're just getting the ball up, letting the ball swing a bit more, and getting those slips and that gully into play. It would be a better ploy than how they've gone so far.
Again, Kelvin Pittman going for another short delivery. Certainly not on. And it would be maybe advisable to just keep attacking the stumps where his strength is and force the batsman into driving. And I find that, both batsmen, Nandu and Chandapal, when the ball is just around the off, if they're straight, they can maybe just hit it away. But if it's just a little wider of the off stump, they don't really cover drive or hit the ball through covers. Joseph is almost like a spectator there.
Yeah, too full this time, dude. Just a bit of a full toss from Pittman, but good intent just to try to get the ball up a bit more, as you were mentioning. So that's going to bring us to the end of over number 13. 43 without loss. The Happy Eagles looking very comfortable out there. And Johan Lane, he's going to continue from the media centre, and he's been probably the most dangerous of the bowlers so far since changing ends.
So if you were captain here, they've got two leg spinners in their lineup. Time of the morning is 11:34. We have not seen spin yet, and so there's still some options. And maybe we might not see spin before lunch. Or what do you think? You think it might probable that they could maybe sneak in Ned from the CIU end or the road end, as you call it?
Yeah, I think it's between Ned and Bishop. One of those two would definitely come on before lunch for a few overs. What we've also seen from the academies, they tend to go with their fast bowlers until lunch and then get Bishop and Ned into the attack after lunch, and they get into their work for quite some time.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. Full delivery from Lane, much better.
So you see what I was talking about, Liam. So he gets a full ball, but he's still more or less in a standing up position rather than leaning out and putting that one away nicely, as if he was surprised of that sort of length that he got there. And so I think Lane just has to be patient. I would still like to see Lane go over the wicket rather than around the wicket.
He runs away from us here at the media center and full again, and this time into the pads of Chandler Paul. That's a bit too straight, and that may be because of the angle from round the wicket.
I'd like to see Sandra Paul rotate the vast acres of space here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You have to look to rotate the strike, because Nando is a player who likes to get going. So it's almost you have two players just batting the same style. Rotation of the strike is very important.
Good delivery from Lane there. Yeah, I think you're right. A lot of free real estate for Chandler Paul to try to get the ball into the gaps and just get ones. Nandu, you're right, he's quite a busy player. Likes to, get things on the go, get moving. And he's been rotating the strike as much as he can from his end, 25 of 39. Chandler Paul, 42 balls now for his 14. And we've seen that a lot from him in recent times. Last game, 47 of 173 deliveries.
So when the ball comes in that area again, which was a good length delivery, pitched up by Lane, Chandler Paul is just contented to just more or less just block it. But over in St. Kitts, you're not doing too well at all at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. Trinidad and Tobago 28 for 3. Mohan, Cooper, and Mohammed back in the pavilion. Jeremiah Louis among the wickets. Very early.
Jeremiah Louis has been going well so far in this West Indies Championship. So an appeal for LBW from Johan Lane.
But I was going down. You could, if we see the positioning of Carlin and Carlin Tuckett,
was definitely more.
made life easy for the umpire.
It was definitely more of a hopeful appeal from Lane. The first real sign of anything dangerous per se for the academy.
I was listening to the debate, and you were talking with Mally Richards about the development of players from 19 to 23. I think it's the mindset of the coaches and the administrators as to how we advance players. You look at someone like a Mikael Louis, who's just now only making his debut, but has been around the Leeward Islands Hurricane setup for some time. These are questions that you begin to ask. I mean, you even look here, end of the over, as we speak, and Guyana Happy Eagles, they are 43 without loss. Steady start here, and the West Indies Academy, no wickets yet.
Yeah, no wickets just yet. And speaking about that game across in St. Kitts with Trinidad and Tobago, yeah, you're right, 30 for 3. Tion Webster's out there now with Jid Gully, who got 100 in the last game, so I think that would be one of the positives. Another positive is that Silva is back into the team after just coming off a bit of an injury. Was not 100% when he came back from Australia. Amir Django left out of the team today, which is a bit surprising.
Well, if Django would have played, who you would have dropped? Because it would have then mean now, because Django would have been the keeper before. But I like where you're going with this debate. He's still good enough to get into the Trinidad and Tobago team as a batsman.
Yeah, definitely. I think Cooper's not been in the runs as much as he would have liked, and has continued. He just got 2 so far. And Django would be a bit disappointed to miss out, but still a lot of time left in this competition. Just into the 3rd round now.
Django also played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for a couple of seasons, I think, which was very, very, very beneficial for his own game. And he sort of opened up his career path, because once he began to perform for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, in Trinidad and Tobago started to look at him as a more serious contender.
Definitely.
Thought he could go on more. Still, I just feel that we have not seen the best of Django yet.
Yeah, not just yet. I think he's been doing very well in Trinidad and Tobago locally, but he just want to carry that on to the regional level. As Pittman takes one into Matthew Nandu with no real threat there.
But he had some good pace on it.
He's been working up some good pace since the drinks break.
At least that kind of woke up Nando to let him know that, well, they haven't really got any good bouncers for the morning, so that was a good one. Pittman really running in, and I was impressed in terms of what Mali was saying about Lane. The last time I saw Lane, he was more or less just like ambling in, but this time around he's been charging in, which is good.
Been doing some good work with the coaching staff with the West Indies Academy team. Down the leg side, and good take from Tuckett. Tuckett is really impressed with the gloves on. He's been good behind there. Would have played a lot of cricket against Tuckett at age group cricket under 15, under 19. And a bit handy with his off spin as well, but I don't think we'll be seeing that for the academy.
He's a natural keeper. And, when he takes the ball, you can... If you're outside, we don't have the outside microphone effect, but you can hear it as it goes into his gloves, his soft touch. He's got good hands. And his reflexes, superb. You gotta have some. As a keeper, you gotta be sharp, and he is sharp. His footwork, his balance. I want to say good morning to his mom, who I know is glued to her television, Sonia Tuckett, one of the top banking officials in Queen City, Nevis. His father, who is an umpire. A little bit unfortunate not to have gone on quick enough to the next level. Carl Tuckett.
Another good short one from Pittman, really working up a nice piece here. We've seen some of Pittman for the Jamaica Talabas in the CPL this year.
Missed out what your dad was saying there, but I'll get it from him.
Pittman have said when he's in the CPL, he was working up quite some good pace.
Yeah, Pittman really running in, and I think the coach who's on the top here has been really charging him up. Every now and again he pushes the ball in, and that's when he doesn't get his rhythm right. When he's fluent, and you're a fast bowler, walking is like running. So if you begin to stutter, then you're going to lose your rhythm. And he did lose his rhythm in that delivery, and that's why he pushed that ball so wide.
I did see him struggle a bit with his run-up throughout this spell. I think he's gone to 5 overs now, and he's not really ever gotten into that great rhythm. It's going to be a change in the bowling, though. It looks like the first signs of spin. Ashmead Ned.
Just what we spoke about.
Yeah, I think the fast bowlers haven't been getting it right so far.
Yeah. And it's about patience. I guess this is the home ground for the West Indies Academy. This is their first game, so it's almost like a new season for them. We had overnight showers, we had morning showers, and so it really has not gone to plan. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board and come back and work out the consistent areas where you bowl on this track.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking to Teddy Bishop at the toss, he said that if they won the toss, they would have bowled first. So it's not like they've been thrown to the dogs or anything like that. This is what they would have wanted to do if they won the toss. So, but I would have batted first. Looking at the wicket out there, it's very, very dry and does seem like it would deteriorate over the 4 days. You don't want to be batting last here. Definitely not. I would have definitely batted first if I won the toss, but good decision, I think, from Imlak in the end, coming into the team after returning from Australia.
Over in Sabina Park in Jamaica, a big game, as you would say. Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 14 without one, 14 for 1. They've lost their Central Jamaica and Chadwick Walton, so that's going to be a pretty interesting game. Mackenzie, he's due for some runs.
Yeah, I think you want to see those guys that play for the West Indies that have been in Test cricket before, and especially just coming off a test to Australia. Nicked it and he's gone.
Beautiful delivery. It touched down into the right area, and here was Shanda Paul casually just pushing at the ball, and a good sharp catch at first slip. Ned strikes early for the West Indies Academy. Let's look at the replay here. He's excited, Ashmin Ned.
A good change from the captain, Teddy Bishop. Ned comes in, first delivery, just angling it right across Shanda Paul, and an easy catch in the end for Akeem Ogis. And Ned was off in a flash. Shanda Paul just
Caught on the crease.
just caught on
It
the
was
crease
neither
and-
forward nor back.
Yeah, and a good take, good sharp take from Akeem Ogis. That first slip, and the first wicket is down. Shanda Paul goes. It's going to be the skipper, Tevin Imlak. Didn't see him in that Australia-West Indies Test series. Didn't get his opportunity, but a lot of valuable experience he would have gotten. He's back in to the Guyana team as the skipper, and has some work to do. Want to get set 43 in fact for one.
So Imla comes out. His first game as captain for the Guyana team, and he'll be under a bit of pressure. The expectation is so high. Somebody would want to prove himself. 27 years of age, and would really want to get some runs under his belt. It's been talked about now for some time. 17 matches, 612 runs to date. His first class career started way back in 2018, and so he'd want to maybe get going and get his averages up.
Starts off very nicely, drives through the covers, is going to run into the boundary for 4. A good looking shot for Imlak to start with here.
Yeah, over pitch delivery there from Ashwin Neda, and he knew that. And Imlak finding the gap. And I think the West Indies Academy going to have to be very careful. They're feeling they're going to have to lift their game, because this is also a pretty fast outfield.
Better length from Ned. See a short leg and a first slip. Man at short mid wicket, mid on. Deep backward square, that's Jordan Johnson. Mid off cover, extra cover and a backward point. Good use of the feet from Imlak. Starts off very positively. Yeah, you're seeing a lot is expected of Imlak because of just coming back from a test series with the West Indies, and he's been a staple in this Harper Eagles team for quite some time now, and a really good Super 50 just recently.
Looked a little casual when the ball is flatter and faster. It looks a little casual in it. I still would like to see him get a little tighter. Get that back foot back and punch that. You got to look to defend the castle. Never know if Ned can rush to that iron ball.
That one, a good delivery from Ned. Wanted to just be a bit more on the off stump, middle and off, but good delivery in the end. So that's the end of Ned's first over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 47 for 1 at the end of 16.
Ned himself, Ashwin Ned, also played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And he had just come out of the under-19 setup and has seriously worked on his fitness. I'm so impressed with him as a young player. His work ethic has been brilliant and one for the future. The only problem is, if he goes back to Guyana, will he play?
Yeah, I think he's happy with the academy team as of right now, with Sami Pumol and Moti around. It is going to be tough for him to
Still have Adams on, so
Anthony Adams as well. It's going to be tough for him to break into that team, but it's good that the Cricket West Indies have these academy teams in place for guys like Ned who are good enough, but there's so much good young spinners in Guyana as well. Ned will get his opportunity with this team. Joshua Bishop as well was part of the academy team. It's not easy for him to go back to Barbados and get ahead of the likes of Warakan and those guys. So
Well, it comes a time, Leon, when we're gonna have to find a way, and we're talking about the franchise setup to develop players, because Cricket West Indies is making a huge investment in the academy, and they expect returns, but you can't take players back to the franchise level and they're on the bench, and that is my main worry and the concern. You guys were talking about like someone like a Nathan Edwards, who's just there. I'd have maybe loved to see if the Leewards was not interested in picking Nathan Edwards, that he gets an opportunity to play for the combined campuses and colleges, so that we could see him in that area. But there's conversations that need to take place.
definitely. So I think we see it in some ways. There's obviously Joel Andrews, one of those guys, just came back from the World Cup straight into first class cricket for Leeward Islands. He get the start that he would have wanted, but he's getting his opportunity. Just Joel's still 17, he just turned 18 years old.
He's got a bright future ahead of him as well too.
Most definitely.
Dominated school cricket. In fact, it was amazing, Leon. I'll give you a story. When he came back from Australia, they had a welcoming ceremony for him at the Vissy Bird International Airport. His mom, his school, and he left the ceremony and went to a cricket game to play for his school and scored 100.
Yeah, I heard about it. I spoke to him about it. He's just one of those guys, he's just, they don't come very often. I think he's named quite well. He is a jewel.
James is now switched the boy to the CIU end. Now, I know you might give you a little history. You might be saying to me, why Mr. Springer calling the next end the CIU end? Well, originally it was the Citizen by Investment Unit headquarters, but that is still that is moved, so we still call it the CIU end, and we call this end the media center. The only thing, we'll soon name this end after your dad.
James to continue.
I don't know what you think, Leon, but everybody who's bowling from the CAUN seems to be struggling, except Lane. I just look at James there, and he was motoring in. He wasn't really a pitman for a couple of overs when he got it right, when he got his rhythm right. He was accelerating. Lane for sure. Have a look again at James and tell me what you see.
There is a bit of a hill. It's a tilt of
I was waiting for you to tell me that.
Yeah, when looking at the pitch earlier, there is a bit of a hill around. And yeah, you can see James just slowing down around there. And appeal for caught behind. Umpire says not out, and that's going to bring us to the end of over number 17. A maiden for Joshua James, and at the end of over 17 is 47 for 1. And I've really slowed down in the last few. There's 8 runs coming off the last 7 overs.
Want to see them, Leon, bowl, pitch the ball up to Nando. I think you can get Nando caught a cover gully in that area, especially change of pace.
Seems to be pushing a bit at some of those balls.
He doesn't stride out to the ball. He starts to tend to, like Shanda Paul, they tend to stop the ball. As a left-hander, you're a fluent left-hander. You want to be, once the ball is pitched up, you want to hit it through covers. You want to hit it down backward point. Like BC was always looking to break down that area there. You look at all of the great left-handers, the Fredericks, the Kalechuran, they always look to score. You want to score.
Maybe from Ned to start his second over.
Another thing which I've observed, Liam, is that once the spinner come on, the first movement of Caribbean batsmen is to come forward. They don't try anything else. They don't try to sweep. They don't try to use the crease to throw you off. They just look to come forward.
I think that's something that was recently taking a look at the under-19 World Cup. That's something that Joel Andrew did really well. Is that use the depth of his crease, so use his feet well, swept the ball well. Nathan Edwards as well. Both of those guys would have been two of the standout players for the under-19 team.
Even if we're looking at Imlak there, his first movement, Imlak's first movement is to just come forward. You got to look to try to get the bowler off his line. Yes, they got a short leg and they got a slip, but you have to try something, which is you have options if you're going to sweep. Somebody was caught napping there. Fielder coming in.
The skipper, Teddy Bishop,
He just took his eyes off of the game there at that point in time in the moment.
good awareness though from Imlak. Caught onto it pretty early and took off in a flash. And was also quite quick between the wickets, so good quick single there. Let's just go to 48 now. Now the news. Trinidad and Tobago have stumbled to 50 for 4 now. Across at St. Kitts, and Tion Webster was the wicket to fall.
Might have to send for you, Leon, to save Trinidad and Tobago. We'll have to get you onto the British Airways flight very quickly. You rated what is happening in St. Kitts and Nevis at Warner Park.
Jed Gully though is still out there. He's on 30, and he's out with the skipper Joshua Da Silva. He's back into the team. And that brings us to the end of over number 18 here. 48 for 1. A good over from Ned, just one off it. And the academy would be looking to get a couple more wickets quickly here. They've opened the floodgates a bit now. Got rid of the big man Chandler Paul. He's not been in good form, however. It's stationary Chandler Paul.
I think he's putting himself under some pressure. And he's maybe listening to a lot of voices all around. I think
There's
his
a lot
game
of
is
chatter around about
his technique.
his technique one, and then his place on that test team. He's not been in the runs for quite some time now for the West Indies. So
But I don't think that should be an option to him. You're a test player. You've got to come to the regional level and score runs. You have to let the folks know that I'm a test player. You're a test player. You come and you play cricket,
yes,
that's what you get paid for.
definitely it's about coming down to the lower levels, at the regional level, and dominating. And we've not seen that from any one of those players that returned from the test series. Nobody's really come in. Kurt McKenzie is another one who's been short of runs. Imlak just coming into his first game now. Alec Athanaze is back in for the Windward Islands. He's going to want to get himself off to a good start. That's a wide ball from Joshua James.
Had to be wide for the umpire to call it.
It was very wide. Tuckett though. Brilliant take from Tuckett down the leg side.
Goalkeeper style.
Let's have a look at this one again. Just James Stevenson lose all control at that one.
Jamaica Scorpions batting first against the Barbados Pride at Sabina Park in Jamaica. 21 for 1. And here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 48 for 1. Guyana Happy Eagles winning the toss. In fact, it should be 49.
Down the leg side again, and Tuckett unable to pick up this one.
I think that might be 4 leg byes.
In just 4 signal by
Well,
umpire.
umpire, yeah.
Nani.
That was really wide. Tuckett diving away.
Yeah, James really does seem to be struggling. That's 2 in a row now that have been far down the leg side.
More or less pushing. Doesn't have his wrist long enough behind the ball, and his head is also moving to sort of push it. He's not comfortable from the CIO, and you could see that. Just his approach alone.
Yeah, he looked a lot better from the media center end. Johan Lena as well. Pittman. It's been a struggle definitely on that side. I think it might be a sign that Joshua Bishop might come in before lunch.
I think this might be the last over. You rated what we're going at right now. According to our clock, is the excuse me, should be 11:59, but it's not my watch. The umpire, my watch is saying 11:59. The umpire's watch might be saying 11:58. The only thing is that we don't have a clock at the ground. That is what is missing. We need a clock and we need a bell.
In really good conditions though here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Open off picturesque grounds in the Caribbean.
The vision of Alan Stanford.
Nick Tetan just beating
Bishop,
Joshua Bishop at Gully.
who parried it, more or less. And the big Ned coming around. Ned has improved. His all-round game has improved, both in his bowling and his fielding. He's getting some applause. And he's shredded some weight too. He's really worked on his fitness, Ashwin Ned.
I've seen him at the World Cup back in 2020, and definitely has looked a lot fitter since then. Put in some good work with the academy team. He's been around this team for quite some time. One of the more experienced guys in this setup. It's him, Joshua Bishop has been there for quite some time as well.
Imla making sure that this is the last over. You don't normally see this in regional cricket where somebody comes down and has a word with your partner. Imla is saying this has to be the last over before lunch, or it should be.
Good awareness. Wide again, very wide from Joshua James. Has really struggled with his lines.
I think he's more or less he's pushing the ball. His wrist is not firm enough. He's trying to do too much. And again, you have to be patient. You have to figure out what is the length that I'm going to bowl on this track, and just take your time, one delivery at a time. Got to keep talking to himself, keep looking at the stumps.
Better line delivery this time. Appreciated from man at first slipper Sean Worrell. One delivery to go in this Joshua James over. It's taken some time. There's that wide first ball.
So how's your season gone so far for the year?
Well, just no cricket yet. I picked up an injury in training with my club earlier on. It's about probably 2 weeks ago. So I'm in recovery. We'll be back, should be 4 weeks before I'm fully fit and ready to go again.
So should see you in St. Vincent for the under-19 tournament, God's willing.
No, I'm actually over age now. Last
You
year
are?
would have been my last year.
Oh, that's not a good sign at all. Daddy should have kept you back, so you'd have had one more year.
Yeah, so that last tournament in St. Vincent was my last for Trinidad and Tobago, and it looks like the umpires are signal for lunch, so Guyana in a pretty good position, 54 for 1 at lunch.
Don't think they can complain. When you get 54 for 1 after winning the toss and batting, you would take that any day. And so one would have to give them some credit in terms of what has been happening. Let's hope that they can go on from strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely so. So we're going to take a break for lunch, and after lunch we'll have action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the second session of this encounter between the West Indies Academy and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana closed at lunch at 54 for 1 in 19 overs, losing Tasha and Chandapal for just 14. And the Academy, the wicket taker for the Academy was Ashmead Ned, and he's going to continue from the media centre end. Joining me is Mali Richards. Mali, a good first session for Guyana.
Yeah, very much so. Started quite sedately, but they grew as the session progressed. Matthew Nandu in particular looked to take up the mantle of doing the majority of the scoring. Tej Chandapal towards the end just seemed to be getting a bit more comfortable at the crease, but as you said, Ashmead Ned producing that wicket. So another failure for Chandapal here in the 4-day season.
Yeah, and yet again, 14 coming off about 45 deliveries, not where he would be happy at whatsoever. And we spoke earlier on about his place on that West Indies team being questioned a bit now. And another failure. Nandu is going to be one of those young openers that would be looking to take that step to the next level. He's got a good start, 25 or 56. Just runs kind of slowed down after that first water break. Didn't really get the same intensity from that. So it's going to be Ned to start us off after lunch.
I think Kelvin Pittman in particular, he pulled it back quite nicely as his spell progressed. Started quite expensive, but as he grew into that spell, he was a lot more consistent, and run scoring proved to be a lot more difficult. But Imlak, though, he's come to the crease. He's looked quite assured, hasn't he? Think back to that first delivery he would have faced off Ned. Just caressed sweetly to that cover boundary.
Yeah, he's been using his feet well for Ned. And Nandu has not faced too much of him just yet. And he's not been afraid to go back onto the back foot. There's 4 fielders on the leg side, a short leg, that's Joseph. Lanes at mid-on, there's a mid-wicket Joshua Bishop. And the man out at deep square looks like Kelvin Pittman himself. So good aggressive feel from Ned.
It's a good positive stride there from Imlak. Nandu probably a little slow in responding to that call. Gets there in the end. It was a lot closer than it should have been. Maybe just feeling a bit heavy after lunch.
Yeah, most definitely. Thought Worrell could have done a bit better, get to the ball a bit quicker there at mid-off. It's going to be Nandu to face up for the first time after lunch. 25 or 56. He's looked confident. He's looked untroubled so far. There's that one LBW appeal that was given not out by umpire Danny, but didn't really look like there was anything in it.
And he's looked very compact at the crease. The balance has been good. That on-drive earlier this morning probably just told us, yeah, this is a guy who's feeling pretty good about his game in this innings, especially in innings in his young career. A very important one in the context of the season.
So that's going to be the end of over number 20. 55 for 1. So Joshua James bowling from that CIUN towards the end of the session, and he seemed to really struggle. Don't think he's going to continue. Looks like Johan Lane is going to take up the attack from that end. He's bowled from both ends.
Already?
He's definitely seemed to be a lot more comfortable bowling from the opposite end, that's the media centre end. All 3 fast bowlers bowled from that end, and they did struggle a bit, all of them.
Yeah, we've seen the majority of the wickets being taken by fast bowlers here at the CCG from the media centre. Although we saw Lane switch over to the media centre after starting from the CIU road. he's probably been the one that's had the most seamless transition really from end to end. Hasn't seemed to have bothered him at all, to be honest. It's the other fast bowlers, James and Pittman at times, are struggling for consistency.
You're right on spot to start with after lunch.
Interesting that young Ned's been called into the attack already. You know, we've got Joshua Bishop as well. These two considered the spin twins almost of this West Indies Academy lineup. They really do get through the overs. Joshua Bishop in particular, over his career, has proven to be a consistent wicket taker.
And there's also that third option that we've seen them use, third and fourth option, Akeem Ogis, with his leg spin, as well as Teddy Bishop.
Yep.
Rolled his arm over in the last one.
Picked up a wicket as well. Haven't seen him do too much bowling here for the West Indies Academy, but in a different role as well as the leader.
So Akeem Ogis pick up quite a few wickets in the
Super 50 with his, like, yes.
Got 4 against Guyana as well, so he could be a good option. But Joshua Bishop still to come. He's going to be one of the main. A lot of eyes on him. Speaking earlier about his inclusion in that Barbados setup soon enough, and obviously Jamal Warrican is still around. That's going to be his direct competition. There's Keema Smith. We saw him play in the Super 50 recently. Javed Leacock as well.
The leg spinner. I'll tell you where Joshua Bishop probably just separates himself though from the others is with the bat. We saw him bring up that maiden first class 100 against the Irish Academy here at the CCG, and it wasn't just about him getting 100, it's the way he went about it. Ultra aggressive, but chose the right deliveries, showed sound temperament as well.
Was well supported on the other end by this man,
Johan Lane, yes.
And cut away and cut over the fielder at point and runs into the boundary for 4. A real loose nut there from Lane. Bowled 2 maidens and 4 dot balls in this over before this, and this one just short and wide, and Imlak was quick to get up to that one.
Yeah, got the treatment there. That delivery from Lane, probably the worst delivery we've seen from Johan Lane here today. Short, wide, just had to get some bat on that one. Right-handed Imlak. So just a bit of inconsistency, maybe just creeping into Johan Lane's bowling here as well. It's right back on it.
We're just shaping away just a little bit, but well played from Imlak. 59 for 121 overs. Chanderpaul, another failure as we mentioned earlier. A lot of eyes on him as well. Imlak was part of that West Indies team that toured Australia just recently. Didn't get a run out in the Test series, but would have come back home with a lot of experience. Obviously, their countryman Shamar Joseph would have done his heroics.
Yep. Still the talk of the cricketing world is Shamar Joseph.
Was just recently named the ICC Player of the Month for January.
His performances have really brought a focus to that part of the world, hasn't it? Especially exactly where he's from and his background.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities coming his way now. I think Cricket West Indies have a job on their hands to try to manage him and keep him fit. He's definitely one of the future prospects of West Indies cricket. Obviously, Jaden Seals was not a part of that Test series due to injury, but he's back up and running and looks good for Trinidad and Tobago.
I think we're just starting to see the makings of a pretty decent international attack, especially seam bowling attack, if we can get these guys healthy all at the same time.
Hakeem Jordan, Jai McAllister, a lot of these guys are.
He's put down that slip. Not sure if Carlin Tuckett would have gotten something on that as well to just parry that through to that first slip, but upon first glance, I think he should have taken that one.
I'd love to see that one again. You just seemed to come off of the gloves of Tuckett and got high on O'Geese. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Edge is definitely taken there.
Similar to the delivery that got Chan to pull out. So this is good from Ned, that arm ball just angling straight across. Matthew Nandu there. Dropped on 25. Have to keep a note of that if Nandu goes big here. It's almost a carbon copy of that Chandler Paul dismissal. With Imlach to take strike for the final delivery of this net over. Took a sharp one at slip earlier. O'Geese, this one just rushing onto him a bit more. And a faster one from Ned to finish the over. So 62 for 1 at the end of 22. Ned 4 overs 1 for 9. He's been the real danger man so far.
Yeah, he has been. He's in good form, good bowling form. Picked up that 6-for in the previous game. Game they would have lost, the West Indies Academy. But both Ned and Bishop would have bowled the majority of overs there. Ned in particular picking up 5 for 6 to be exact. So he's definitely a young man who's in good form and just keeps wheeling away.
He had 6 in the first innings, and both him and Bishop the only bowlers to bowl in that second innings, and picked up 4 wickets quickly. Ned got 1, Bishop got 3.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Johan Lane to continue.
He's going to go around it, almost looks like. Yep, he's going to go around to the left-handed Nandu here. We've seen that quite a few times, haven't we, Liam? The bowler's just not quite sure the angle of attack.
Yeah, I think around the wicket and nipping it away from Nandu could see him in some trouble. It's not played too flashy outside the off stump, but anything straight he's pounced on. That's a good delivery from Lane.
That's the area you're speaking of. Just outside that off stump, forcing Nandu into a decision. Does he play? Does he leave? Caught in two minds there slightly.
Yeah, I think that's the plan of action for Lane. We saw him even when he was bowling from the media centre end, that's where he opted for round the wicket to Chanapol and Nandu. Brilliant stop from Jordan Johnson at backward point. He's an electric fielder and does very well there.
And that's that area where Lane will be looking to exploit. Got Nandu to play a bit away from the body there. A little squarer than he would have liked as well.
Yeah, just about working him outside that off stump, trying to force that decision as you mentioned, trying to get that outside edge into play with the ability to bring one back into him. Drives nicely as Nandu. And straight to Jordan Johnson at point. And that's the fall of the second wicket. Good bowling from Lane, smart bowling. And Johnson in the game, taking that catch at point. And that's the fall of the second wicket.
Yeah, the fall of the second wicket. Lane picks up his first. And Nandu has to depart. Played really well, to be honest, for his 28, but just seemed to be playing a little too square to those deliveries there from lane outside that off stump. Got away with the previous one. On this occasion, though, just managing to find Jordan Johnson in that gully area. Easy catch at the end of the day. And the second wicket is down now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 62 for 2.
Yeah, good stuff from Lane. We saw him work in that area to Nandu. Good decision to come around the wicket in the end. And yeah, just a bit out of character from Nandu a bit there. Just too wide and threw his hands at it a bit. It's going to be Kevlon Anderson, captain the team in the last round. Picked up a fifer, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
It is bowling, but he's out here in at number 4 just after lunch for the Harpy Eagles.
And that fifer was actually one of a fifer that you'd have to see. It's one thing to hear a bowler gets 5 for spit, but you had to see that one. A lot of innocuous deliveries, to be honest. But that fifer's in the books. He's here in a different role now. Vice captain here today. Loves it here at Coolidge. Scored 2 first-class hundreds in his career, both here at the CCG. The latest one coming up against the Irish Academy in December.
Yeah, he's been an integral part of the West Indies Academy for the past few seasons. And he's now graduated to captain and vice captain now of his country. Proud moments for him, but he's going to have a job to do here. Did not get off in that last game. 10 and 26 his 2 scores. And obviously didn't bat against Trinidad and Tobago in that game that was affected by conditions. 3 slips now in for Kevlon Anderson. And the gully as well. Joshua Bishop's at gully.
He's one of those batters that's shown a real innate ability to bat for long periods. Good temperament, Kevlon Anderson. Tends to be a little bit of a slow starter, so from the West Indies Academy perspective, they should be on the money here. Ball 1. That's a good delivery, just a bit of inward movement. Touchdown outside that off stump. Good leave in the end from Anderson. I was just saying, he's a bit of a slow starter. So it's important that the West Indies Academy are consistent. They should know everything about this man, as you mentioned. Been one of the mainstays of this West Indies Academy batting lineup for the past 2 to 3 seasons. He's now donning that black helmet of the Harpy Eagles, though.
Good lead movement from Lane there. Just seeing as it gets past Kevlon Anderson, just swinging back into Tuckett behind the stumps there. So a good over from Lane, a maiden over. Takes the score now to 62 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback from lunch for Johan Lane. Just what the doctor would have ordered in terms of picking up that wicket. Both openers now dismissed. Set batter in particular, Matthew Nandu, you'd be very disappointed with that dismissal, wouldn't he, Liam? Just saying, a bit out of character based on what we would have seen here today. Looked to be judging everything on merit, playing in the V, transferring that weight onto the front foot very well as well. This one's going to be sharp, yep. Oh, direct hit, but comfortable.
Yeah, we've seen twice now that Imlach has pushed the ball to Teddy Bishop at cover there, and they've been easily getting through for singles. So just a sign that Bishop maybe needs to get in a few steps or just get in a bit quicker. In terms of around the grounds, Leeward Islands are taking on Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force at Warner Park is 62 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago. Terence Hines is out there with the skipper Joshua Da Silva.
He was just picking up where they left off in round 2, bouncing back from that defeat to the West Indies Academy in round 1.
Jeremiah Louis has been looking good so far in this competition. As Ned finishes there with a good delivery.
He has been. He's been performing now for the last 2 or 3 seasons consistently. And what's good to see is that consistently moves the ball, Liam. Either with the new ball or when he comes back with the older ball, he's still always threatening to these West Indian batters.
Another one is Colin Archibald. These look pretty good as well. Keep seeing there's a lot of good fast bowling talent in the Caribbean.
It's Ryan John from the Windies as well. He started really brightly for the Volcanoes. Runs and wickets down the order. Wickets and runs down the order as well.
Good stop there from Teddy Bishop. So that brings us to the end of over number 24, 63 for 2. Lane has been excellent so far, 8 overs, 1 for 13, 5 maidens. Joshua James, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Ned, 5 overs, now none for 10, 1 for 10 in fact. And Pittman, 5 overs, 1 for 18.
That's the thing with Ashmead Ned. He's always tended, especially in the whatever format that he plays, he's proven to be quite economical. What he's really done in the last season or so is he's become more of a wicket taker. That threat of wickets alongside Josh Bishop as well make them a very, very formidable partnership, especially on wickets, with a bit of turn and bounce on offer. Oh, almost played onto that one was Imlak. With tennis bally, two-pace nature of this CCG pitch here today.
Yeah, just not getting onto him as quickly as you would have thought was Imlak there, and getting the bottom edge, not getting up as much as some previous balls have. So yeah, definitely a bit of tennis ball effect. So laying 3 slips on a gully still. Good to see that Teddy Bishop has supported him, and that's really good. That's a beautiful delivery from Johan Lane. Right on spot, getting a bit of movement away. So we look at it one more time.
Yeah, absolute beauty, as you'll see here. Just luring Imlak into the shot. Just going away at the last second. So good skills here on show from Johan Lane. His fitness as well looks to have really improved. He keeps running in. That intensity that I mentioned in the morning, he's still got it here.
I think what he's done better than maybe James and Pittman is that he's been a bit fuller. He's been trying to get those batsmen to play shots at him, and he's not been afraid to go up. And I think James and Pittman have been a bit short, not really threatening much, but you can see that Lane definitely is looking to get the ball up, get the ball swinging, and try to get Imlak driving, as he did with Nandu in the last over, or the over before in fact, and picked up the wicket.
Squaring Imlak up on that occasion again. So that consistency, he's hitting that area, as you said, that fuller length more often than not. And every now and again, he's just reminding these batters that he's got one upstairs.
Yeah,
You've seen that. So just keeping them off balance slightly.
So let's come back into Imlak a bit, and they're going to complete an easy 2 So, straying a bit in his line there.
Just missing that line there. Just straying onto the legs. But Imlach, once again, running quite hard, showing that positive intent. That's something we've seen from ball one from him, actually. He's brought a real energy to the crease. So it's that experience. He's not quite a fully fledged international player just yet, but have picked up valuable experience on that tour of Australia.
Time pulled away and pulled away well. I'm not quick onto that one. Just standing up a bit nicely for him, and he was able to punish it and put it away for 4. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, Johan Lane would be disappointed not to quite get that one up high enough to Imlach. Just wanted it a tad higher. Imlach was good enough to control that one, stay on top of it. We did mention every now and again Johan Lane will test out the middle of the pitch. There he was on that occasion, but the right-handed Imlach was well up to the task. It's going to be Ned to continue. Anderson in his languid style almost, just working that down to Lane at mid-on.
Yeah, you're right about Kevin Anderson. He is quite a slow starter, but does have the ability to turn it up when he needs to. And that's what makes him different from a lot of these players in this competition.
Having watched what we've been watching him now for 3 years or so, one thing's for sure, he's a batter that doesn't give too many chances at all.
Yeah, that's true. This one rushing onto him a bit. Good bowling from Ned. Seen him sneak through that faster one quite a few times in this spell so far.
That's a hallmark of Ned's bowling. Every now and again, he'll just push through that arm bar, looking to catch the batter unawares, bring the LBW and the bold into play.
So I'm get the wicket of Chana Paul with one. So I'm get the edge of Nandu with one as well. It's been his go-to wicket-taking delivery. He's bowled that a good piece. I think I like the piece. He's not been too slow, not been too fast at times. So just getting him knocked forward. So that brings us to the end of over number 26. And we're going to welcome back Vernon Springer to the commentary booth.
Yeah, Ashmead Ned. Once again, getting through these overs now. 6 already. You mentioned that flatter trajectory, and I think that's what makes this partnership of Ned and Bishop so formidable, is the fact that they both go about it in different ways. Ned will be a bit flatter through the air. You look to use that arm ball a lot more, whereas Josh Bishop will mix the pace up, look to toss the ball up a little bit, entice the batters to come out of the crease. And he spins the ball a long way as well. Josh James to replace Johan Lane. Starts with yet another wayward delivery. So he started quite well here this morning, especially from his media centre end. But since then, almost the wheels have come off. Just struggling for consistency, Vern.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Mali. And for some strange reason, outside of you online, Neither James or Pittman seems to be comfortable coming from the CIUN. Well, let's see if we can get some better improvement from James. That one is bang on target. Just seems to be concentrating on the hill rather than focusing on his job.
Yeah, definitely just seems to be struggling for a bit of rhythm. Started, as we mentioned, quite well this morning. Few deliveries threatening the outside edge, especially the left-handers, Tej Chandapal in particular. Since then, it's just been a mixed bag from the young man. They're actually just hustling Kevlin Anderson.
Yeah, but didn't have the pace. And as you rightly said, the over before this at Ewan Lane tried to bowl a sharp ball, which was put away nicely by Tevin Imlach, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain. You maybe just need to take that out of the equation and mainly attack the stumps, because if we look at it, they've been attacking with 3 slips, a gully, backward point, more or less a packed offside field, but they have not consistently bowled to that field.
Oh, this one leading edge almost over the third slip region. Was it Mbeki Joseph?
No, I think it went over, looks like Young.
Naim Young.
Yes. But it turned him right around, Mali. It was a good delivery. Let's look at it on the replay here. Landed in the right area. Ooh. One of those days, as you rightly said, Mali. Kevlin Anderson is somebody who really gives his hand away.
It's Josh Bishop, actually.
It's Bishop? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Naim Young, sorry. Bishop. 2 runs there to Kevlin Anderson. Starting slowly. Good running. Rotation of the strike. Something we didn't see enough from Chandapal and Nando.
So every now and again, conditions here just suggest that there's something still in it for these fast bowlers if they can be consistent and hit those areas more often than not. Areas being that fuller length just outside that off stump.
It's an art, Mali, that you have to practice. You just don't get up and execute it. You got to go to the nets and you got to put in the work. I'll come back to that in terms of some of the work, so Curtly always put in while in the nets. And they always tell you, Mali, because you are a professional cricketer, that the nets, you start your preparation, your game day at the nets. When you go there, you have to be ready, you have to be consistent, what you're working on. So it's just like Mali Richards saying, okay, well, I want you to bowl here now, but if you go in the nets and you bowl all short balls, then how are you going to come and bowl the ball in a particular area if you have not prepared yourself mentally to make it happen?
That's why it was so interesting to me, like watching Tej Chandapal this morning in his knock-up routine and doing his throwdowns, and just almost how he was practicing to square up, it seemed almost. It's the same thing happening over and over and over again, and probably I would be thinking that he'd be looking to try and stay as side on as possible. But
sometimes people say they're going to live and die with their
method.
73 for 2. Ned continues. Joshua James from his 7 not for 21. And Ned has been steady. Could have had 2. You take that any day. Good flighted delivery. It's gone past a short mid-wicket fielder. And it looks like Warrell had some running to do. Looks like he's not been one of the players who is accustomed to be in the outfield.
That's what I like about Kevlin Anderson as well. He's a batter who never really looks to overhit, does he? Especially early in his innings, just looks to find the gaps, strokes the ball more often than not, doesn't lose shape.
I want to talk, Mali, about the positioning of the first slip. And to every time, we come, we see the first slip going wide. And if you're at first slip, you're at first slip. And the reason why I said that is Anderson is just whipping this into the onside for another couple of runs again. As Mali said, he's somebody who's going to find the gap and he's going to work the fielders around. quietly he's got 4 runs already.
Yeah.
Out this over.
Moves on to 8 from 20 now.
So he's more or less an accumulator. And he sort of has a little touch about the Richie Richardson approach about him. Just see where he eases, he takes his time, he's not in a hurry.
You're mentioning the position of the first slip. I think if you hark back to that West Indies Australia Test series just recently concluded, I think it was Mark Waugh who was harping on continuously about the position of the West Indian first slip and the massive gap that was there between the first slip and the wicketkeeper. Oh, did that go on the full? Not quite.
I think based on the reaction from Ned, he seems pretty disappointed, but that would have had to stick.
Definitely.
On the replay here. Yeah, he dropped it. But that was a tough one.
Yeah, those have to stick, as they say, Vern.
Yeah.
Maybe probably guilty of coming up a bit too soon. Let's have a look at this again. Actually, yes, would have had to readjust and to go back down. The aim is to stay as low as long as possible in that position.
And your center of gravity has to be wider based on your height. All of those things you have to take into consideration. The reason why I talked, Mali, about the first slip was Nando, when he got dropped off of Ned, O'Geese was wide, so even though it ricocheted off of Carl Tuckett, had he been in the original first slip position, it would have been an easy catch. But that's history.
Oh, that's the area there, just touching down outside that off stump. There's Josh James. First delivery of this, his 8th over. So can he find the consistency that's needed in these conditions? Because as we were saying, Vernon, it's still a bit on offer here for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, they have not worked out their lengths yet. And that is just the problem. They're just rushing to get wickets. It's almost like they're playing a 50 over game. This is a 4-day game, so you got to be patient. Imlach almost playing around that one, Mali. Almost like it was falling over there. He's now rehearsing to say, hey, I've got to keep my head still. I would like to see Imlach even get a bigger stride out there. His stride is just short. And even on his rehearsal, he's just contented. Got to get that stride out very, very, very early.
Yeah, that one just seemed back into him, almost getting that front pad in the way. We've seen Joshua James at times take the ball away as well. Right there, that one just held its line outside the off stump. So if he can find the consistency here, he's got that strong wrist. So all the raw materials are there, aren't they, Vernon?
Yeah. And to complement that, Mali, they're really missing their captain today. I would have loved to see Naim Young out there today because he's that sort of bowler.
In these conditions.
Yeah. He would be making the ball talk here.
Bit of cloud cover. More often than not, he'll be forcing the batters to play.
I think Imla is going to have to be very careful, Mali. There's a position in where he's almost like playing. He's now rehearsing himself, and the issue with that is that his left foot is still not getting out to the pitch of the ball. The stride has to be bigger. He has to lean into that. He's rehearsing, but he's just there. He's just contented to use his hands.
This has been a lot better from Josh James, though. It's been a lot more consistent. He's got the one delivery remaining.
Can he finish strong? That's the big question. Almost like a stroll in the park. The energy level seems to have gone down from the academy. 77 for 2. Ghana Happy Eagles winning the toss. Devin Imla, their captain. 2 most experienced batsmen as on paper that you would have to say. Batting at this time. Maiden over by James.
Yeah, good finish. Probably the best over we've seen from James in a while. Asking questions, very consistent. Bit of pace, bit of bounce, bit of movement as well. So it bodes well for Josh James based on that over. 29 in the shed, 77 for 2. Imlach looking busy at the crease. So's Kevlon Anderson. Harpy Eagles will be pretty happy with their position at this stage, considering context of the West Indies 4-day season. Hasn't been a stellar start for the defending champions.
Ned continues. That sort of stopped on Kevlin Anderson. He had so much time. Good changer there from Ned, varying his pace.
Just a hint of turn there.
Yeah.
Anderson does well to readjust, though.
Did keep low, too. You know, occasionally we would tend to see that happening sometimes here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. This is our first game for 2024. Anderson driving down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. A lot of bottom hand into it, but it was straight. And it went past Ned like a tracer bullet. He had no chance. And a boundary, the first for Anderson for today as we look at the replay here.
Yeah, got the length that he likes. Kevlon Anderson just a bit too full, allowing Anderson to free the arms down the ground. 4 gorgeous runs.
Handball. You know that was coming, Mally.
Well played from young Anderson again. Just getting back, knocking it into the onside for another single.
A little bit of banter going on between Anderson and Ned. Anderson every now and again when he comes on to the non-strikers end just says something to Ned.
Countrymen, former teammates as well. They would have played a lot of cricket together.
Yeah.
Know each other's games inside out.
And being part of the academy setup is just that Anderson has graduated.
Yeah, he's graduated to his
hometown franchise.
Yeah, territorial franchise, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And was thrust into the captaincy role straight away and then taken away.
I think there's a little bit of bounce there. Imlach does well to find the gap.
In terms of the adjustment there.
Yeah.
Played that nicely. In fact, I think all the fielders on the offside were looking for a more power shot, so that made it even so spectacular in terms of his approach and using the pace of the ball to get 2 runs.
Didn't panic, did he? Just controlled it in the end. Coming back for 2 runs. Imlach moves on to 24 now.
Sun trying to peep out now. A little overcast air conditions. The players would love that.
Especially the fast bowlers. It's cool conditions. It's been quite hot in Antigua as well. So today, just a bit of respite for the faster bowlers. You want to see them really bending their backs. Maybe not the pace on offer in this pitch just yet, but a bit of movement available.
Ned 1 for 22 with some 36 dot balls, but it's Joshua James, the man in the conversation.
This one almost just hint of a leading edge again there from Kevlon Anderson. You see him checking the back of his bat. I think what Captain Imlach is coming down to say to him is, hey Kevlon, keep playing as straight as possible. Keep looking to present a full face here.
Every now and again, Mali, when James gets it right, it lands on the seam, it does something.
Yeah, a bit of seam available. So that's the movement we're talking about. Not extravagant through the air at all. Just a hint of swing. There's a bit of seam here if Josh James can be consistent. Once again, seaming in to the right-handed Anderson. Well played. Probably took the inner half of the bat, but well played in the end.
And during that delivery, they would have pulled one of the third slip and Becky Joseph and put him right into a short extra cover catching position for Anderson.
It's quite straight.
Yeah, which means that James has to be consistent in bowling down that corridor of uncertainty. There he goes. He's out caught. It has worked. It has worked. Kevlin Anderson falls to the trap. A poor shot selection. Something we don't normally see from a Kevlin Anderson. And pressure, Mally Richards. Anderson goes back for 13.
Yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest. The fielder and Becky Joseph has just been put into that position, catching straight extra cover. Anderson, not quite a drivable delivery, almost playing that one on the up. Bit of bounce from Joshua James, so he picks up his first wicket. We were saying he's starting now to look like the Joshua James that we had seen in the past. The previous over, that consistency coming back to him here, picks up his first wicket.
Yeah, 84 for 3. That's a welcome sign of capturing that important wicket, because you were looking at two of the most senior players. Perez has just now come to the crease, and Perez got some time for Perez. He's a stylish player from Guyana, and he'll be looking to make sure that he gets himself organized in getting some runs. He's got some good starts, even in the game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and he'll want to build on that. He has a good platform here with a score on 84 for 3.
Yeah, he got starts in both innings against the Leewards, as you mentioned, 18 off 17 in the first innings, and in the second, 23 off 114 deliveries. So they were batting to save that game almost in the second innings. Got to face quite a few deliveries in that 20-odd. But as you mentioned, looked to have a pretty sound technique, quite stylish looking player. Number 72, Raymond Perez. If I'm not mistaken, I think he hails from the Demerara Cricket Club in Guyana.
So the Teddy Bishop has gone back to his original plan. His original plan is that he's gone back to his 3 slips. He'll be looking for more success. Perez just trying to get his first run, but there was an alertness there from Tevin Imla.
You did mention just out of character, really, from Kevlin Anderson to play that stroke.
That's not him.
That's not him at all. At this stage of the game, especially, he's been entrusted with a leadership in this Guyana Harpy Eagles setup. That's not the example he'd want to set for the younger players as well. Just gave his wicket away.
Back and across is Perez, wearing the number 72. What's your number, Mally?
Like normally? What number normally used?
Yes, ma'am.
It varies. 10, 24. No real significance, really. So you see the numbers on the backs of the West Indies Academy. Number 46, Mbeki Joseph. Now he's taking the helmet. It's going to go into a short leg position, it looks like. It's quite deep there at short leg, though. So the West Indies Academy just ringing the changes in the field here. Trying to prize a wicket out. This one aiming, honing in on the pads, inside edge. Not quite sure was Perez on that one. Caught in the crease. But he survives the end of a successful Josh James over. Guyana Harpy Eagles 85 for 3.
So James continues, 31 overs bowled. Tevin Imla is on 24 from 42. And Guyana Harpy Eagles seemed like a long time ago this morning. Won the toss and opted to bat. It's going to be critical as to what's going to happen for the remainder of the day's play. 85 for 3, 31 overs bowled. We look around. We see a lot happening in the world of sport. A lot happening in the world of cricket. Last night the unveiling of the new CPL franchise in Antigua and Barbuda Falcons at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. More or less exciting times ahead as Perez is getting himself sorted out. Welcome back, Liam. Have a change in bowling.
Thanks, Vernon. And yeah, Shasha Bishop, he's going to come into the attack. No Joshua Bishop's capability. Picked up match figures of 6 for 144 against Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force had 3 for 116 in the first innings and 3 for 28 in the second with the new ball in hand.
Young Raymond Peter Perez, right-handed batsman, played for the West Indies under 19. He's on age 24. So he's been around. He's easy on the eyes. Just needs to convert those scores, the starts that he's been getting into big scores. He's been talked about in Guyana for a period of time. Made his debut against Trinidad and Tobago this year. And straight away he's off and running.
He didn't get the opportunity to bat against Trinidad and Tobago after those 4 days of cricket.
Against the Leeward, he scored 18 and 23. As you rightly said. We've had one game for the West Indies under 19 way back in 2018. Seemed like a long time ago, Leon, but not so far.
That's about 6 years ago now.
Imla back and across and just playing this out onto the offside. We have a water break as the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Guyana Happy Eagles batting first. They're 86 for 3. Nandu 28. Imla 24 not out. Tej Chandapal scored 14 from 66. There's a drinks break, and we will also take a drinks break, and we'll be back with more coverage. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And after the first water break after lunch, I'm alongside Liam Manchan. 86 for 3, the Ghana Harper Eagles opt into bat first. Perez is on 2 as he faces up for Joshua James.
Very wayward this time from James. So a bit of that after, right before lunch, in fact. He just seems to be pushing the ball down the leg side a bit. But he's been good since he's come back into the attack for what would be his third spell. Picked up that wicket, obviously, of Kevlin Anderson.
In fact, that delivery was called a wide. You don't normally see wides being called in the 4-day competition, so they've got to be really extra wide, more or less.
Second wide for him.
The third slip comes out. So Joseph is almost like a bat pad, but pretty good way. Slashed away. Pass backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Net didn't get down in time. And the fielders are just standing there looking at a lovely shot from Raymond Perez. He was onto it in a flash. Short. And put it away nicely, Perez, as we look at the replay.
Yeah, that's too wide again from James. Too wide outside the off stump. Seems to get a bit straighter. Just attack that off stump line.
So you can see that you're fighting back, Leon, and St. Kitts and Nevis. Trinidad and Tobago 81 for 5.
Good delivery from James, and he's nicked it through. A good take from young Tuckett, and Joshua James has his second.
What a delivery. He really put his back into this one, hit the deck, and that is a good delivery. Caught Perez by surprise. He didn't know anything about that one. Brushed the glove, and Perez is on his way back for 6.
James really has been working up a good pace after lunch, and we see that one just taking off. Good effort into that one, and not much Perez could have done about that. So he goes for 6.
Finad, you want to take back the replay because I want to just show Leon something on the screen. Leon, I want you to look at where the first slip is and where Tuckett took that ball. Just for the, you see how wide the slip is? It's almost like there's no slip.
Yeah, just saw the coach down at where third man would have been, just signal to Hakeem Ogis to move around the ball before. So Tuckett would have had to take that one where first slip would have been. But took a good catch in the end. Was rising on him as well. So good work all around from the West Indies Academy.
I was looking to Leon, and I know you've had a chance to look at the rules of the 4-day competition organized by Cricket West Indies. And it leaves me to wonder if the coaches and the captains are paying attention as to what's happening, especially with the points that are involved. I looked at a guilty situation. Leeward Islands Hurricanes got bowled up by Guyana in the game at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Ended up giving up an extra bowling point. Leeward Islands, because you know in the analysis you go from 8 to 11, you get your fast bowling points, an extra bowling point. I mean, you can't get bowled out during that period of time because soon after, Guyana was batting. So you have to be mindful about all of these things based on the rules, because when the competition is getting tighter, you could lose a competition just by 1 point.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of teams don't pay too much attention to it, and I think that's it's definitely part of the strategic planning. So in the regional under 17 competition that was held in Trinidad and Tobago, came second in that in the 2-day competition, and they lost by 1 fast bowling point. As well as in the 3-day, in the 50 over, in fact, it was very similar. They were 1 point off just because of, maybe a couple misses in strategic planning, but it just shows you that it's something to pay attention to.
James working up some pace here. Kamal Savory got one which nicked him on the glove. So he's got to pay attention because James is working up some pace here from the CIUN. He looks a lot more fluent in his run.
Rivaldo Clark is on the field as a replacement fielder. Johan Lane just stepping out.
Also see Kelvin Pittman warming up, so maybe just Teddy Bishop might be deciding that, hey, we maybe have a pace, all-out pace attack going here at the Guyana Harper Eagles, 91 for 4. But James has now got into action. He's found his groove.
Yeah, definitely. 2 wickets now in his last 2 overs. Good
Make it
delivery
3.
again, and
Ooh, almost made it 3. That was a good delivery. Not good enough to nick the bat.
really was a good delivery. It's hitting and angling away from Savory. Let's take a look at it one more time.
You see the slip cut in. You see what we're talking about again.
Yeah,
This was something which was being emphasized even in the series with the senior team in Australia. And I don't want anybody to tell me that Boyne Tuckett is a good keeper, so we can leave that space open. I'm having a serious problem with that. Fluent drive by Savory. Fielder should have done a lot better with that. Look like O'Geese. And the ball speeds away for a boundary.
It was the skipper Teddy Bishop, in fact, just not getting on in time. Bit over pitch through from James.
He doesn't want to dirty his whites. He wants to be the best dressed cricketer going off of the field. You got to put your body on the line, skipper.
Guyana now moving to 95 for 4. Savory off the mark there with his first runs, coming in the form of a cover drive for 4. That's going to be Bishop to continue. Good spell though from James, 10 overs, 2 for 31.
Imlach has sort of gone into a shell, Leon. He's 24 from 43. Started well. He's just seemed to have just lost that momentum of what he came out with.
I think losing Nandu would have slowed him down a bit, and now furthermore losing Kevin Anderson soon after.
He's still got to look to turn over the strike, look to get the singles. He looked like he's just contented to just hold one in.
Using his feet this time, and well, Buldu from Bishop saw him coming and pulled back his length.
I think this is going to be a good contest. Mid on and mid off 3/4 of the way. Joshua Bishop is smiling. He looks like he's going to be up for this challenge. For sure, I can tell you, Imlach is going to play shots. He's gone back into his defensive mode. I think that one was in that was in the slot. Liam.
He's one of those batsmen that, you know, he has all the shots in the book. It's just about his shot selection at times. Good delivery there from Joshua Bishop, taking the upper part of the bat there.
And this is day one, and we're already seeing some turn. Look at this one on screen. Ooh. Interesting times ahead.
I think
Moti must be smiling.
but I think it backs up Guyana's decision to win the toss and bat. Don't want to be batting last on a wicket that's turning like this. If it's still in at this on day one, it's going to deteriorate over the course of the 4 days, and it's going to be very difficult on that final day if you have to chase anything. So I think with the spinners that Guyana have as well, you know, Moti, Pumol,
2 test bowlers.
Anthony Adams.
Yeah, in fact, 3. You have Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair as well.
A little impatience there from Tevin Imla, made an over ball by Joshua Bishop. And gonna have to be careful because this track is gripping. There's something for everyone. The spinners, the fast bowlers, and batsmen can play proper cricket shots.
Yeah, definitely. It's seeming around a bit. I think the fast bowlers could have done a better job at the top. I think they were a bit too short, as you said earlier. Simi James to continue though. He's really come back well in his spell. 10 overs, 2 for 31.
I think the adjustment that he has made is that he's now got his right hand up, and his the firm, you could see the release of the ball. He's now consistently hitting the seam. Before he was more or less pushing it, and that's why he had 2 wides within his area. He was also worrying about the hill and the run-up. Coach Griffith, Ryan Griffith, must have said to him, "Listen, come on, just how we practice, put it into practice right now." So he's certainly got a better rhythm.
He's been hitting some better lengths as well. I think his lengths this morning were a bit too short. He's been just slightly fuller. That slight adjustment has done well for him so far. He's been beating the bat as well quite a few times since after lunch. He's in again to bowl to Kimo Savory. Working up some really good pace. James rushing into Savory at this time.
Savory caught in 2 minds there. Sort of still staying leg stump to the ball and then get back and across, because had he got back and across, he could have been able to work that into the square leg area. Good wrist break. Look here on the television replay. Look at his left foot. Got to be able to break those hands. That's why the Indians and the Pakistanis are so well. He must have heard me. Just tucked it onto the onside and got an easy single.
Yeah, a lot better from Savory this time.
Yeah, get off strike.
A bit fuller too from James on this occasion. He's been a bit inconsistent at times, but really has worked himself up on a good spell here. He's got 2 wickets on his 23rd birthday.
You can't get a better birthday gift than that. I think he will be rounded if he can also get 5 wickets. That would be magnificent for him.
3 slips in play on a gully. Edging, and
caught
he's
behind.
gone.
What an excellent catch by Colin Bowen Tuckett. Poor shot by the Guyana Harper Eagles captain Tevin Imla. He was not in position and almost staying leg side of the ball, got on the edge. And Colin Tuckett took a beautiful catch.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. Short and wide outside the off stump, a bit of an on the edge from Imlach, and a really good catch indeed from Tuckett. Colin Bowen Tuckett, one of the better young keepers in the Caribbean right now, and he's showing that. And Joshua James has a third, 3 for 32 now. And Guyana in a spot about a 96 for 5. It's going to be Kevin Sinclair, who just recently got a 50 on test debut. He's going to have to do the repair work here for Guyana Happy Eagles.
One thing for sure is that Kevin Sinclair is going to take the fight to the West Indies Academy team. You know that for sure.
Yeah, he's one of those no-nonsense players. He's going to take the attack to the bowlers, try to put them on the back foot. But it's a bit hit or miss sometimes with that approach. I think if the West Indies Academy pick up another wicket here, not much batting left. There's still Isaiah Thorne, Ali Mohammed, Moti and Purmol.
Remember, Moti's got a first-class 100, right? So be careful.
Moti's one of those guys that he's a similar approach to Sinclair. He's very aggressive in the way that he goes.
So he might not like you saying that there are not many batters to go. He's got a first-class 100, so you always have to keep that in your mind. Purmol, if he digs in, he can get some runs as well too.
There,
so it's not over by a long shot yet. The West Indies Academy will have to understand how important it is to take all of their catches. James 3 for 32 on his birthday. He's into his 11th over, looking for 5.
And Sinclair is off the mark with a boundary. Rivaldo Clark, good effort but unable to get there in the end. And Sinclair gets a boundary to start things off. 2 straight from James.
I think Rivaldo Clark was just a little bit too wide also. He almost coming around the bend like a 200-meter sprinter. If we look back there, cameraman could have just picked that one up. So he had a lot of running to do. 100 for 5, 100 up for the Guyana Happy Eagles. That's one of the boxes you would tick. 50, then 100, 150.
Yeah, looking again though at that first slip, Jordan Johnson is quite wide. Which leaves a lot of work for Tucker to do diving to his right.
So what's your high score, Liam? Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me.
Gotten into the 40s a few times,
40s?
but that's about it.
Come on, Liam. You're a big player. You can't be scoring 40 in this level of cricket. 40 not out, you mean?
Yeah, we'll have a 40 not out as well, a couple of them.
Okay. So it's mentally you just can't get past the 40s. You just can't find that 50 line.
A lot of the times I'm at low in the order, 9, 10, 11.
Okay.
Sinclair looking to drive and no run. Diving effort from Pittman at cover.
Your answer sounded like a politician. You didn't really answer my question. You know, you hear what you said to me. You know, sometimes you're about 9, and if you get to 40, you can still get to a half century. So you should be 50 not out and not 40 not out. But you're a young man in your career, and you will get better. 100 for 5, 35 overs bowled here. And Guyana in some trouble. 2 new batters, Kevin Sinclair on 4. And Kamal Savory. Trinidad and Tobago fighting back. 95 for 5, Vinod. Not bad.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva is going to lead that charge of the fight back.
Yeah.
For his experience.
I think if the Leewards can break through that partnership, I think it will open the floodgates for what is to come after. So I think those two would know the importance of that partnership.
Yeah, I think after that it's just the bowlers to come for Trinidad and Tobago. Carey Payer, Brian Charles.
Brian Charles can bat, you know.
Yeah, he can handle himself a bit.
So it's not over by a long shot.
Anderson Phillip as well, and a pure fairway W that umpire says not out. Seems to hit him outside the line of the off stump there.
Savory just looks like a busy player. He just needs to get some runs under his belt. He's been under some pressure. Flighted delivery, whipped away, but can't score. He's got to put that away. That's a full toss.
Yeah, used his feet well though to get to the pitch of it and unable to put it away. There's a big man though at short mid wicket, Joshua James. We've taken some effort to clear him.
I'll be honest with you, Joshua Bishop is in a very critical position there, short mid wicket.
With the ball turning back into the left-handed Savory, Joshua James is going to have to be quick on his feet there.
Now, somebody has to talk to Savory. Savory has to look to play the ball up in front of him. He's looking to play the ball behind square. And he's playing right into the hands of someone like a Joshua Bishop.
And Akeem Ogis is waiting for him at first slip. So Ogis take a catch earlier on off Ned. One angle straight across an arm ball, straight across Chandapol. And it's a good sharp take from him. Looking to drive and drives well and put away for 4. A wonderful shot that from Kimon Savory.
And this is the first real classical cover drive that we've seen today on the offside from any other left-handers in the Guyana lineup. Perfect balance, and it was a flighted delivery, and he did put it away.
You see a change in bowling now. Joshua James, despite picking up a wicket in each of his last 3 overs, he's out to the attack now. It's going to be Kelvin Pittman, 5 overs, none for 18. He's going to return from the CIU end. James probably just getting a bit tired now. About 11 overs so far in the day. To pick up the bowlers by far, 3 for 32 in his 11.
I want us to give credit to the West Indies Academy bowling lineup. Even though we're sitting in the chair here and we're calling it, they've been still able to build some pressure. 104 for 5, 171 dot balls. They've used like 5 bowlers. So Teddy Bishop has been able to rearrange his bowlers. The good thing about it, it's a cool afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, so it's not like the sun is belting down. And that has given them some time to catch their breath.
There's Pittman back in. Already starting off, hitting that hard length. I think with Sinclair, he's one of those batsmen that if the ball's up in his area, he's not afraid to play his shot. So Pittman might be tempted to just put his length back a little bit, force Sinclair to play on the back foot. Pittman did work up some serious pace earlier on as well with his short ball, so I think all that would be playing in the mind of Sinclair.
Just has to get his rhythm right. Sometimes I fear for him in terms of his strike patterns. Just has to be consistent. Got to take off. If it's 20 steps, it's 25 steps. How you walk is how you run. Just have to remember that and attack the crease. That's why I like Ewan Lane. The stark improvement in Lane. You could see him bustling through. Knows exactly what's happening. Fast bowling is like 100 meters. You got to get those twitch muscles going and complete your action.
He's definitely struggled with his run up a bit. You can see him just in some instances just stuttering when he's approaching the crease. Not sure if it has anything to do with the hill, but I think it's just maybe a lack of cricket for Pittman. He's been struggling with injuries for the past few years. Missed out on the Under-19 World Cup in 2022 with that injury. He had to get surgery, I believe. So, but he's back and he's in action again.
Every now and again when he gets a strike pattern right, you could see the man who you're accustomed of where you want him to put that ball. That ball was darting around. You could see that. Yeah? And so many times, just at the final stride, the final couple of strides, it's like he looks down. I just think that there's too many things going through his mind. No need for him to bowl anything short. He's got that line, just keep attacking those stumps. Much better. He's applauded by his teammates for the effort. Now he's going to have to come back and keep this pressure up because Joshua James did bowl well.
Yeah, it's a tough act to follow. That last spell from James, 5 overs, 3 wickets for 14 runs in his last spell there. He really bowled well. His comeback was good. Shows a good fight from him. Didn't have the best of starts this morning. Pittman runs in again. Short ball. Sinclair pulling straight down to Joshua James at deep square leg. And Sinclair gets a single to finish that over. So that's the end of over number 37. 105 for 5. The Guyana Happy Eagles.
You like Pittman too? You always feel that you have to bowl a short ball?
Nah, that's not me.
Okay, I was just checking. Just checking. Trinidad and Tobago, 95 for 6. They've lost their captain, Joshua De Silva, for 23 or 57 balls. So the Red Force, the Hurricanes are sweeping through. But early days yet. Well, Louis so far has got 2 for 22. Colin Archibald, the left-arm seamer, he's got 2 for 22. And for some strange reason, Raheem Cornwall has only bowled 3 overs, 2 for 5. I wonder if he's injured. Daniel Durham has bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 16 runs, no wickets. Something must be happening there. Yeah, and Sinclair.
It's going to be Sinclair to face up to Joshua Bishop. 6 overs for Bishop so far. In fact,
we got 9 overs from Lane, 5 maidens, 19 runs, 1 wicket. We break for Bishop. And the man himself, Joshua James, on his birthday. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 36 runs, 3 wickets. Beautiful piece of bowling. Pittman, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. And Ashmin Ned, 8 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And the man himself, the man of the moment, Joshua Bishop, 3.2 overs, not for 5.
And he's giving the ball some air, trying to encourage Sinclair to take him on.
I think he maybe have to do that a little later in the afternoon because Sinclair is not interested at this particular time.
Not just yet. But we know the way that Sinclair likes to play. An attacking batter.
You think something is going to give?
Yeah, I think it's
It's
one of
on the
those-
card.
Yeah, it's a good matchup for Joshua Bishop, the right-handed batter. Getting that ball to turn away from him.
Sinclair 5, Savory 9. Well played, a ball made over by Joshua Bishop, and so the pressure continues.
Yeah, definitely. So the pressure does continue. 4 overs for 5 runs for Bishop. 22 dot balls, just 2 scoring deliveries. As I welcome back to the commentary box, Mali Richards. Mali 105 for 5, 38 overs. We just saw that brilliant spell from Joshua James.
Yeah, it's been the West Indies Academy, isn't it? Started quite slowly, as we said, but just taking wickets at regular intervals since the luncheon break. 5 down now, halfway through the side. Joshua James really coming to the party, finding that consistency. Maybe a couple wickets contributed as well by the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters, but he's put the ball in the right areas more often than not since lunch, and he's reaped the rewards.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is a lot of ultra character shots from a lot of the Harpy Eagles batters. You know, obviously Nandu threw his bat at one wide outside the off stump, and then Imlak cut at one that was very, very wide and short. Just got that on the edge. And a couple of overs ago with James. So yeah, just a couple of occasions where batsmen gave their hand away too early, because both Imlak and Nandu got starts. I think that's where they've missed out, and that's what Imlak would have said at the toss this morning. It's just about getting, when you get starts, carrying on, and nobody has put their hand up and gone on to the big one yet.
Not just yet. Savory is looking quite good as well at the crease for his 9 so far. Kelvin Pittman around the wicket. Still yet to pick up a wicket is Kelvin Pittman. Like we said, he started quite inconsistently. He's all over the place, bowled 2 sides. It was quite tough to set a field to. Since then, he's just settled in quite nicely. Hasn't been overly threatening. Not too many bad deliveries here.
An appeal for LBW. And now Bayram Dani doesn't give. Seemed to just be a bit high there.
Yeah, it was close though. As we see that again. This one pitched just outside, seaming in, probably in the end, maybe just missing that leg stump. It was close indeed. Height was an issue. I'm not sure that one was going over the top though. A lot closer than we thought at first. Yeah.
I think Savory might feel a bit lucky to be
to
out there.
survive that one.
And he's bowled him. A fantastic Yorker from Kelvin Pittman. Sees the end of Kemal Savory sneaking that one through the gate. And that's the fall of the 6th wicket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, he's done for pace there. I was just saying Kelvin Pittman not looking overly threatening, but the last 2 deliveries, the LBW showed previously. And this one, Yorker in inward movement late to the left-handed Savory. Not sure what he could have done on that one. Maybe just tried to get some sort of bat on that one, but done all ends up there. Special bit of bowling by Kelvin Pittman. He picks up his first. 6 down now for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, that late movement is, I think, what done Kemal Savory there. we have one more look at that. That was really a good delivery from Pittman.
Yeah, and as we look at this again, what does this one remind us of? Shamar Joseph to Travis Head. In tailing Yorker to the left-hander. At pace as well. And it's that movement late in to Savory that does for him. He was looking quite good at the crease, but special bit of bowling from Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was almost a carbon copy of that Shamar Joseph to Travis Head delivery. You could just see that in this over, he was really working into something special. We saw the LBW appeal, as you mentioned, looked very, very close. Would have felt a bit slighted not to get that wicket, but got the very next ball.
Yeah, took the umpire out the equation, didn't he?
So it's going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed in at number 8. Still young in this first class career. Picked up a fifer last game.
Yeah, 5 for 69 in that Leeward Islands innings, and scored 41 of 56 deliveries. So it's making an impact at this first class level. Is Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Comes in here with his team in a bit of bother, 105 for 6.
Pittman just rushing him there a bit. Didn't seem to know too much about that one, but gets a single. Sinclair is man on strike now. He's on 5. That really was a special delivery from Kevin Pittman. Took something special to get rid of Savory. I don't know his ability with the bat. It's been good from Teddy Bishop as the skipper. I think he's rotated his bowlers well. He's put some good fields in place. He's kept his slips in for a long time.
And they've caught well.
Yeah, I
as
think
a team.
just a one drop catch
Yep.
from Akeem Ogi, so that was a pretty tough one.
I think what we're seeing from the Harpy Eagles here, especially with the bat, just suggests this is the team that's really low on confidence, especially with the bat. It's a team in transition. We know how good they've been, especially in this format of the game in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, I just think they would have lost a lot of experience in their batting, especially, Leon Johnson would have moved on to more
Administrative
role,
pastures, yeah.
definitely. He would have been an important part of their run scoring. Obviously, they've lost the experience now of Anthony Bramble. I think kind of phased him out a bit to get the likes of Imlak and Savory into the team. But Bramble was another one of those guys that's always there, always dependable for Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good short ball again from Pittman, keeping those fielders down at deep backward square and deep fine leg in play. But well played in the end from Sinclair as he just works it around for a single. 107 for 6, and you're right, it's been all the West Indies Academy after lunch.
Yeah, it has. Josh James, chief destroyer, with his 3 for 36. Kelvin Pittman coming to the party with a special piece of bowling there. Late in-swinging Yorker to the left-handed Savory. 2 new batters at the crease. It's been all West Indies Academy since lunch. Josh Bishop yet to pick up his first wicket. It's been quite threatening as well.
Yeah, I think he's shown that his ability to turn the ball. He's been getting good move, good spin away from St. Clair. Just 2 scoring shots in his 26 deliveries so far. As this one cut away nicely from St. Clair, and he gets another boundary.
That's one thing about Kevin Sinclair. He's a positive player. That one just a bit too short from Josh Bishop. Sinclair in good batting form, gets back in the crease, uses the depth of the crease, finds that gap through The offside. It's not something you see too often from Joshua Bishop. He doesn't serve up too many boundary balls. Here he is, right back on the money.
Sinclair would have gotten 2 good starts in the last 2 games. He got a 29 of 20 against the Leeward Islands and 23 in the second innings. Obviously, no batting against Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah, you want to build on those stats. Not having him lack just on that at the toss, and we've not seen it whatsoever.
I think also, just looking at his development in the last couple of years, he's in a precarious position now in terms of his development. Kevin Sinclair, is he a bowler who bats, or is he a batter who bowls? I think it's an interesting conundrum for him at this stage, because I think his batting is just really improving leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I think, we saw him on test debut, didn't bowl as well as he would have liked, but got a 50 on debut as
against a good attack as well.
Against Australia, exactly, a full strength Australian team. So yeah, I think you're right, he's at that stage where he's not really exactly sure, or is he just a genuine all-rounder at this point?
I think so, yeah.
I think that might be the best way to describe
him. Yeah. But I know, I think West Indian cricket fans would love to see him just, especially with the ball, just improve just a little quicker, I think. Especially in the longer format. I think it's fine in the white ball game. He just has to try and prove to be more of a threat.
Yeah, I think he did well against Ireland in that the Ireland A team.
Yes.
He was a part of that West Indies A team as well. But I think just needs to transition now to the national stage. He's getting opportunities with the West Indies. Just needs to make the most of it. This time punched nicely from Ali Mohammed, and he gets 2 runs.
Kelvin Pittman to continuing his spell. He'd be over the moon with that wicket. Absolutely over the moon. The fans in Bethesda as well. Be happy to see the young man.
Trinidad and Tobago have stumbled to 98 for 7 now.
Wow.
After losing Joshua De Silva, they've now gone and lost Terence Hines for 22 of 71. Carey Pay and Brian Charles out there, but Daniel Durham getting amongst the wickets now. 2 apiece for Cornwall, Archibald and Louis.
Sheena Berridge hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but this is what he brings to the Leeward Islands team. Control, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. Provides that control at the top with that new ball.
The grounds. Back after this, another brilliant yorker from Pittman, but maneuvered somehow down to Joseph.
He got a bit of bat on that one. Did Ali Mohammed. Was missing by a long way as well. That
wishful appeal there from Pittman. But yeah, Jamaica Scorpions are 108 for 3. We've lost Kirk McKenzie for 40. Brown as well getting himself to 40, but Leroy Lugg, who's into the team to replace the injured Nkrumah Bonner. He's on 13.
Interesting going ons as well in Jamaican cricket, just looking from the outside in. Definitely a team going through a bit of influx in terms of the direction in which it's going to go. Got young Jordan Johnson, the young Jamaican here.
I think the future of Jamaica is bright. I think just need to get things right, as this one is over pitch from Pittman and driven beautifully through the covers for 4.
Serious shot that from Kevin Sinclair. Full toss actually. Outswinging full toss. All he had to do was make contact. Did so very well indeed. Is that batting ability that we were speaking about. He's increasing at a rapid rate. It's almost by the innings. When you see a Kevin Sinclair, you can tell he's a player that works really hard on his game. His body as well, he's looking stronger, isn't he? That upper body.
Definitely so. Looking at the CCC Windward Islands game at Chedwin Park in Jamaica, it's CCC had a delayed start with some rain down there. 37 for 1 in 17 overs, a slow start for them. Gives Kalicharan the wicket to fall for just 1. Another good shot from Sinclair. Just 1 this time though. Valdo Clark's on the field. I'm not quite sure who's out. Looks like Ned, but he's coming back on now.
Yeah, looks like he's got a sleeve on. I'm not sure if he was feeling in that sleeve before. Ashmead Ned turns to the field, number 41.
Bishop to continue. He's been excellent so far. Just that one loose ball in that last over. Sinclair was quick to pounce on it. So yet to see Rivaldo Clark feature in this competition so far, but he is a talented batter.
I think we haven't laid eyes on him, but he would have played in those first 2 games. Wouldn't have gotten the runs that he would have liked, Rivaldo Clark. But definitely a young player with immense talent.
Gonna cut to Joshua James is out there, so they just get 1.
Yeah, you would have scored 16 and 8 in that first game against the Leeward Islands.
I think he's in direct competition for a place with young Tuckett, and Tuckett has been excellent behind the stumps. He's also gotten himself some scores. He got a 40 odd against Sharon.
Yeah, valuable.
Faster ball this time from Joshua Bishop, and Ali Mohammed defends nicely.
Goes back to competition for places. That's exactly what you want to see.
And we see it at this young academy level. You just want to see it keep building at the senior team level. Just keep progressing.
I think there was an opportunity missed by Barbados actually in the just concluded Regional Super 50. Rivaldo Clark probably should have been selected in that squad.
Yeah, would have been a valuable player to have, but now that Shane Dorich has fallen back into the setup with not deciding to play for CCC.
Yeah, opportunities just proving harder to come by now, right?
Definitely so. But you're right, I think Super 50 when Dorich was at CCC could have opened up some more opportunities for Rivaldo Clark. Fortunately for him, he was not selected. I think another up-and-coming player to keep your eyes out on is Kadhi Malin. He's very, very dangerous when he gets going.
Well, the Leeward Islands will know all about Kadhi Malin, that's for sure. Probably the first time I would have seen him was in the Police T20 about 18 months or so ago. Really stood out, jumped out of the screen at you. The way he attacked those power plays. And, it seems like the fields in the Caribbean aren't big enough for him when he's in good form.
Yeah, we saw that in Super 50 as well. He's almost every game he was at a half century before the power play was done. Just aggressive, going, taking the attack to the bowlers. Played for the Chimbago Knight Riders in the CPL this year. Didn't get that many opportunities, but he'd be looking to get another opportunity next year in the CPL, hopefully. But this year, in fact, obviously the new franchise released yesterday, the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons.
Not sure how I feel about that one, to be honest, but Falcon it is.
Take us back to a few years ago where Antigua had their first franchise, the Antigua Hawks Bills.
Yep.
Would have been the first time we'd have seen some of the likes of Raheem Cornwall take the T20 world by storm. This one driven lovely from St. Clair through the covers. It's racing away to the boundary. Joseph and Johnson giving chase. And they do well in the end. Save a run. But 3 valuable runs to St. Clair with a good looking shot.
Yeah, not the quickest outfield that we've seen here at CCG with all the overnight rain and the rain this morning. Just holding up there, just inside the boundary, but picking up 3 runs was Kevin Sinclair. It's no frills kind of technique, is it? Not much can go wrong with it. Tends to stay as still as possible. Play the ball on its merit there, just transferring the weight onto the front foot.
So it's Pittman into Ali Mohammed now. Pittman, after taking that wicket, Ali Mohammed using his feet this time and finds an interesting way to get the ball to the boundary, but gets 4 runs nonetheless. And runs starting to flow a bit more for the Happy Eagles now.
Whoa, Kelvin Pittman looks very disappointed there, but at the same time, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed keeping the bowlers interested with quite an interesting stroke there, advancing to Kelvin Pittman. In the end, just had a hike across the line, but managed to pick up 4 runs.
Yeah, interesting technique there, but Pittman, I think after getting the wickets, he's been a bit expensive. Sinclair scored quite freely off of him through the offside. Ali Mohammed looking to go down the wicket again and misses it completely.
This one just held its line outside that off stump. Seen a bit of seam and swing from Kelvin Pittman.
See Ned just running in to have a word with Ali Mohammed there. Good to see a bit of chirping around from the academy boys.
Well, they wouldn't be too disheartened with this approach from Ali Mohammed.
I think it's a situation where if he misses, Pittman hits. Just needs to get the ball straight and at the stumps. Saw him do Savory with one of the best deliveries of the day, if not the best delivery of the day. Probably close second with Joshua James' bouncer to
Perez.
Raymond Perez. Driven uppishly and over the infield, and it slows down towards the boundary but goes into the boundary in the end for 4.
Yeah, very uppish there indeed. So since Ali Mohammed has come to the crease, ball's been hit in the air quite consistently, but not quite to hand. This time in the gap again through the covers. His second boundary of this Pittman over. So like you're saying, since that wicket, Pittman has just proven to be a bit expensive here.
Yeah, I think the Harp Eagles are just finding ways to score runs. Sinclair has been more proper in the way that he's gone about it. He's just pounced on the bad balls, and Ali Mohammed is taking the attack to Pittman, trying to make things happen. He moves on to a runner ball 11 now. And Pittman might be thinking about going short. Yep, and there it was, but too wide.
He's gone really short there, almost ended up bouncing himself. Kelvin Pittman, that one was pitched in his half. Umpire signals wide.
Still one more for the over. I think there's probably only 2 ways that he goes about it here. He's either going to go full and straight with his Yorker again, or he's going to use his second short ball.
We're just seeing the inexperience creep into Kelvin Pittman here. Just has to stay composed. Still hit that Regulation length outside that off stump. This one's gone high. It evades the fielder at running back at mid-on. Actually, it goes for 6. Wow. Not sure. Kelvin Pittman as well. He's in disbelief. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed picks up a 6 off that last delivery. So what? 2 4s and a 6 in this over. Didn't seem to hit anywhere near the middle of the bat, Liam, but flew over mid-on for 6.
Yeah, I'm as shocked as Pittman is there with the result of that. But I think we all knew that he was going to go full and straight after that attempted short ball. And that 6 takes us to drinks break. So we're going to take a short break, have a drink of water, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and tea will go until 3:10 today. And this is because we started late this morning to some overnight showers. Guyana in a spot of trouble. 138 for 6 as Joshua Bishop continues from the media centre in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Sinclair stepping out nicely and driving up to lane. Can't score. So good afternoon to my colleague Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to the watchers in the region and around the world. Bit of a counter attack here being launched by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's been quite fortunate
Thought that Pittman missed a trick. He's looking to fight fire with fire, so you almost got to change the pace, take pace off the ball. Mohammed likes the ball coming onto him, so give him something to think about.
This one a bit of bounce as well. This one's going to race away down to that third man boundary. Another 4 to Kevin Sinclair. He moves on to 23.
High proportion of boundaries here so far in this innings. And this fast outfield, even though we had some early morning showers.
Yeah, well, it's quickening up as the day progresses.
And the sun is now coming out now, so the fast bowlers like Lane, Pittman, and James will be feeling some heat. Over in St. Kitts, Mali. In fact, let me start in Sabina Park. Jamaica Scorpions are 116 for 5 against the Barbados Pride. And at Warner Park in St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago 106 for 8. They might have to send for Leon Sebastian. Or Leon somebody. I don't know. So if Sebastian can't make it, then Manchan might make it. They might need a backup fast bowler. Or they might need Leon Sebastian as a batsman. I don't know. They need one of the Liams. I don't know which one. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago under the gun there. Sounds as if Raheem Cornwall is injured. I'm trying to get some more details on that process. But now it's Colin Archibald with 3 for 26, Daniel Durham 1 for 23, and Jeremiah Louis among the wickets again, 2 for 22.
Once again, real standout, hasn't he, Jeremiah Louis?
He has been. Brian Charles is not out 7. Anderson Phillip is not out on naught, so not much to shout about. In the meantime, Guyana fighting back here. More or less rear guard action for Mohammed. And this is how he's going to play.
It's got to be Johan Lane, though, to replace Kelvin Pittman from the CIU road end.
Mackenzie getting 40. Mali. Not a good score. Blackwood is not out on naught. Blackwood seems not to be able to find his confidence since he's been dropped from the test team. Not only dropped from the test team, he was the vice captain. So he's gone off the boil. Warrican 2 for 35. On the money starts Lane. Now I think this is going to be a good contest because Lane is going to mix his pace and he's got good height. I just thought that, like I said, Kelvin Pittman missed a trick. You know, pace off. Bowl the ball into the surface, pace off to Mohammed. Let him keep going if he wants to go.
Yeah, he didn't really mix his pace up, did he? Did Kelvin Pittman? This one's top edged.
Has it gone?
Down to fine leg, and it goes away to that boundary.
Yeah, not a boundary.
Sloppy work from Kelvin Pittman, to be honest. Not sure what he was trying to do, whether to parry it back in or catch it.
He's got to get the ball first because he was more or less looking at the ball, looking at the rope. Two things that he has to do, and I think they need to get the fine leg workout. If you got the deep backward square, at the moment as I speak, Mali, both the deep backward square and the fine leg, they're just too close.
Well, you can see what they're trying to do. Yeah, they obviously think that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is a compulsive hooker.
Well, he's a compulsive driver.
He's a compulsive stroke maker, isn't he? Just looks to get bat on ball.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. He's going to fight fire with fire. But this is a critical part of the game that the West Indies Academy will have to keep their head. Because Sinclair is not going to give his hand away. So they're going to have to understand that. In the meantime, it's more likely that Mohammed will give you a chance. But it's how you bowl Mohammed that is going to be key.
And especially when bowling to Ali Mohammed. Here, composure, as he said, is absolutely key. Not only for the batter, but for the bowler. As Ali Mohammed is constantly looking to put bowlers under pressure.
One of the things, Mali, I've not seen him drive to the offside. So I'd want to tend to bring him on his front foot. Let me see how good he is. He can drive to the offside, and I'll have to salute him. But at the meantime, right now, the rate that they're bowling at, it's going to be in his arc. So his bottom man is going to come into play.
Strong bottom-handed player indeed, but did see him play that drive through the offside, but a bit aerial.
There you go. That's it. See, he doesn't. He's changed his style now because it's not into his area. So you want to keep him under some pressure, bowl him 2, 3, 4 dot balls. When you realize nothing is happening, then he tries something else.
As you can see, Johan Lane there, not running in with the same intensity that you saw earlier in the day. I don't think it's because he's tired or anything. I think he just doesn't want to put too much pace on these deliveries to Ali Mohammed.
Pace
Really
off.
looking to mix it up.
Pace off.
Here he is now. Goes short.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So he wasn't outside of that boundary. He wasn't able to get anything else much on it. Completes Lane's 10th over, 1 for 23 with 5 maidens to complement it. But the man, the birthday boy, Joshua James, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 36 runs, 3 wickets. And it's a long day, so he's going to have to come back at some point in time. Pittman has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Ashmin Ned, he's been conservative. 8 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And Joshua Bishop, as usual, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, no wicket. No wicket yet in the column. And I would love to see him bowl to Ali Mohammed. I think that would be a good contest.
That would be a very good contest. But it's important that they stay on top of the Guyana Harpy Eagles here. 146 for 6. Be hoping to dismiss this Harpy Eagles team for well below 200.
Especially on the first day.
Yeah, that would really set them up in this game, the West Indies Academy.
But you could tell the thought process behind Sinclair. Sinclair's made his mind up. I'm going to take Bishop. You could see that there's a plan. He's driving beautifully. Good straight drive. Hit the stumps.
Serious bit of feeling that by the off stump.
It depends. It depends on who's batting.
Yeah, you're right. By the wow, beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Of course.
Sinclair.
Wonder if he plays golf.
High elbow as well. Check drive down the ground. Would have been a sure 4 runs. Josh Bishop had given up.
But I love the debate that you were talking about, Mali, in terms of what is Sinclair. Yes, we know he's a cricketer, but if he's a batsman who can bowl, or he's a bowling all-arounder. Because I just think that he's just developed into a real proper cricketer who can bat, and he understands batting.
Yeah, I think he came into cricket probably as a bowler who could bat a bit, but what we're seeing is that his batting is really improving quickly. To be fair, he's just proving to be a really handy cricketer. All around in the field.
Well, he's
he's
a live wire in the field, and you saw in that Test match, he brought a energy in the field that West Indies have been lacking for some period of time. Because you want 1 or 2 sparkling fielders who are going to come up with something spectacular.
Yeah, sometimes you hear West Indian cricket fans around the Caribbean, talk about certain players, and they're like, oh, why is Sinclair playing his bowling is a bit ordinary, or why is Walsh around the squad? These guys are cricketers, man. They contribute in more than one dimension. They're 3-dimensional cricketers. When you have cricketers who can contribute in many facets of the game, of course you want them around your setup and in your squad.
We've got to go back to the glory days where we find people who love to field. That's a hallmark that a lot of the other teams have gone ahead of us in fielding.
Fielding and catching, so important. Often overlooked.
So he's taking him out of his comfort zone here. Straight away lane to Ali Mohammed. Sinclair. He's got 4 boundaries within his 23 from 42 deliveries. He maybe more or less will be batting time here. Ali Mohammed has shown what is going to happen. He's got 3 4s and 1 6. He's got 22 from 19 deliveries. So he's going to fight fire with fire. And he maybe thinks that the West Indies Academy boys, that he can take them on.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, it has. It didn't bounce as much as he would have liked, so he just decided to just get the shoulder there in line.
Yeah, as the English would say, he's worn that one. Not quite getting up, as you said, just taking him on that shoulder. Kevin Sinclair, a bit of discomfort, a bit of bother. Doesn't want to show to the opposition that he's in a bit of pain, though. It's taking a bit of time.
147 for 6, Mali. Some 18 boundaries and 1 maximum. So a very high proportion of boundaries here on this lovely outfield here. The Coolidge Cricket Ground. Here's Sinclair rolling the wrist over, bringing a deep backward square leg fielder into the conversation.
Yeah, that one was hit well in front of square. A bit of work for that fielder behind square to do.
So you could understand the ploy, because Sinclair was not hustling to get back for 2 runs. He was contented to make sure that he got a single, because he wants to keep Ali Mohammed away from Bishop. Because maybe something is talking to him in his mind by saying, I think if Bishop gets to Ali Mohammed, he's going to have a go.
We know Joshua Bishop has got the skills as well.
Yeah.
Counteract anything that Ali Mohammed would want to do.
Here we go. Here we go. Is somebody talking?
He's dropped it.
Oh gosh, nobody talking. Somebody's got to be talking. That's an easy catch. Who's that?
And Becky Joseph, it looks like, number 45.
The ball was in the air for a long time.
Eternity. At one point, it looked like there would be a collision.
That's why I was asking if somebody was talking, Mali, because I'm saying somebody got to be talking. To be honest with you, I thought that was Ned's catch.
Well, the fielder at point, Ashmead Ned, he was racing in. Joseph coming around from cover, got there quite comfortably, to be honest.
Got to take that.
Yeah, that's a catch that has to be taken.
You have to take that, especially Ali Mohammed. Lane has worked him out, kept him quiet, and just as we said, just pulled him outside that line of that off stump. The bottom man coming into play because he was looking to go for something that is not in his comfort zone.
We also did say the academy's got to stay on top of its game here. Chance missed.
All right. They get a single. Sinclair was reluctant. You could see that in wanting to come for that single. But he's maybe going to still try and get the strike.
1 delivery remaining.
I wonder if Ned shouted enough to say, mines, mines, mines. The communication lines has to be right. When you see it in the air, you got to shout. It is mines.
Joseph went for it in the end. Oh, he's cleaned him up.
Oh, where did that come from?
Didn't quite bounce, didn't it? It's this over where we've seen the ball not quite bounce as high.
Wow. Sinclair is disappointed. He's upset. But this one, as you rightly said, Mali, let's look at it.
Just scuttled through a lot lower than Sinclair would have anticipated. Back of a length, yeah.
And it sort of kept it out too.
Yeah.
So that was important. So the 7th wicket goes down. And Guyana Happy Eagles 149 for 7. Some 47 overs bowled. And they would have lost some 6 wickets, Mali, since lunch.
Yes, it's been all West Indies Academy since lunch. 149 for 7. Now the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Looks like the new batter will be Veersamy Permaul. Coming in at number 9. A bit low for my liking in this Guyana Harpy Eagles 11.
So who would he bat ahead of?
Well, Ali Mohammed.
Moti's got a first class 100. He might be wanting to have a conversation with you, Mally, saying,
Yeah.
well, Mally, what
I
are you
mean,
talking about?
Permal's got some pedigree at this level as well.
Well, we don't know. Maybe Ali Mohammed is fancied as a batsman here. I don't know who can bowl. So again, we getting mixed up in terms of what we're looking
but
for.
I think this just also suggests this is a team, like we were saying earlier.
Yes.
We're saying this is a team in influx.
Yes.
It's a team with a few things going on in the background, and maybe not the most harmonious franchise at this point in time. With Sami Pamar coming in at number 9, you mentioned at times he doesn't really take part in a lot of what's going on in the field apart from bowling. Player with a wealth of experience.
And I think Guyana would have missed a true leader, Mally, in Leon Johnson. And I don't think they prepared for the Johnson's exit. If you look at what happened during the Super 50 last year, Permal was the captain and was replaced right in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah, so they've had issues with leadership since then, as he said.
Sweetly timed onto the offside. Ali Mohammed is thinking about two. Permal is not interested.
So
There's a big question now as to Bishop. Is he going to have the mid on and the mid off go back to long on and long off for Permal? Because Permal can bat, as you rightly said, Mali. So you can't underestimate Permal here. Let's see which Permal is going to turn up today. Here we go. Bishop lost his shape. Gave away 4 runs. So not necessary, so it worked. Used his feet nicely. Hit it back to Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop decided that he was going to fire back at Tuckett. It went wide of Tuckett and raced away down into the boundary for 4. He's upset with himself, Joshua Bishop, because he knows that could ill afford that one. 19 boundaries so far in the innings. Very high proportion of boundaries.
Notice he threw that one with his right hand as well.
There you go. Here goes Permal. Permal on the go.
Bro.
I told you.
No, I told you, but
the 20th boundary so far. So 80 runs in boundaries, 159. So all of a sudden, Guyana feeling like, listen, let's put some pressure on this young West Indies Academy team. If we can get up to 200, 225.
Even the West Indies Academy, their batting lineup isn't the most confident as well.
There you go. $159 for 7. Ooh. That was a beautiful delivery. Bonks. Permal must be smiling. He can't wait to bowl.
Well, there's a batting pedigree we're speaking about. 5 half centuries at this level for Sami Permal. A best of 71. 86 to be exact. 86 not out.
Wow.
So they'll need that and a bit more from him here in this situation for them to get anywhere near that total of 300 or so.
Well, he's shown you what is going to happen, that he's not going to hang around. It's not going to be a day where he comes and decides that he's going to dig in. Maybe this could be the final over before tea. If they could just sneak and get Ali Mohammed. They've already missed an opportunity here. Two drop catches so far.
It's roughly about 10 minutes.
If we got 10 more minutes to go to tea, I'm getting carried away. I maybe need some
you need some
sugar.
yourself,
I need some sugar. Got to get Vinod's kettle going here.
Well, there's no Terry Laraji, so.
Yeah. Vinod has got everything.
Oh, yes, the kettle's here.
Yes, Vinod has got everything. Vinod walks with his kettle. Pittman comes off the final boundary. Colin Boyne Tuckett was an excellent game here so far behind the stumps. Continues to make a presence in this competition. We first saw him in the Headley Week series in the Super 50. need to have a chat with my young colleague, Valder Clark. Didn't start well. He's also one for the future. Geese could be under some pressure. If he doesn't get any runs in this game, Rivaldo Clark would be breathing down his neck.
I think it's fair to say maybe Colin Bowen Tuckett is the best of the glove men, per se.
Yeah, he certainly has demonstrated that. Ooh, that's a good delivery. That touchdown hit the seam. And Mali keeps saying this all day. There's just something in the wicket. You just have to land the ball in the right areas consistently. And too many times I think that the West Indian quicks have just tried to get a wicket every ball.
Yeah, it's the conditions, the overhead conditions as well. It's quite cool, windy. There's a bit of cloud cover.
But every now and again you see some brilliance. The delivery from Kelvin Pittman to Savory, oh, that was a beauty. Pomal in two minds, he was looking to back away there, looking for a bit more bounce. Don't think Pomal is going to hang around to the fast bowling, man.
Yeah. Based on what we've seen so far, I tend to agree with you.
And this is age. It's certainly not going to be hanging around out there. I'd like to see Lane bowl a quick bumper, body line. Got 2 deliveries to go in this over. Lane, it's been a long day. Thank God it has not been hot.
I think that's what's allowed Captain Teddy Bishop to just rotate his fast bowlers mainly from the CIU road end.
Back and across. That was just below waist height, so it's pretty comfortable. Anything a little higher, I'm not too sure that Permal is going to be fancying to stay out there too much. He's going to maybe play some shots. The West Indies Academy, they gotta clinically finish this game. This game is not over by a long shot. 160 for 7. They gotta find that will to be able to dismiss Guyana. They have a perfect opportunity. Short ball, and didn't have any pace on it. Permal was comfortable with that one. Over comes to an end. Score in the meantime, Mr. Blacks. How long has Mr. Black been around this cricket?
As long as I've known myself, to be honest. Being around the cricket, probably.
And to be honest with you, I think I've known Mr. Black for over 50 years now.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, over 40 to 50 years.
The first time coming around Mr. Black, you know, you're talking about, well, even before the 13 and under cricket competition, I first would have met Blacks like in Antigua. Anytime you had anything to do with youth cricket, that was the man that you saw. Yeah. It's just like when you saw shipwreck in football or you saw shipwreck in cricket, you saw Mr. Blacks there as well.
One of the mainstays of the juvenile cricket program at the factory grounds.
Yeah, people like Buddha Barnes and so. You know, it's amazing, Mali, sometimes that these guys don't really get the sort of credit that they really deserve, but we need a young cadre of Buddha Barnes and Mr. Blacks if our cricket is going to go leaps and bounds to go again.
That's gone down again, Ogis. His second at slip. Almost didn't seem to be expecting that one. As we have a look at this again. Here he is. Oh, he's going the wrong way.
Mali, if you had first slip, you had first slip.
You're right. It's come back to haunt him. He's a bit too wide there at first.
If you had first slip, you had first slip.
He's trying to cover both the first and second slip areas.
We're making a fundamental mistake, and I hope the coaches are listening. If you look for your best slipper and you put him in there.
I think he probably is their best slipper. He's just in the wrong position. This one, armbar takes the inner half, come back for 2 comfortable runs.
And we're looking at some drop catches. This is about the 3rd drop catch for the day. And that's what I'm saying. You can't let the game to sneak away from you. You've got an advantage. You got to make it count. The score could have been 63 for 9 now.
So I said that like 3 overs ago. West Indies Academy have to
He's
stay
bowled
on
him.
top, but he's bowled him. So the short stay of Sami Pamar comes to an end. Not sure what he was trying to do there. He advanced to Joshua Bishop. Just seemed to almost york himself.
Were you surprised? Pamar came out in an aggressive mood and he decided that, he was going to fight. He's going to play some shots.
Actually, just missed one, to be honest. So that's 9 down now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And sometimes you have to look at the franchise level, Mali. When you look into the Guyana bowling lineup, you've got somebody like a Moti. In 2 years' time, Ned is going to come back home. You still have Adams. You still have Sinclair. You got to make up your mind and decide, when do we say thank you to Sami Pamar? Because I can't see him winding himself back into the West Indies team if you have Moti around.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation for him as well, especially when it seems like he's not overly enthused to be there. That's the thing, he doesn't really take part in a lot of what's going on tactically on the field. Obviously, there's definitely something going on with Sami Pamar and the administrators and maybe the coaches.
Is that Vinod giving us an update?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I just was checking to make sure.
What, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have lost 9 wickets for 120. Trinidad have.
I know you didn't hear well, Mali.
So Trinidad are 9 down, you were saying. But okay.
I know you didn't hear well, Mali. I know you didn't hear that one well.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for the Red Force, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been. Missing their captain last season, Mr. Bravo. And I was asking Vinod, Mali, when was the last time we've seen a nice young batsman come out of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, to be honest, Jid Gooley scored 100 in...
He didn't look bad.
Yeah, I mean... So, it's never a lack of talent, Vernon.
It's the consistency.
Yes. And also the identification of that talent, development of talent.
And Trinidad and Tobago has been taking a beating for some time because they have not won the regional competitions for a very, very, very long time. And so it's almost, when you listen to the cricket pundits in Trinidad and Tobago, they always remind you about that. And then somebody sneaks around and says, well, hey, we're the dominant white ball team in the Caribbean.
I was just going to say that. Right. At the end of the day, they are. So they're champions in regional Super 40. If there are any T20 competitions as well, they tend to go to the final stages as well. They're there or thereabouts.
So you would say that Trinidad and Tobago would have, invested in the white ball section for a very, very, very long time.
And
that's
have reaped the rewards.
Oh, yes. That's where the Gangas and company and the Pollards and Bravos and Narines have come from. The success rate has been there. If you do an analysis, one will have to say that Trinidad and Tobago has the most IPL players coming out to the Caribbean. So, as you rightly said, there's been an investment, but there's been a return on the investment.
That's for sure. Started with that
Champions League. That was the door opener. You got a big country, Trinidad and Tobago, going on the world stage and upstaging, just like in athletics, just like in netball. Good pace, good carry. Well, kind of surprised that he started around the wicket this early o'clock, especially to Moti.
Yeah, it tends to be the modus operandi now for most fast bowlers to the left-handers, starting around the wicket. Also, show a bit of skill as well. Well, it takes a bit of skill in order to angle that ball in and take it away.
But when you look at the approach of some of the bowlers, sometimes you could see that they're really not too comfortable with it. But the game plan and what would be coming out from the backroom staff, they have to work with that. Yeah, Muti was neither forward nor back. Big question, big question. Will Guyana get to 200? They 164 for 8, according to Mr. Blacks on the scoreboard. And on our scoreboard here is 163 for 8. So we'll go with our scoreboard in-house.
Yeah, Bernard was saying 128 for 9 Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jeremiah Louis 3 for 36. Colin Archibald 3 for 28. Raheem Cornwall 2 for 5.
But he's off the field.
Daniel Durham 1 for 29.
So there's a little bit cause of concern. I hope that the skipper is okay. And it's nothing too serious. But by the sound of things, they're holding their own there at Warner Park. So good afternoon to Carlisle Powell and the rest of the commentary panel. Don't know who Vinod has working on the slot today. The Victor Eddies and the Earl Smittens of the world. In Jamaica Scorpions, they're 143 for 5.
It was great to actually hear Carlisle Powell. Hadn't heard him in a long time.
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable about the game. Understands cricket.
Father of former West Indies player Kieran Powell.
Yes. Also president of the Nevis Cricket Association and also vice president of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board. It's tea here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground at the end of 51 overs. The West Indies Academy, despite some sloppy feeling, they're still large and in control. 163 for 8, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we will take in fact, just before we take a small break, Mali, let me just give an update because, you know, you have a lot of people around the Caribbean who tend to want to take some stats. So, Vinna, just give me a couple of minutes so that I can just bring the viewers and listeners up to date because people will be saying, well, what's the score? Shandapal 14, Nandu 28, Imlak 24, Anderson 13, Perez 6, Savory 9, Sinclair 24, Ali Mohammed 24, Versami Pomol 11, Moti's not out and 1. The bowling figures for the West Indies Academy. Ewan Lane is really running today. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua James, the birthday boy, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 38 runs, 4 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Ashmin Ned, 8 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And Joshua Bishop, you can't keep him out of the game. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. At tea here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 163 for 8. We'll come back in 15 minutes time to call the session after tea. I'm Vernon Springer alongside my colleague Mali Richards and Leon Manchad. We're going to take some tea and we say thanks to the 360 crew for an excellent job led by the master, Vinod Manchad. afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. On behalf of the 360 crew, we want to say happy independence to the people of St. Lucia, celebrating 45 years of independence. And as you know, my mother was born in St. Lucia, so we say happy independence to the folks of St. Lucia. Good afternoon, Liam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Springer. Yeah, I'd like to say happy independence to St. Lucia. There's a St. Lucian out on the field as well, Hakeem O'Geese. It's going to be Joshua Bishop to start us off after tea. And starts right on spot to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. There's 2 wickets for the academy to get now.
Another boundary. Poor delivery again from Joshua Bishop, pulling that one down. Needs to take pace off the ball. Ali Mohammed likes pace on the ball. It's just take away his scoring opportunities and force him to do something else different. You've seen that, if he defends 4 or 5 balls, the next one he's going to have a go. But in the meantime, he's quickly gone up to 28. 28 from 36, 167 for 8. Start of the over number 52.
Just a bit too short. Much better length. So maybe just a bit too straight going down the leg side. But yeah, I think you're right. You put him in an area, you force him to defend a few deliveries, he's going to go. That's the type of batter he is.
Over at Chedwin Park in Jamaica, we understand the game started late. Combined campuses and colleges, they're 77 for 3 against the league leaders, the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Pushed out to James down that extra cover.
Teddy Bishop has to marshal his troops. They have to clinically finish. Games are won during these periods where you get sloppy and then Guyana get 220, 250 simply because, Moti and company have gained some confidence.
Just waiting, I guess, for the security guard there to pass the side screen. Bishop getting some turn, but not troubling Ali Mohammed. So Moti's going to be on strike now for the start of the 53rd over. Looks like it's going to be, seems like Joshua James to continue. 12 overs, 3 for 36. And been the pick of the bowlers for the academy so far. On his birthday, you'd look to get these last 2 wickets to get his 5-wicket haul. Be a great birthday present for him. He's got to get rid of these final 2 batters here, well, final 3. Isaiah Tone is padded up and ready to go. He has 2 slips, a gully, backward point, short cover, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, fine leg, and a deep backward square. See, steams in from this here, UN, short and wide, and O'Geese just missing out there, short and wide, a bad delivery, but Moti not getting in full control of that one. And Hakeem O'Geese misses the opportunity to take that catch. A real loosener there.
Yeah, poor delivery. As you rightly said, just coming back after the tea break. We also want to say congratulations to Rakeem Cornwall, who started the day on 399 first-class wickets. So he's gone to 401. Congratulations to the big Jimbo. We hope that everything is okay with him in that game in St. Kitts.
Push through that backward point region of Sean Worrell does the fielding and Moti gets 2. The runs flowing after tea here.
6 runs off 2 deliveries so far. The academy, they've got to be on the money. They're just waiting for something to happen. They have to make something happen. And they're just a little bit too relaxed. Dropped some 3 catches in the first session. And I think they have to come back out to their game plan. Guyana lost close to like 7 wickets after lunch. Could have been 8. In fact, they could have been bowled out.
Just poking at that one a bit. Tennis ball bouncing to tuck it behind the stumps. I think James needs to be a bit more attacking in his lines and length, short and wide. It's not really doing much damage.
The funny thing about cricket is that you tend to lose wickets before the break or after the break, so which means that you have to be on the money.
Yeah, it's that time that you just need to be a little bit more focused, try to get through that period and it'll get a bit easier.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't want to be batting last on this track.
Yeah, it is quite dry. I think that was the consensus from Tevin Imlach at the toss.
Moti trying to go leg side of the ball to hit the ball square rather than looking to hit the ball up in front of him. Typical left-handers. So, Vinod, it looks like everything is over for you. Trinidad and Tobago dismissed for 137. Jaden Seals is the last to go. He left Anderson Phillip not out in 15. Louis ends with 3 for 38. Colin Archibald 3 for 28. Cornwall 2 for 5. And Daniel Durham 2 for 32.
Yeah, good clinical bowling performance from the Leeward Islands. They'll be happy with that. A job well done.
So, over comes to an end. 173 for 8. And the Ghana Happy Eagles, the defending champions of regional cricket under the new franchise system. In a rebuilding process. They've lost their captain, Leon Johnson. And the transition period has not been well disguised to date as yet. And they may be hoping that Imla can bring some stability to the leadership of the Guyana Happy Eagles team.
Yeah, well, they've already gone through different captains in this competition and we're just into round 3. Kevlon Anderson would have been the captain in the last round. And Imlach's back now when he's taken over. I think Guyana just need to find a bit of stability. They are in that transition period, as you mentioned, trying to get the young guys involved.
You have to prepare them.
Obviously there's Perez and Ali Mohammed, Isaiah Torn. A lot of these guys happy to get the opportunity to play regional cricket for their country.
And there are mixed messages that are coming from the franchise setup in terms of how well they adopt into young talent. And that is going to be critical. And that's why you see the West Indies Academy here. For that simple reason. This is an investment here, but if these players, when they go back to their respective franchises, end up just on the wayside, then all of Cricket West Indies funds would be lost. Here
Moti goes and goes long, but straight down the throat of Rashawn Worrell down at deep mid-wicket, and that's the end of Gudakesh Moti. Joshua Bishop gets his second, and that's the fall of the 9th wicket for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Ali Mohammed asking Moti just a while ago, what happened? I'm here. I'm not giving away my hand. Just bat with me. Pretty disappointing shot there from Moti. Moti's an experienced player. I need to be a fly on the wall in the Guyana Happy Eagles dressing room. But I've seen a much more spirited Guyana team. I've certainly seen that. And the body language from my vantage point in the 360 commentary booth, is indicating to me that something is not right. They'll have to prove me wrong.
Yeah, it seems so. It just seems like not all the senior players at least are on the same page. And I think what makes a good team and what makes a successful team is, a good camaraderie between teammates. Not
That
something
shot
we've seen.
by Moti demonstrated to me.
It was uncalled for.
Yeah, because if you look, you still have 37 overs to go. Moti has a first-class 100. So it's not like, some other commentators will say, well, he's a rabbit with a bat. He can bat. So with 37 overs to go, Ali Mohammed fighting back here, you could have got another 70. You never know. At the end of the day, keep the West Indies Academy at bay out there for a longer period of time. But instead, Moti was looking for a maximum. With all this, the space available to him right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
So it's Torn. He's in at number 11, the last man standing for the last pair standing. In fact, both him and Ali Mohammed.
There's a tune of that nature, Yeah, that was one of the road march tunes here in Antigua and Barbuda. Last man standing by the late Ricardo Jew. So you got it right. Yeah, they had a 3-year tie for the road march in Antigua and Barbuda's Carnival 2023. No, hit outside the line of the off stump. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely. So just a wishful appeal really from Bishop, a faster one into the front part of Thorn. So that brings us to the end of over number 54, 174 for 9. Joshua James is set to continue. He's going to want to finish things off as quickly as possible for the academy. Don't want to spend too much more time out there in the sun. As we take a look at this LBW appeal again, yeah, definitely hitting him outside the line of the off stump. James would want to get at least one more. Get to 4 would be his career best first class figures.
Well, let's see what the approach would be from Ali Mohammed. And it is whether he's going to counter punch, which he should. He's batting with Isaiah Thorne. Not to say that Thorne can't hold his end up. It's just a couple of months ago, Thorne was playing here with the academy team. Now he's arch rivals today.
We see a fly slip in place now. Akeem Ogis just in between where our third man and second slip would be, which tells me that I think Joshua James is going to go short here. There's a man down a deep backward square leg and a man out at deep point as well.
I think they're giving away the game here. To me, you just be as normal because you're playing right into the hands of Ali Mohammed. Just bowl Ali Mohammed the same way you've been bowling him all the time. You almost have now 5 fielders outside.
Yeah, cuts this one straight down to.
He's thinking about coming back for the second run, but Thorne already turned his back earlier clock without even recognizing that Mohammed wanted to strike.
Well, that's a good sign for the academy, though. They go back to pretty much normal in the field now. They're gonna get to bowl at the number 11, Joshua James. Ali Mohammed taking the single early on in the over. We tend to see the more set batter at this point in time turn down those singles so early on in the over.
I thought he could have got 2. If Thorne was paying attention, Thorne looked like he was saying, listen, don't worry, I can handle myself. Maybe he can. We'll find out.
We'll see as Joshua James steams in from the CIUN. Looking to go into the ribs of Thorne. I think a better plan might be to just attack the stumps at pace. And if he misses, he hit the pad, he bring the LBW into play. With that line and that leg, the only way you could really get Thorne out is caught behind maybe, or if he mistimes it down to fine leg. But
The obvious thing would be to bowl just around the line of the off stump. Force Thorn to come forward so you can bring the two slips in the gully into play. There you go.
and
Easy catch.
that's going to be 4 for Joshua James. A career best figures MBK Joseph, the man to take the catch.
There you go.
And that ends the spell for Joshua James. 13.3 overs, 4 wickets, 43 runs. And that's the end of the innings to the Guyana Happy Eagles. We take a look at this one again, just outside the off stump. Thorn looking to go forward to a ball that he should have been playing back to, and gets the top half of the bat on an easy take in the end for Joshua James' fellow Trinbagonian teammate MBK Joseph. So 175 on the board. I think it's going to be challenging enough for the academy.
Well, cricket is a funny old game. That is runs on the board. So we can't have a discussion. We've seen stranger things in our lifetime when it comes to a cricket game. What is going to happen is that one will have to see which Guyana bowling lineup comes out tonight and what will be the approach, how well they would start. That I think is more than anything else is going to be key. So we will wait and see. But let me just give a quick summary, Liam, as to what has happened so far. The Guyana Happy Eagles bowled out for 175 in 54.3 overs. Extras 9. Had a total of 6 wides, 3 no balls. Tejan Ranchandapal caught a geese bowl net for 14. Matthew Nando caught Jordan Johnson bowl lane for 28. Tevin Imla caught Boyne Tuckett bowl James for 24. Kevlin Anderson caught Joseph bowl James for 13. Amara Perez, he was, I think I got that one right. Perez, he was caught. Yes, Perez was caught Boyne Tuckett bowl James for 6. Kevlin Savory was bowl Pittman with a beauty for 9. Kevin Sinclair was bowl lane for 24. Ali Muhammad was not out on 30. Versami Pamal was bowl Joshua Bishop for 11. Moti was caught Warwick bowl Bishop for 7. And Isaiah Thorne was caught Joseph bowl James without scoring. Now let's look at the bowling figures for the West Indies Academy. We have Yuan Lane, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. I think this scorecard will have to get themselves organized. Joshua James, he would have bowled some 13.4 overs, 4 maidens, 43 runs, 4 wickets, and not 5 wickets. So I hope that the folks are listening. We need to change that. They've got 5. It's pretty misleading. Kelvin Pittman, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Ashmin Ned, who really started the slide and really made the breakthrough for the West Indies Academy. 8 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And Joshua Bishop among the wickets again. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. We'll take a break. And when we come back with the start of the West Indies Academy innings, the Guyana Harper Eagles, they're warming up. Thanks again to you, Liam. afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's 4 o'clock in Antigua and Barbuda, 3 o'clock at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And the good news is that the umpires are out, the Guyana Happy Eagles are out, Thorne is warming up just to get himself going, and so too is the West Indies Academy batters. And some players still searching and going and looking for some delicious tea, including Colin Boyne Tuckett, but he came back empty-handed. So it means that nothing is there for him, but it's all good in the process. But we are called.
I did see MBK Joseph pass through the tea room, and seemed like he had about 5 boxes when he was walking back. So I think he's
Maybe that's for later.
MBK Joseph is out there now. He's going to open the batting with Rashawn Worrell. Joseph bats at 3 usually for this academy team in all 4 innings that he's played so far, but with the exclusion of Kareem Allen, he's going to open the batting, but it's going to be Worrell to face up to the young and fast Isaiah Thorne. And a fast one swinging down the leg side, just starting off a bit too straight there.
And Thorne starting over the wicket. And folks, if you're viewing on the television, you know Thorne is supposed to be 51, but he seemed to have lost the 5. So he's saying that he's the number 1 bowler in this team. So he took the 5 off, and we now have the 1. So we hope that he can find the 5 from the laundry. Second delivery on show. Didn't bounce at all here, Leon. Banged it in, but it didn't come up.
Yeah, got through to the keeper quickly, but just not getting up as much as Worrell would have expected, dropping the hands there. So Thorne starting off with 3 slips. 2 slips, in fact. 2 slips on a gully, a backward point, short cover, that's Nandu. Mid-off, short mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as he runs into bowl from the media centre end to Worrell.
Appealed for a leg before, but I think he was hit outside the line of the off stump. Clearly, he would have been missing.
Brave leave from Worrell.
I think he would be advised to play the ball with his bat. I don't understand why he's got a bat in his hand and he wants to use his pad.
Let's have a look at it
the replay
again.
there.
That one looked pretty close.
It does.
Almost clipping the off stump on the way through as well. So good start from Thorne, making things happen early.
I think height also would have been the factor there as well, because
Yeah.
Thorne is a tall guy. So too is Worrell.
That one swinging back in sharply as well, but just starting a bit too straight this time again is Thorne. Does have the ability to bring the ball back a long way, and has a sharp bouncer on him as well.
Now, one of the things that Thorne has to understand here is you can't start bowling fast straight away. You got to pace yourself, get your radar going, hit the seam, look to attack the stumps. Now he's pushing the ball wide. A lot of chatter would have been going on among the West Indies Academy batters and Thorne, so they maybe want to go after him pretty early. And him being a fast bowler, he's not going to back down.
Not at all, and he has the pace to back himself. These 2 batsmen, however, Joseph and Worrell, new to the academy setup. Thorne would have been there before. He's in again to bowl to Worrell, swinging back into him, just catching the outside edge, but no ball signaled from the umpire.
It's pretty interesting, Leon, because Savory is the wicketkeeper for today's game.
I guess Imlak maybe wants to
concentrate on the captaincy.
Yeah, I guess so. He's at first slip, I think.
Pretty wide again too. And he's supposed to be a keeper. That's an easy single.
Tuned it down in the end.
Yeah, Warwill was ball watching. And Joseph was coming through, but Warwill had automatically turned and was looking at the ball. Gotta trust your partner.
So that's the end of over number 1. Just the one run off it. The no ball from Thorn. So Warwill yet to get off the mark. It is going to be Ali Mohammed, is it, from the other end? Believe so. As Thorn goes down to fine leg. Thorn in the last game, into about his 9th or 10th over, he did suffer with a bit of a strain on his thigh.
I saw his left ankle, strapped heavily this morning as well.
He's been playing a lot of cricket over the past few months, as Isaiah Thorne just recently returning from the Under-19 World Cup. Would have had a couple of good games there. Second time that he played for the West Indies in that Under-19 World Cup. Played back in 2022 as well. So it's going to be Mbike Joseph opening the batting for the first time in this competition. He's going to be facing up to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Joseph due a big score, a couple of 30s and 40s so far. He's going to want to go big here.
He looks like a gentle medium bowler.
Yeah, definitely. Just hits the ball, puts the ball on a spot and gets a bit of movement. It's nothing to really trouble the batsman out there. I think that's more of Thorne's job.
So he's playing as a batsman then, Leon.
Down the leg side, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. So some free early runs for the West Indies Academy. No runs off the bat just yet, and it's 5 without loss.
Wow. Pretty interesting period of time here. No runs off the bat as yet, as you quickly described it. And Savory had a torrid time getting across here. He's not as nimble-footed as Callum Boyne Tuckett, who had to be diving around almost all day.
I think Tuckett did really well to not let some of those balls on the leg side go through. As Ali Mohammed runs into bowl to Joseph.
Now here is Joseph looking to leave alone and still looking to defend rather than looking to look up the V. And if you're looking to go square, then you're going to be in problems. You know, you've got to be looking to hit the ball up in the V, especially with a new ball. Almost like he missed his run there, Leon. Some chip. That's him?
That's just how he bowls. From
okay.
looking on at the first game, he doesn't seem to have a fluent run-up,
Okay.
which
Well,
might
so
describe.
So you might be watching his feet rather than watching the ball. Wow.
He's going to move over the wicket now, though, to Joseph.
But I think for his pace, then Thorne needs to come more to his left, just in case. Just as I was talking. Is there communication? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think there was much communication there, and just goes to show what we've been seeing from the Happy Eagles in the last 3 rounds of cricket. They just don't seem to be in it for the right reasons. Maybe in it, they're not showing a lot of fight. They're not showing a lot of camaraderie as a team. It is quite a young team, and a team just in transition. So maybe it's just getting to know each other a bit more. A lot of young faces in there. Kevlin Anderson, Isaiah Thorne, Perez, Ali Mohammed. A lot of these guys new to the scene. It's Still 6 runs without loss after 2 overs and no runs off the bat just yet. So the academy would be glad for this. At the end of 2, 6 without loss.
Yeah. Dismissed for 175. First innings total, the Guyana Happy Eagles. We still have another 31 overs to go today.
Won't be long until we see the spinners introduced. The Motis, the St. Clair, 2 left-handers out there. I think St. Clair is a good option. You've seen St. Clair use a new ball in the past for the Happy Eagles. Don seems to be looking fit and ready to go after some injury scares in the last game, but he's good to go. He's fit and he's bowling to MK Joseph.
Want to say good afternoon to the Right Honourable Basil Morgan in Montserrat. Montserrat has also lost the brother of the mighty Arrow national hero himself, passed away. Remember, we're just reminding you also that St. Lucia celebrating 45 years of independence.
Good lift there from Thorne, good carry.
Yeah, caught Savory off guard. It was on him in a hustle.
See a change in the field now. Mid-off has gone up to short cover, and Nandu, who was at short cover, is now at a leg slip position as we take a look at the carry on this one.
Needs to attack the stump. Got a new ball in your hand. You have to bowl stump to stump. That's where it all starts. So good afternoon to Sean Devers in Guyana. Basil Butcher Jr., who I know will be glued into his television. All the folks who are following the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you very much. Compliments of 360 and the entire team. Look on our right hand side, we see Stanfield Shipwreck Joseph, the man of the hour in Antigua and Barbuda, just making sure that everything is in place. Antigua and Barbuda flag, Guyana and the West Indies flag. No breeze, no, at all. They are blowing, the flags are down.
Joseph having a drive at this one from Thorne, but beating him outside the off stump. Good delivery again from Thorne, getting it up, getting him driving.
And that's what we wanted from the West Indies Academy bowlers. That's the length that Thorne has landed in the area. Let's hope he can be consistent and be patient, because you have to have patience as a fast bowler. Yes, you want to get wickets, but you have to be honest with yourself also to put the ball in the right areas.
Good short delivery. Not really that short, but Joseph is a short man and it gets some height on him. Started swinging after it passed him as well.
It's almost like a syndrome. Every young fast bowler feels they have to bang in a delivery. The voice of Carlisle Powell coming through there in our monitors in the game at Warner Park in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Full delivery from Thorne, and Joseph onto it in a flash and drives through the covers, races into the boundary for 4, and the first runs off the bat for MBK Joseph.
That's a lovely shot by Joseph, and a full toss by Thorne, put away nicely, as it should. Half volleys and full tosses should be put away.
Don't think Thorne would mind that too much. He would know that. Just maybe trying to go for the Yorker there.
The good thing about it is he's got experience at mid-on and mid-off, Permol and Moti.
It's good to see that, you know, the leaders of this team showing support to young Thorne, who's just into his second game.
I think Permal and Moti would be licking their fingers. They maybe can't wait to get the ball in their hands. So too will be Sinclair, so that they can maybe rip through a couple of wickets before the afternoon spell. But the academy, they're going to have to be on their money, because Guyana is going to be flooding them with 3 spinners, 2 leggies and an off spinner. Right now it's pace, or medium pace as we would say.
Yeah, just pretty gentle, not troubling anybody.
Well, we saw Kevlin Anderson picking up 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, so he maybe might come into the conversation sometime later today.
Yeah, but I think what's going to dominate the day for the Happy Eagles is going to be those 3 spinners. Adams, Permal and Sinclair.
No Adams.
Oh, Adams is out today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's Sinclair and Moti.
Permal and Moti.
Yeah, Sinclair, Permal and Moti. That's where the bulk of the overs are going to come from. Thorne is not going to bowl. Thorne is probably going to bowl more than Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed did pick up a 5 in the last one, though.
I was just about to tell you that. He got a 5 in the first innings. I hope someone is talking to Warrell, because he seems to be a player who likes to leave. And in leaving, you have to have good judgment. So far his judgment has been great, but he's got a bat in his hand, and he's got to be thinking about trying to make sure that he understands that he has a cricket bat in his hand.
Yeah, I think he's not really shown any intention to get any bat on balls so far. He's been very happy to leave some of those balls, and they've been quite close to him. Some like that doesn't really trouble him, but was hit on his pad from Thorne. That one looked like would have crashed into the stumps, maybe the height, and the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, you're right, he's not been in the mood to play any shots.
And that's why I feel that Ali Mohammed just needs to bowl a lot more straighter. He's now shifted from over to around.
I think that's just going to be to help him attack the stumps a bit more with the angle. While 12 deliveries now yet to get off the mark. And then no shot offered once again. 1 delivery to go in this Ali Mohammed over.
You taught us very early that when you get a new ball in your hand, you have to try to attack the stumps. Most batsmen are very uncomfortable in playing a 5.5 ounce cherry. So you want to make sure that you get it on the stumps.
Yeah, and get those batsmen to play as much as possible. Has a drive and drives beautifully through the covers for 4.
Thought it was a Toyota bowling. Certainly. He stroked that. It was like a perfect half volley. Put away nicely. Let's look at the replay. Oh, gorgeous. Kind of reminds me of a player by the name of Mali Richards. Easy on the eyes. Oh, that's got to be a Toyota, man.
Good stride out and
oh yes,
played wonderfully through the covers. So
it's got to be the shot of the day so far.
Well, it's his first shot that he's played, so that's
that's why I said that he's got to be a Toyota bowling. You just come driving, torn around the wicket. Oh, loose shot by Joseph. His eyes opened up. Well, he just needed to just lean with his head and his shoulders into the ball and stroke it. Don't try to overhit it. Just needs to just look at Worrell, exhibition. Didn't try to overhit the ball. Torn his ball in that fast. Just get into the right position, get your balance. Come onto that heel with your right foot. And just stroke it to cover. A lot of movements taking place. It's almost like every ball. Imla makes a change.
What's interesting about it is that I don't think he's having any kind of conversation with either Thorne, because Thorne is running into Bull,
And the field is being set.
At this time, flicked away down the corner, around the corner, in fact, for 4 from MBK Joseph. He gets his second boundary now. Loose one from Thorne going down the leg side.
I'm trying to work out, Leon, where this culture has come from, where you have a first slip who is in second slip, then you have a second slip which is in third slip, and then you have a third slip which is in fourth slip. I can't get the maths worked out.
Driven nicely and a wonderful shot. Welcome to the MBK Joseph driving school as this one.
Oh, lovely save. That is magnificent. That is a beautiful piece of work there. And he's not even applauded for that effort.
Just goes to show that the camaraderie is not there in this Happy Eagles team, as Joseph gets 3 now. A wonderful looking drive, bro.
That was a magnificent piece of fielding from Raymond Perez, who saved a boundary. And everybody just looked at him as if like, so what?
It's not good to see from this Happy Eagles team. Especially, it's been a team that's been so successful in this competition over the past decade or so. It's really sad to see that this is the route that they've gone down. A lot of disgruntled faces outside of the Happy Eagles team. I know there's a lot of guys who have been left out for the past 2 seasons that are really unhappy. Good delivery outside the off stump from Thorne, and Worrell right back to his old ways. No need to play at those.
Well, when you're an opening batsman, you want the bowlers to come to you. You don't need to go to the bowlers. You're always taught that at an early age. So you want to make sure that the bowler comes to you. There's no need for you to be going searching for something that you don't know about. Thorne has to be on the money. He has to be patient.
Good
That's
delivery.
much better.
Much better. Let's get that ball on the line of the stumps. Force Worrell to play. He's been happy to leave those balls outside the off stump.
I'm looking at the field placing and I'm trying to work out what's the plan, what's the ploy. Maybe they're just waiting to get the shine off, and then we know what's going to be happening. We're going to have Moti and company. Depends on who they're going to start with. Thorne, expected to be wearing the number 51, but he's got on the 1. The 5 is gone missing. Good leave again. So the end of over number 5 overs bowled. The West Indies Academy in reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles 175. They're 21 without loss. Good positive start here so far from the West Indies Academy.
In reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well, scoring 187 in their first innings. The Leeward Islands 20 without loss. No trouble for them so far. I think at this stage Trinidad and Tobago would have already lost 3 wickets for around the same score.
They have some nice beaches in St. Kitts. So it could be an early beach day for Trinidad and Tobago if they don't get their act together. Could tell them that one.
So it's going to be spin. Thought that we would have seen this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but you could understand the script. You know that script was coming pretty early.
Ali Mohammed after 2 overs, he's out of the attack. 2 overs for just 4.
He lasted long. That he bowled 2 overs. And it's amazing, eh? He got 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands, and he now comes here and he bowls 2 overs.
It's just the name of the game, how the game goes sometimes. But Joseph's got the hat on now. Sinclair is in with his off spin. He's going to be bowling to 2 left-handers out there, so he'll be licking his lips, ready to go. 21 without a loss after 5.
I'd have given Ali Mohammed another over.
Yeah, I think so. Just maybe 1 or 2 more, see how he goes. Ball is still new, just 5 overs old. Sinclair does have the ability to drift the ball as well. Good arm ball on him. Had a disappointing test debut with the ball. Got a half century though to just sweeten it up a bit, but I would have expected a lot more of him with the ball.
You think so?
He's been taking wickets for the academy team, and
Oh my gosh. Could you believe this?
a real loose shot there from MBK Joseph. Throws
you
away a
believe
good
this?
start, and Sinclair's into the wickets early.
Oh my. It was a nothing delivery. And Joseph's head was up in the air. He never even looked at the ball. He just fired his bat. Academy losing their first wicket. Marley Richards, you seem stunned. 21 for 1. What could have got up into his head? Third delivery, and deciding that he was going to 4th delivery, and he was going to have a go. Didn't even look at the delivery. Just the hands. Just use the hands. And just open the floodgates. Early o'clock. Good afternoon, Molly.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon, everyone. Really loose shot that from Mbeki Joseph there. Not quite sure what he was thinking, Vernon, especially at this stage. He'd been out in the field all day. He's now gotten his opportunity, and he's just given it away, really, to quite an innocuous delivery from Kevin Sinclair.
Not only that, Mally, he dropped a catch.
Did as well, you're right.
Gotta put a price on your wicket. You have to put a price on your wicket. I mean, this is a 4-day game. This is day 1, and you come out swiping. There's no need. Good batting wicket, sun out.
To be honest, I'll tell you what I saw from my vantage point with young Joseph at the end of this over. Successful one from Sinclair.
Maiden wicket.
Yeah, so the Harpy Eagles are on the board. West Indies Academy 21 for 1. What happened, it seemed like, is that Mbeki Joseph was standing at the other end. He saw Worrell play that spanking cover drive.
So you wanted to compete?
And he seemed like he wanted to show his off as well. Because he just seemed to be sweating on a cover drive ever since then. And that ball wasn't anywhere near driving length. Ended up just getting the top edge to point. That's something he'll definitely be kicking himself about. Have a rough night's sleep, that's for sure.
Wow. I hope he learns.
It's all part of it for the young man, his debut season in first-class cricket.
And you know, there's a mindset, Mally, even in local cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. If someone just occupies the crease for some time, people tend to get bored and want to know, well, you know, what is happening? You don't have any shots?
Yeah, I think you got to give yourself the best chance, you know, in which to score runs. Even the best apply that. Shivnarine Chandapal comes to mind. Regardless of what form or perceived form you may think he's in, he goes about his innings in the same way every time, more often than not.
You only have to look at somebody like a Steve Smith to see how consistent he has been. Be it whether he's opening, wherever he's batting, and as you said, the format of the game.
Yeah, it's not just the consistency of form, though. It's a consistency of routine, of practice, the amount of balls hit, the amount of practice done leading up to matches, in between matches. It's just a well-oiled machines.
That's why I think that your point is so important, because when you looked at when Shivnur and Chanderpaul's playing career, even when everybody went back home, Shivnur and Chanderpaul was at the park hitting balls, getting prepared for the next day.
When was it that it seemed like England couldn't get him out? I can't remember what year that was, but I remember being in England and playing against the West Indies on tour that season, and Shiv managed to score a big 100 in the game as well, and even then at lunch he was off to the county ground to hit more balls. He was back at taxi, county ground, hit more balls. You know, it's just a guy who's not saying that works for everyone, but you've got to find your mode. You've got to find your routine and stick to it.
But you see, it's muscle memory, and the preparation begins from the practice. If we listen to Usain Bolt, he said it took him almost 4 years to run under 10 seconds. No comments. I'll tell you something. It's the first player that I saw, Vinad, that warmed up with 12 golf balls. 12 golf balls. I'll give you the classic about that, Vinad. So
you were informing us, 40 without loss, the Leeward Islands in response to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces, 137 all out. Mikhail Louis still there, 22 not out. Kyron Powell playing his first game of the season. What an addition he is to that Leeward Islands lineup. Just shoring up the top of the order as well, the position they've really been struggling and looking for valuable performances from someone so far.
And what I think is even going to be more interesting, Mali, Justin Graves comes back for the next round.
That as well. The end of that thorn over.
So the competition for places become more interesting.
What did you make of Isaiah Thorne in the Under-19 World Cup?
To be honest with you, Mali, and I tend to agree, you know, we had a outside conversation. I thought he was below par. I thought that he just bowled, he just wasn't himself.
Seemed a little underwhelming, didn't he?
Yeah, and he looked like he's got a couple of injuries too. Look like I saw him this morning, his ankle was strapped up. Leon told me that he was out the last game there.
I think it's the nature of fast bowling as well.
Yeah.
He's still a young kid, isn't he?
He's learning.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's big in frame and stature, but very young into his career.
I look at the Leeward Islands lineup there, and I am beckoning to figure out that, you know, you have a young Nathan Edwards sitting on a bench. This guy is a proper cricketer. He can bat, he can bowl, he can field. You got to give these guys that young opportunity, especially in this competition. Right now, it's not like it's the strongest of the strongest competition, so you can't blood these guys with the Powells and the Cornwalls and company, because we can rotate players to get them into the system.
Okay, I'll put you on the hot seat. You're the coach, selector. You're picking that team. What position does Nathan Edwards? What's his role in this 4-day setup?
He play ahead of Berridge for me right now.
Okay, so you take the new ball, in your opinion?
Oh yes.
That's what Sheena Berridge has done today. Okay.
It's an investment.
Right.
It's an investment. And I'm saying at this point in time, you have to look, you know, you were asking me about the youngster who made his debut for combined campuses and colleges, 17 years old.
Yep.
Yeah, you now you have to make the move. The West Indian selectors are moving in that direction, so you can't be left behind and then says, well, how Vinod made it and I didn't make it. Because Trinidad and Tobago invested in Vinod at 16, 17. It pays off. I'm not saying that Nathan Edwards, but I'm just saying that the form and the high that he's in, you want to give him that opportunity. And I think also, Mali, you want to shake up some of the senior players in the system to let them know that there's some people around who want a piece of the pie. You have a Joel Andrew is coming to the team right now. It's opened up a whole gang of opportunities now, and people are saying, well, hey, hold a minute. What's happening here?
I like the move, to be fair, with Joel. Not sure about him batting in the top 4 at this stage of his
I would like to see him
young
back at number
career.
6. Yeah, I'd like to see him have a look and come in and look around him and see what's happening. And he now has to recognize now that he's progressing from 50 over cricket now to 4-day cricket. It's just like what we saw with Joseph just a while ago. He was still like in a T20 mood game.
Yeah, we also have to put these young players, in positions in which they can be most likely successful. And yeah, Joel Andrew making his debut, coming back from the World Cup, a lot of fanfare. Just take him out of the firing line a little bit by having him bat in his customary position, even at the under-19 level,
Yes.
at the number 6.
Perfect.
I think it was just a little bit of mismanagement there from the backroom staff. But we live and we learn, even them. It's a learning experience for them as well, dealing with a young, talented player such as Joel Andrew.
And for some of the other franchises as well too, Mali. And one of the things I found, Mali, and it was a conversation we will have, because when you came into a Leeward Islands team, Mali, when a young player comes into a Leeward Islands team with all of this prospect, in fact, I don't even need to talk about a Leeward Island team. Even an Antigua team, Antigua and Barbuda team, where you had so much stars within that lineup, you knocking on that door all the time consistently, there's always tend to be some pushback from some of the senior players.
Definitely. I mean, that's just the nature of not just sport but life. Who wants to see a younger person come in and take their position? So there's a bit of competition there, but also healthy competition.
Yes.
It's based on performance, and if that younger player, I think you're always good enough as long as you're performing. I'm not too caught up in how old you are. I mean, at some point you get a bit long in the tooth, but if you're still performing at this level, there's a role, and you play that mentorship role as well within a team. I think it's a valuable asset to have.
The movement of players around as well too has given some assurance to some players. If you see how some of the players have been blending out, you look at someone like Salazana, who's gone to the Windward Islands to give himself some opportunity, in a different climate, different team setting, to build on his own game. Shot, beautiful shot by this guy Warrell, straight down the ground, and pitched up nicely, kept his composure, kept his shape, and didn't overhit the delivery.
Yeah, we're just seeing this pitch now, just starting to flatten out a bit here. Just playing through the line was Warrell on that one. Full delivery, held the pose as well. You can tell he likes a drive.
He does. Along the ground too. He likes to leave as well too. So it's got good judgment for opening batsman. I want to see how he will handle a Moti and a Pamal. That's going to be pretty interesting what his approach will be.
Yeah, young Isaiah Thorne, I think, blew away the Irish Academy here in December. His rhythm looked absolutely superb.
Yeah, different team setting.
Yeah, also just maybe against some players who wouldn't have faced that sort of pace and hostility too much before.
Along with swing.
And it swung as well, which was so exciting to see.
It was threatening.
It's well played by Worrell.
Yeah, very compact in defense there. Good delivery, good cricket all around. And 27 for 1. And they've lost Joseph. He'll be very much upset with himself. And he maybe might be in the dressing room kicking the doors.
Yeah, he'll be very upset with himself to perish in the fashion that he did But just back to Isaiah Thorne, just at the Under-19 World Cup, just seemed to struggle for a bit of rhythm. His mechanics times just seemed to push the ball, especially to the right-handers, consistently down the leg side.
I was looking at him, Mali, even against the Irish, and I don't think that the non-bowling arm came into play long enough. You know, he was just like a big, strong kid running in and bowling. You know, as you said rightly, the alignment.
And that's another one. Another one for Kevin Sinclair. So Akeem O'Geese has to go. The second down for the West Indies Academy. Kevin Sinclair around the wicket. Just a hint of turn. Clipped the off stump. Akeem O'Geese all at sea to that one. Probably should have been looking to go forward. Went back onto that back foot. And just as the coaches would have wanted. Told Kevin Sinclair, aim for that top of that off stump. And as we see it again, takes the outer half of Akeem O'Geese's off stump and he departs. West Indies Academy 27 for 2, Vernon.
There was not even a movement from O'Geese in terms of the depth of the crease. Just like he walked across the crease, Mali. He seemed uncertain as to, and as you rightly said, he was neither forward and he was not even properly back. And he was just there wondering like what happened.
He misread the length. It seemed like there, Vernon. Just went back to a delivery. Definitely should have been looking to come forward to. Allowed the ball to spin. He's probably expecting it to just come in with the angle. Actually just turned slightly. And Kevin Sinclair picks up his second, yet to concede a run.
And out comes the captain, Teddy Bishop, who made his debut in the ODI International on Independence Day for Grenada. Grenada celebrated 50 years of independence, while St. Lucia celebrating 45 years as today.
Was a real baptism of fire for Teddy Bishop, wasn't it?
Oh, it was.
On that tour of Australia.
Same thing that we were talking about, where he tends to play around his pads, that left foot.
Xavier Bartlett, nightmares for the West Indies.
Got to turn your hips, got to get your hips around there, especially going to play that shot. I'd have put a silly point here if I was Sinclair for Bishop.
He's gone for the quicker delivery there.
Yeah, and he's kind of going hard at it as well there too, Bishop. That race back down to Sinclair. Pressure on the West Indies Academy. Leg slip, short leg.
Scored a half century in the first innings of the previous match in which the West Indies Academy lost versus Trinidad. Oh, that's taken the outside edge.
Ooh.
Thick outside edge. Very lucky from the academy perspective. Worrell was looking for 3.
Yeah, but Bishop was not interested. And as you rightly said, it was a good move by Worrell to try to get him off strike there, but he seemed not interested.
All starting to happen here. Once again, looking to drive a ball that's not quite there for the drive. Survives this time though. Sinclair causing problems here.
He's gonna have to be careful. He's gonna needs to stay over the ball. He's gotta get low and stay over the ball. It's a new ball still. Bishop has to understand that, even though Sinclair is bowling. It's a brand new ball.
This one's taking the glove.
He's out caught.
And he's gone. Another wicket here for the Harpy Eagles. Boy, have they roared back into this game, Vernon. 3 down now, the West Indies Academy. 29 for 3. Captain Bishop goes.
But he was never in a position, Mali, to try to sweep the ball. Look where he is. It's just too close to him.
It's almost taken the back of the bat there. Teddy Bishop a bit too fast through that stroke. And an easy catch to the wicketkeeper. Just lobbed up to the wicketkeeper. So 3 down now. 29 for 3. So after dominating most of this day, the West Indies Academy, the Guyana Harpy Eagles just resting the initiative back here towards the back end of day one. Got to love this game, Vernon. Ebb and flow. Glorious uncertainties. All of a sudden, the West Indies Academy in trouble.
Yeah.
New batter Jordan Johnson comes to the crease, and it's going to be so key for him to actually dig in here for his team.
Yeah, it's rebuilding time now. Really rebuilding time. And Ghana Happy Eagles, they've hit back well to their test player, Kevin Sinclair, who's got all 3 scalps so far. Worrell still trying to make a case here.
Young Jordan Johnson just playing in his second first-class match. We were here for his debut, actually, against the Irish Academy.
Yeah.
In December.
One for the future.
So from a West Indies Academy perspective, they'll be hoping one for the now, because it's 29 for 3.
Torn searching for the pads of Worrell there.
Still some 146 runs behind the Harpy Eagles.
And we still have another 23 overs to go. Don't think we'll get in all of those tonight, but we'll get close there.
Harpy Eagles will be hoping to be at least halfway through this side by the end of play, Vern.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Till these two can put something together. Nicely played into the square leg area. And Worrell is coming back quite easily for 2. And Mali, you see how dread this cricket game could be? Now remember when Worrell was trying to push Teddy Bishop for the 3rd run?
Yeah, he was. He was looking for 3, looking to get back down to...
It's a cool old game.
Cruel game indeed.
Yeah, those are the spurts and the moments.
Those little moments, you know, thin line between success and perceived failure. It's gone short.
Yeah, but he's a big, tall guy. He's got to get it up to the grill. If he's not going to find the badge, then that's a wasted delivery.
He's just starting to loosen up now, as Isaiah Thorne. A bit of pep in his step, the way he's walking back to his mark.
I think the problem is that he wants to get into the wicket column. Sinclair's got 3 already. What do you do in a situation like this?
He's looking well up for it now.
Oh. Ooh. That was wide.
Yes.
It's going for buys. A bit harsh on the keeper.
Buys. Wow. Umpire Blaze. I think you definitely need to rethink that one. Absolutely dreadful delivery from Isaiah Thorne. Started wide, went wider down the leg side as we see this replay. Look at this one. Started at least 4 stumps wide down the leg side and continued going up. Wicket keeper Savory had no chance at that one.
Yeah. So Guyana opting to have Savory as their keeper for this game. And Tevin Imla not using the gloves, but just being the skipper in the context. Torn has changed. Now he's coming around the wicket.
Just a lot of, to be honest, you could tell it's quite disjointed within the Harpy Eagles franchise at this point in time.
Well, why it is so disjointed, Mali, is because you can't tell me that Tevin Imla was the reserve keeper for the West Indies team, and then we come back to the regional competition, and he now goes to first slip.
Yeah, make it make sense.
I don't know.
Make it make sense.
But in life, a lot of things sometimes don't make sense. At the end of over number 11, the West Indies Academy, they're 35 for 3, and they certainly didn't need to be losing those amount of wickets here today.
Yeah, but if anyone was going to put their hand up, it was going to be Kevin Sinclair. We know that's the the metal of the man, isn't it? If it's one thing, he's a very positive, determined cricketer. You know what you're going to get out of him in terms of that 100% effort. It's going to be ultra competitive as well. If he can just get another one to just bite to the left-hander here, 2 slips in place, he'll be over the moon.
Basil Morgan sends his greetings to you, Mally.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Morgan.
I think sometimes, Mally, when we look at the cricket, sometimes I think some people make the cricket real hard. And so when our players leave from this level and go to the next level, you know, people begin to start to complain and say, hey, what's happening here? Players have got to be a lot more patient. Shot cracked away by Jordan Johnson. Magnificent save there. It looks like Nandu. Big effort there from the young man. I think he saved 2 runs there in the process.
A fantastic save, diving away to his right. Short delivery, probably should have been put away. And that's what you need, especially from a bowling perspective. You're so glad to see your fielders back you up. Just when you pitch one short and just a loose delivery, fielders are there. Once again, outside that off stump, asking questions on that front foot defense of Worrells.
And Sinclair is going to be attacking the pads for sure, so you know that it's going to be happening. And Worrell staying low to the delivery. So I think at the end of over number 12, West Indies Academy, they're 36 for 3. Kevin Sinclair, 4 overs, 3 runs, 3 wickets with 22 dot balls. He's been the man of the half an hour so far.
Definitely, it's been the Kevin Sinclair show since he's come on. He's really put his hand up.
So we will Mali take a small break, and when we come back, we'll continue with some 21 overs remaining in the day's play. So we back after the break, and if you just joined us via the West Indies YouTube channel, yes, it's happening here. The West Indies Academy, they're 36 for 3 with some 21 overs to go, and the test bowler, Moti, starts from the media center, and I'm alongside Molly Richards.
Good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon, everyone. As you say, Gudikesh Moti into the attack. But just quickly, we'll just peep over proceedings in Bassett here at Warner Park. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 61 without loss. In response to the Red Forces, 1-3-7 all out. Mikhail Louis still at the crease on 24. Kieran Powell playing his first game of the season. 29 from 35.
And good positive sweep shot from Jordan Johnson. I like the look of Warwell so far.
Yeah, he's got the brim on, the wide brim, a la Richie Richardson. On here is Rashawn Worrell.
Jamaica Scorpions 219 for 6 at Sabina Park in Jamaica. So the Barbados Pride trying to muster and get into maybe dismiss. Walton 5, Brown 40, Mackenzie 40. Leroy Lugg, who we were speaking about, Mali got 13, Blackwood 18, Mansing 5, Morrison is not out 62, Salmon is 17, wicket takers so far, Jamal Warrican 3 for 60, McAllister 2 for 37, Cumberbatch 1 for 48, Akeem Jordan 11 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, no wicket. Here at Coolidge 37 for 3.
Yeah, the end of that Gudikesh Moti over, just the 1 run coming from it. Just going through his action, really getting through his action there. It's actually quite a lovely bowler to watch when he's in top form, is Moti. Like the way he goes about it. He'll definitely prove a tough proposition on this CCG pitch as this game wears on.
Yeah, he certainly will. Jordan Johnson's got to be very careful. He's got to defend those stumps. He's more looking to play leg side of that delivery there.
And that's something we've seen from him actually. He tends to stay leg side of the deliveries. As we saw that one just run on with the arm from Sinclair.
Much better covering the line of the stumps, in fact.
It was Samuel Badri who would have done almost a bit of a batting masterclass on Jordan Johnson in that under-19 World Cup, highlighting the fact that he loves to stay leg side. No ball called there by umpire Ramdani.
It had to be a big no ball.
Still the 2 slips in. Oh, he's hold out. He's hold out. And that, we did make a point of this, didn't we, Vernon? How will Jordan Johnson go about it, knowing he loves to field bat on ball, ultra aggressive type, didn't get the elevation, and he goes for just 2. The 4th wicket for Kevin Sinclair, the 4th wicket down for the West Indies Academy. Just 38 on the board. What do you make of that?
I'm wondering if we're playing a 10-10 game. Because the approach so far from the West Indies Academy batting lineup, it seems to be shots, shots, shots. Rather than understanding that they're playing a 4-day game. He was nowhere close to the pitch of the ball, and he just fired his bat, really. He was neither forward nor back. He's now coming off, and he's holding his back. So I don't know if something is wrong with him, but he maybe needs to be searching in his mind. He's now sitting down, and I don't know what they're going to tell the coach, Ryan Griffith, tonight.
I'm not sure. Just a nothing shot, really. Didn't get the elevation. Was looking to go over that long off area. As we saw, staying a bit leg side once again to access the offside, his strong area. He's proven to be his downfall yet again.
Was it Thorne that took that catch, Mali? No.
It was Ali
Oh, Ali
Mohammed,
Mohammed.
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Thank you, Mali and Vinod. It was an excellent catch.
Diving forward. Just a bit of doubt there, really.
Well, hold on. So that's what your son was saying, Vinod. We got 2 51s in the team sheets. So Ali Mohammed weighs 51, and they've also got Isaiah Thorne as 51.
And that's why he's only got one on his back.
So they took the 5 off. Oh. It's all happening.
Sinclair looking for a 5 for within his 5 overs here. Just bowled 4.3. 4 for 4 his figures.
Pretty
Joshua
early.
Bishop.
Yeah, pretty early for him to be batting as well too.
But you can see why he's been brought in. He's been
But he
contributing regularly.
Yeah, and he's been consistent.
Brought up his debut, his maiden first-class 100 in December, just a few months ago. He's really a player at the top of his game, a young player at the top of his game.
All 4 to Kevin Sinclair.
All 4.
4 for 4.
In just under 5 overs, 1 delivery remaining.
Can he produce that magic ball to pick up a 5er? Carted away. Badly line delivery and put away nicely by Joshua Bishop, who you'd have to consider to be a veteran in this West Indies Academy lineup.
Yeah, that's for sure. Poor finish to that over from Kevin Sinclair. As you can see, Joshua Bishop actually taking a guard just on off stump there. Looking to take the LBW out of play. Poor delivery. Just had to get some sort of bat on that one. Bishop brings up his first boundary. Welcome runs for the West Indies Academy. 42 for 4 now.
Any update, Vinod, on the score at Kensington? Got to make sure we keep our listeners and our viewers going
around the region.
In terms of what has been happening. West Indies Academy 42 for 4. Are in serious trouble here. They need a partnership. And Warrell and Bishop will have to come to the party. Warrell has looked good so far. The live wire. Sinclair has got 4 wickets already to his name. Darting around there at the short mid-wicket area. More changes taking place. Tevin Imla bringing Shivno and Shandapur right into the short mid-wicket area. Ricocheted off there of his right hand and picking up an easy single.
You called him Shivna, right? I think it's Stage, right?
Oh, sorry. All the same. Anyway, he wouldn't want me.
He wouldn't like to hear that.
He
I'll
wouldn't
tell
want
you
me.
what.
Yeah, he wouldn't want me to call him Shivna Ryan.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Tage. Oh, he's moved again. So Imla seems to just have him almost all over.
It's the right-hander on strike now. Josh Bishop. So he goes back into second slip.
There's more activity from him, certainly in this game, as compared to the last game. Beautiful shot. Again, good piece of ground feeling by Macho Nando. He enjoys his cricket. Be it batting, bowling, fielding.
Yeah, good footwork there from Josh Bishop. Just pressed onto the front foot and just got back, got on top of that one. Just bounced a bit on him, handled it quite well.
Sky Warrell doesn't look bad at all.
He doesn't, but he's got to be careful.
138 for 5 combined campuses and colleges against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yes, I was just going to say he's got to be careful about those men in and around him there. Just going a bit hard at these deliveries as well. Chance goes down.
And you know, those got to stick. Is that Perez under the helmet?
Yes, it looks like Raymond Perez.
Yeah, so Machunando has been given a break.
If we have a look at this one again from Moti, just varying his pace quite nicely. This one just tossed up. Oh,
Have to take that.
should have been taken.
Yeah, got to take that. It's just too easy. You have to take that.
It's quite deep there as well.
Yeah, that's why he should have taken
Perez,
that.
Yeah.
He came right into his lap. Got to say thank you very much, Sinclair. Back in the action. The man for the moment. 4 for 8. Kevin Sinclair. Lovely shot by Bishop. Driving down to long on. Pretty interesting field there. Mally, what do you think about that? He's got a long on for Bishop. And he's got 4 for 8. Now 4 for 9.
Oh, yeah. They played against Joshua Bishop. They know that's a strong area of his. You've seen that bottom hand come into play. Anything from that straight to that wideish long on area is in his arc.
Again, Warrell going to have to be careful. He's trying to give himself room. He needs to get a lot closer, get deep into the crease and look to find the gap. He was pulling away. Got to be careful. Sinclair tends to slide on the ball. I think Perez is going to have to work out his position, Mally. It's a very difficult position. His stance in terms of where he is. And he doesn't look like he's a comfortable person into that area. Oh, that's huge. That is huge by Warrell. Over pitch, over flighted delivery, and hit it over wide long on for 6.
Every now and again, Warrell just expresses the talent that's within the young man on this occasion. Just playing through the line there to Kevin Sinclair. Easy shot, really. Just had to keep his eye on the ball as long as possible. Over that mid-on fielder for 4.
50 up for the West Indies Academy.
This one's high. Has it come out the middle?
It has.
It has. It's another one. Big 6 this time from Worrell. And we were just saying this pitch now just beginning to flatten out, becoming more suitable for batting, allowing batters to play through the line. Worrell again, consecutive deliveries through the line of Kevin Sinclair, looking to apply pressure back onto the young man.
Let's see how the test player Kevin Sinclair will respond. Well played by the young man. Back and across. Good composure and balance. The most expensive over so far for the big man Kevin Sinclair. 4 for 21.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 21. It was 4 for 4 after 5 overs from Kevin Sinclair. So Rashawn Worrell just showing that positive intent and good skill as well.
$57 for 4. Moti, he wants to get into the wicket column as well. Everybody fancies themselves getting into the wicket column. Some 17 overs to go. How close will we get?
Moti's been right on the money there here though since he's come on. Showing that international class. Nothing loose.
You know, every time I see Joshua Bishop, he's beginning to look more and more as an organized player.
Definitely becoming more and more of a genuine all-rounder, isn't he?
With that, into the square leg area. Will he get a boundary? No. And again, they're contented to get 2. So, a little change over there in terms of the scoreboard ticking over. After an explosive Sinclair's over, which brought 13, including 2 maximums.
Every now and again, Gudikesh Moti just tosses one up.
Yeah.
And you
just
see
for,
the
I
eyes
just-
light up.
I just for a moment thought that Bishop was going.
There's a lot of overspin on those deliveries. They fall out the air quite quickly. I really like Gudikesh Moti. Good all-round package. He's a bit underrated with the bat as well. I think he could do a bit more
I was
on
about
that side.
I was about to tell you that because for what I saw in Australia, he sort of looked like he just decided that he didn't want to hang around out there.
That's what pace would do that, man. Genuine pace as well. A la Shamar Joseph.
Oh yeah, he got hit. He got woke up. I think that must have just fueled something in him and says, well, hey, this is Test cricket.
Yeah, and he did a bit of intimidating himself.
Yeah, this is not regional cricket where folks don't get the ball up to your grill.
There was just something about him and the Aussies, though. You could tell, even leading up to the series, they were taking a keen interest even in the Prime Minister's
Game, yes.
11, the warm-up match.
Yes.
Keen scouting going on.
Joseph the deliverer. Beautiful eyes here by Warwell. What a lovely shot. Oh, sweet. This guy is certainly a class player, and he did enjoy that one. He's still smiling with that.
Absolute tiny gap there to find, but boy, did he find it.
Jeez. It was beautiful. It went past the captain, Imla, and also
Gave Ali
Ronaldo.
Mohammed no chance.
No chance. All he had to do was just look at the ball. It was almost like he was threading the needle. Warrell.
Outfield as well, starting to really quicken up.
Yeah. I like Warrell. I like what I've seen so far of him. It's going to be interesting to see how he progresses during the series.
Yeah, it's been a tough start for him. 13 and 21.
What I like about him is that he's staying low to the ball for a 6-footer. You don't normally see 6-footers get that low, so he's put in the work.
Yeah, scores of 13 and 21 versus the Leewards. Zero and 12 versus Trinidad. So he'll be his best score thus far. Here, Rashawn Worrell.
Played. Really looks organized. I think they're going to keep talking to each other. That's going to be also very important. Make sure they minimize the amount of overs that is going to be bowled for the day.
Just approaching a danger period here for what I've grown accustomed to see from our young batters here in the West Indies. Getting into the high 20s, 30s, face some 60 deliveries now as well.
Some 89 dot balls so far in the innings, Mali. That was something that you're very much concerned about.
Yeah, you've seen it happen to Kevin Wickham. Not so much a Kevlon Anderson, but they get into the 30s and they just tend to give it away. Maybe it's just a bit of mental fatigue. Don't see the best decisions being made at this stage. So, crucial period here for Rashawn Worrell here, and he coming towards the end of day one.
And it's also the transition period of understanding the circumstances of the moment as to what you're playing. So you have to look at the scoreboard. You realize that there are 15 overs to go. You got to keep talking to yourself to understand that, hey, game could be over in the next 5 overs.
Ideally, still got a whole day in day 2 in which to come out.
Every now and again, Joshua Bishop still looking to attack. He was pressing forward there.
Just gets a bit naughty at times.
Yeah.
It's important that he continues concentrating. Just there. You want to see him be a bit more positive about that leave. glove was still in the vicinity.
Yeah, Moti tends to get the ball to bounce. So you got to be able to make sure that you get that area concerned. Shield that. Thought that one was just a little bit too close to him, but he got on the edge, Mali, and got a boundary.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, he's going to look for every opportunity in which to score. Is Josh Bishop.
So a much welcome boundary, and the scorecard looks completely a different scenario now. 67 for 4. All 4 to Kevin Sinclair. They're trailed by 8?
Yes.
108 runs. They made 175. Guyana Happy Eagles. They'll be very disappointed in their batting performance today.
I think it's still even Stevens for me.
Oh, it is. I think Sinclair has given them just the nose edge with those 4 quick wickets.
I think he's brought them right back into the game, to be honest, considering.
And when you get 4, you'll be looking to search to get more. You would fancy yourself of getting some more wickets.
They would have fallen behind the 8 ball from their perspective to be bowled out for 175.
No Versame Pomal as yet.
Oh, it's hammered. It's straight to the man at cover. Extra cover there. The end of that Moti over. Just a partnership beginning to form here between Worrell and Bishop. Just what the West Indies Academy would have needed after losing those 4 quick wickets, all to Kevin Sinclair from the CIU road end. Thank you, Vernon. I'm going to be joined now by Liam Mancham. Good afternoon, Liam.
Good afternoon, Mali. Big fight back from Sinclair here. Showing that international experience that he has, as well as Moti on the other end, not really giving away anything too easily. Joshua Bishop, though, getting that boundary in the last over.
Did you see the Jordan Johnson dismissal?
No, I didn't.
Wow, he missed one. Definitely one to catch this evening. We were speaking about it earlier in terms of just how he would go about his innings. Just managed to prove to be a very soft dismissal in the end. Very good catch from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and it looks like it's going to be number 51. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed into the attack from the CIU road end, replacing Kevin Sinclair. Just a bit of cloud cover now. It's gotten a little darker in the last 5 minutes or so here at this ECG.
Just about 14 overs of play left, and it becomes a dangerous time, especially with 4 wickets down for the academy team. Worrell needs to be the man that sticks around along with Bishop. They need to be there tomorrow morning bright and early. Still some batting to come, however. Obviously Joshua James. Appeal for LBW.
Yeah, we know Joshua James has got some batting ability. Still got Carlin Bowen Tuckett as well.
Johan Lane, we know, can handle himself well. He's got a couple first class half centuries already. Not seen too much of Pittman.
Honing in on those pads is Ali Mohammed. Hustling, bustling type. No real express pace. He'll be hoping for just a bit more movement than he's managing to get at this stage. As we said, debut fifer versus the Leeward Islands. Actually, his second match, picking up that fifer.
Wide ball this time. Yeah, would have played against Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't really caused too much issues for them in that rain affected one.
This one takes the outside edge.
Both of these teams down at the bottom pretty much. The academy in 6th place, Guyana 7th.
Not a position that we've grown accustomed to seeing the Harpy Eagles in too much in the West Indies 4-day competition in the last 10 years or so.
Definitely. The academy have a bit more points though, 19.4 points. And the Harpy Eagles, after 2 games, had a loss and a draw. The academy won one and lost one. So it's been disappointing from Guyana. CCC also losing both their first 2 games. They're on 9.6 points.
Really wide of the crease there was Ali Mohammed.
Leeward Islands 85 for 1 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 137.
The streak is over, Liam. The 100 streak of Mikael Louis. Yep. 85 for 1. Okay, Louis 86 for 1 now. Caught Josh De Silva by Brian Charles for 32. Karen Powell still at the crease on 46. 86 for 1.
Good return to the team for Karen Powell so far.
Welcome return. Especially with the loss of, we haven't said this name too much.
Mountain Hodge?
Not Mountain Hodge, but yes, he's one as well. Devon Thomas not being there for the West Indies in the last, well, for the Leewards. Massive miss. But boy, Joshua Bishop didn't miss that one. Swatted. Straight back past Gudikesh Moti for 4. That bottom hand coming into play once again for the young man. His 3rd boundary now.
Have a look at that one.
Beautiful.
CCC in action at Chedwin Park against the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 150 for 5 in a rain affected one. They started late. Mario Richards is out there on 16 with Mario Graves. With the bowlers, Cyrus, he picked up 2, Daniel Cyrus, and Tyson, 14 overs, 2 for 26. He was really good. But they got their West Indies internationals back. Obviously, Alec Athanaze, he's back in. The skipper for the team, Kavim Hodge, is also back. So that just strengthens that Windward Islands team a bit.
Maybe Gudikesh Moti just a bit guilty of being a bit too quick here. Just bowling a bit too fast, not varying his speeds. This one just a little slower. Bit of purchase, goes past the outside edge. The end of that over. 4 runs coming from it. West Indies Academy 74 for 4.
Jamaica are in action as well at Sabina Park against Barbados. They are 236 for 8. Remain Morrison, he's on 17 not out, fighting on for his team. And we just saw Dilver Green get out, and that is Jay McAllister. He picked up that one. He's got 3 for 44. Good to see that the fast bowlers are picking up wickets around.
They are.
Hakeem Jordan, no wickets for him. 1 for Wickham, 3 for Warwickana as well, and Shakil Cumberbatch into the team.
I wonder what Wickham's bowling today. Whether it's off spin, whether it's leg spin.
Bowls a
Tends
bit
to
of medium
vary
as
it
well.
with the ball's medium. Does a bit of wicket keeping.
Yeah,
Is there anything he doesn't do? Kevin Wickham, aka John Wick.
John Wick, that's the man.
But in all seriousness, he's a player I really like.
Yeah,
Kevin
he's
Wickham. I like the way he goes
supremely
about it.
talented.
Yeah. And he seems to have made that transition now to the Barbados team, leading run scorer for them. Let's hope he can continue going from strength to strength, the young man. Another graduate of the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, this academy project has been so successful so far. You see a lot of guys getting into, the West Indies team, or they're getting into their country franchises as well, and this has just been a very, very successful project. And obviously Teddy Bishop would have made his one-day international debut just recently against Australia, and I think the West Indies Academy team is what would have given him that platform to show his talent and show his class.
Probably would have seen him first, Teddy Bishop, here at the Rising Stars under 19s camp. That's me, personally.
Back in 2020.
Yes, yes. Also would have done well on that tour of England, Teddy Bishop.
Yes,
West Indies under 19s, yes.
Will have been one of the standouts in the World Cup of 2022. Wasn't a successful World Cup for the West Indies team, but I think a couple of guys who shining through.
Yep.
Teddy Bishop comes to mind. Shiva Sankar from Trinidad and Tobago.
Fast
Nathan
bowler,
Edwards.
yes.
Good fielding there.
Saving runs is
Looks like Perez.
Perez. Didn't get too many with the bat, but he's already saved a couple boundaries here. Chasing, showing good commitment, the young man. He's up for it, that's for sure.
Ali Mohammed again into Worrell. Nice straight drive, but can't get past the fielder at mid-on. Looks like with Sami Purmol.
I think Ronaldo Ali Mohammed could probably just lull you into relaxing a little bit at the crease. It's important you stay concentrating to the highest level. Just every now and again he'll just produce a delivery, just a bit of extra movement, maybe just some inconsistent bounce. As we see, did this one carry, Liam?
No, just seemed to. I'd like to have another look at that one actually.
Yeah, it's very close. Seemed to bounce, to be honest. And as you can tell, the wicketkeeper wasn't trying to claim that one. As we see this again, wide on the crease, taking the outside edge. Just seemed to take it on the half volley. There was wicketkeeper Savory.
Threw the ball up in celebration. It seemed like maybe he wasn't too sure about that one, but a good decision in the end. But you can just see that Ali Mohammed, what he's doing well is he's using the crease really well. We saw him go extremely wide there and got that ball to just come right back into Sean Worrell. With a late movement, exaggerated movement there. But it's going to be Kevin Sinclair from the media center end now. Picked up 4 from the CIU road end. But He's gonna change up now. Long on a deep mid wicket in place, which I think it's good captaincy from Imlak to Joshua Bishop.
If he gets the length, long on would definitely come into play. Yeah, for Joshua Bishop. Just
He
can't
likes to hit
seem to
straight.
hold it back.
He loves to hit straight. Loves to hit in that corner region.
Yeah,
So
yep.
let's see how he goes with Sinclair here.
Gets across his stumps. Here's Joshua Bishop. Tends to take an off stump guard to the right-handed off spinner. Let's see where he goes. Yeah, just outside actually, covering the stumps. Can't see the stumps there. And maybe just lulled into defending a bit wide as well from that position.
It's 10 overs to go after this one.
I think we're going to struggle to get those 10 overs in, you know.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dark now. I think maybe if spin comes on from the other end as well, he might be able to rush through them, but can't see them taking off Ali Mohammed. No, he pulled a pretty decent comeback over.
Still no there, Sami Pamal. You see the groundsman getting into position. They're probably ready for the end of day one. It's gone reverse into the gap. Well executed from Joshua Bishop. Another boundary. He moves on to 20 now.
Very well played there from Joshua Bishop. Perfect execution on this occasion, getting that important boundary. I think that will calm him down a bit. He looks for runs. He's that kind of batter. He's going to look for runs as much as he can. And now that could just settle him for the rest of the over. He knows he got the boundary in the over. He might just slow down a bit. So wonderful looking shot down to Thorn at long on.
Thorn quickly in though. Still showing good energy here towards the end of the day.
He's very fit, I say, Thorn. Could run in at any point of the day for his team and give his 100% with the ball, put his energy into bowling fast. That's what he's good at, and he's been successful. Saw him pick up a few wickets in that Ireland series when he got his chance.
Just one delivery remaining now though to the left-handed Worrell. Just the one slip. Man at short leg.
Well played from Rashawn Worrell, finally getting into some runs here. So you see classic techniques being pulled out here from the West Indies Academy. A change of gloves for Joshua Bishop as the day gets a bit darker. Purmold is back onto the field now. Interestingly enough, you have mentioned it that we've still not seen him.
Here he comes.
It's going to be Ali Mohammed to continue from the CIU end. Bishop and Worrell just taking their time, having a conversation, making sure the groundsmen seem to have pulled the covers onto the field already. They're moving back now.
I think they know something we don't know, to be honest.
There doesn't seem to be any rain around, or still 10 overs remaining in the day, so that's very interesting.
I think you gotta trust the local knowledge here, dear.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Didn't think rain was going to fall at all today, and it felt like 4 times this
It
morning.
didn't look it, did it?
Yeah, not at all. Bishop flashes hard and goes one bounce into the boundary for 4. Another welcome boundary for the West Indies Academy.
Just as we said, whenever he gets an opportunity to score, he's going to look to take it. Even here towards the end of day one. Wide delivery. Had to stretch almost to get back on that one. managed to do so. And as he said, one bounce, 4 into that vacant third man region, wide-ish third man.
Well, Thorne was actually stationed right there at third man earlier, but they've decided to move him to deep backward point almost at the start of this over, and they've not moved him just yet. They've kept him there. So Ali Mohammed may just want to bowl a bit shorter, not as full.
Look at how close Thorne is getting as well. In there, at least a good 20 yards or so off that boundary.
I do think that's the smartest thing to do, considering that last one was just bouncing right before the boundary rope, almost went all the way for 6.
It's almost in a flyish, pointish catching position. Not sure what to make of that one.
There's a clear plan though from Ali Mohammed to bowl Bishop wide outside the off stump. This one coming back in nicely, and well played from Bishop.
Probably the quickest delivery we've seen from Ali Mohammed so far here. That one just bouncing slightly, forcing Bishop onto the back foot. That's what I mean. Every now and again, he just produces something a bit out of the ordinary for him, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yeah, I think what makes him a bit different is that he's well, what would make him different, in fact, is if he could be just that consistent bowler that hits a spot and sticks around on a spot all day and then produce that magic delivery that he tends to produce, he could be a very dangerous bowler. He's been a bit all over the shop though in these past few overs that he's bowled today. He's into his 5th now.
Just there.
Taking the outside edge. Thorne is not there at third man, and it runs into the boundary for 4 once again.
Yeah, good delivery again from Ali Mohammed as we see him just wide of the crease. Angled in, just held the line, took the outside edge, didn't carry though to the fielder. Quite a big gap there between the first and second slip. Vernon, wow. I can see you rolling your eyes. 4 runs through that region. And once again, as you can see, the alignment, I'm not sure what to make of that. He's coming a bit finer now, his second slip.
That first slip is pretty wide. There's a big gap between
Massive.
Savory and Kevlin Anderson there. Kevlin Anderson standing almost on like a 2.5 slip there. Bishop flicks and Perez is down there at fine leg, so they just get a single.
Moves on to 30 now. It's Joshua Bishop, and this is what he could do to you. Probably a little surprised, if you haven't been following West Indies cricket as closely, to see him coming in the top 6, but
I think it's well earned.
Well
over
earned.
the past few seasons. He's been improving leaps and bounds in his batting.
he seems to be someone who's well up for it as well. He'd probably be the one to make that decision, to say, at least suggest it to the coaches. Hey coaches, push me up. I'm willing to do the job as well.
Yeah, he's been looked at as a bowler for a long time, but he's now entering that all-rounder phase of his career. He's welcome to it, though. He's enjoying it. Scored his maiden first-class 100 recently against the Ireland A team, the Ireland Academy team, in fact, and yeah, he's been looking really good ever since. Got himself a couple of starts, as he has today. He's on 30. It'll be good to see where he ends up.
We'll be hoping, well, the West Indies Academy, from their perspective, they'll be hoping these two will be there at stumps. Score now 91 for 4. What's the board saying? What, 7 overs remaining? The umpires just come together for a bit of a 9 overs actually remaining. Umpires just coming together for a bit of a conference. Obviously light coming into play here, Liam.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit darker now. Just about 20 minutes to 6 local time here. in Antigua. Sinclair to continue. Pumol is going out there to deep square leg. Not usually seeing Pumol field so far out of the action.
And that's something that was noted earlier in the day, just of his fielding positions in this series, in this tournament to begin with. He seemed to be stationed on the boundary more often than not, outside of that think tank.
Yeah,
of
definitely.
the tactics of what's going on. Seems to be a concerted effort by him to be apart, separate and apart.
Seems to be warming up though, maybe just giving himself some room to stretch a bit before he comes into bowl. Might be seeing him from the end that Ali Muhammad was operating from. Just see him getting his shoulders warm now.
Definitely a team in influx, transition, as you mentioned, a few young players coming into this setup. No Hetmeyer, you know, you're probably suffering a bit of disappointment from the Hetmeyer situation, not really panning out the way Guyanese cricket fans would want it to. This one should be looking for 2 here. Actually, no, take it easy. Fielder on that square leg boundary was rapid across the ground.
I think there is a lot of young talent in Guyana, a lot of players that have been coming through the ranks, and a lot of them aren't on show here today, obviously, as you mentioned. You know, Hetmeyer, Shamar Joseph is not here.
Shafeen
Shafeen Rutherford is probably the one that I'm most excited about. I think in recent times he's really put his hand up for the West Indies and got them out of some tough positions. Both him and Andre Russell winning that last T20 to end that Australia tour on a high. And a couple of guys coming out of the under-19 setup as well. Ravindra Dindyal is one to note. Good all-rounder, known mostly for his batting. And then there's obviously, you know, Kevlon Anderson who's here. Thorne, Moti still quite young.
Missing obviously a Niall O'Brien. Is it not O'Brien? Now Smith, sorry. With his injury.
Obviously, Ransford Beaton, one of the more experienced bowlers in this unit, has been called up once again for throwing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if how many more times Ransford Beaton can go through this, to be honest. Obviously, just looking to take a bit of time out of the game here, the West Indies Academy batters.
It's good thinking. It's good old tricks.
You are right, Liam. Looks like it's going to be Versami Pramal on the CIU road end. Coming into the attack very, very late in the day.
Yeah, I thought we would have seen him earlier, but I think maybe a couple left-handers early on in this academy lineup. Obviously, the 2 openers, Joseph and Worrell, Akeem O'Geese, Jordan Johnson. All of these guys are left-handers, so maybe that would have held them back a bit. Sinclair was bowling really well on the other end. 8 overs remaining in the day's play, if light permits, but it's getting dark quickly here. Pumol does tend to go through his overs quickly though.
Roll that one out. Permal, easy single to Worrell.
One of the most experienced players around is Versami Pumol, 34 years of age. He's 611 first class wickets for Guyana. He's got 31 test wickets as well at the highest level for the West Indies at test cricket.
Yeah, wealth of experience, no short amount of skill as well. A valuable performer for the Guyana franchise and Guyanese teams in general over the years. I remember in particular that partnership with a young Devendra Bishu, Permal and Bishu proving to be really a formidable partnership across the first class circuit.
Yeah, they would have been responsible for a lot of the success that Guyana have had in this regional 4D competition, as this one tucked around the corner from Joshua Bishop. Moti comes along a long way from deep square leg to cut that off, and Bishop just gets 2 in the end.
Good partnership this. 58 now from 74 deliveries. Oh, he's almost played onto that one. It's Josh Bishop. Just a little loose there towards the end of this day, but he survives the end of Permal's first over. Just 4 runs away from 100 now, West Indies Academy. 96 for 4 as the umpires come together again for a bit of a conference. No light meters in hand though. Can't see one.
You see Kenny Mallin running out there with the helmet for I think an interesting decision. It seems that the Guyana team want to come off the field, or maybe it's just that the fast bowlers, it's maybe too dark for the fast bowlers to bowl. Not sure what exactly is the decision out there, but they're coming off the field, so that will bring us to the end of the day's play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The West Indies Academy regaining control now, bowling out Guyana earlier on for 175. Joshua James to pick up the bowlers with 4 wickets for 43 runs. In reply, Kevin Sinclair came on early into this Guyanese attack. He came on after the 5th over and ran through the top order of the West Indies Academy. He picked up 4 wickets at the end of the day's play, 96 for 4. Rashawn Worrell is out there with Joshua Bishop, and they will resume their innings bright and early tomorrow morning. Just a quick run through of the scores. 96 for 4 is what they will end on. Rashawn Worrell is on 34 not out of 75 deliveries, while Joshua Bishop on the other end 33 not out of 42. And the Guyana Happy Eagles lead by 79 runs. The West Indies Academy have 6 wickets in hand. So at the end of today's play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, in response to the Guyana Happy Eagles 175, the West Indies Academy and 96 for 4.